Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 320, Dumbledore. Don't try to reason with a bunch of animals. Was this your doing? Dumbledore asked in a low voice. Grindelwald gave a derisive snort. Do I look that idle to you? Dumbledore fell silent. No matter how he looked at it, this did not seem like something Grindelwald would have orchestrated himself. Not only would it bring Grindelwald no benefit, it might even hinder whatever he was currently planning. None of them are lying. That means they all truly saw the scenes in their memories, but we have no way of knowing whether what they saw was merely an illusion, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Forget about that for now. Deal with that group of centaurs first. Grindelwald swallowed the word mules that had nearly slipped out. If it had been before, he would certainly have found a way to make those mules suffer. But now, Grindelwald only wanted to send these simple-minded, muscle-bound creatures away as quickly as possible, then figure out the cause of the entire incident. Hearing this, Dumbledore turned to look. Sure enough, Fernandez and the others were now in a tense standoff with Grindelwald's supporters. It looked as though a fight could break out at any moment. Dumbledore hurried over. Fernandez, this is just a misunderstanding. Fernandez said coldly, a misunderstanding? Don't tell me you and Grindelwald are working together. What benefit would that bring us? Dumbledore interrupted. To be frank, the centaurs possess nothing that would interest wizards. Why would we seek conflict with you? Even for the Forbidden Forest, it is not enough reason for our two sides to go to war. Fernandez fell silent, seemingly weighing Dumbledore's words. Seeing this, Dumbledore let out a quiet breath of relief and continued, I have come on behalf of Hogwarts to negotiate. My purpose is simply to resolve this matter properly, and for that we are willing to make certain concessions. Since I have come in good faith, I hope your side can also remain calm and not be blinded by anger. Fernandez still did not speak, as though he were still considering something. Grindelwald could no longer hold back. Dumbledore had already said this much, yet the other party was still dragging things out. How long was this supposed to take? Impatiently, he said, although the cause of this incident is quite suspicious, my subordinates did indeed injure your kin. As for who is right or wrong, I have no interest in pursuing it further. You may state your terms, we will provide compensation, and then you will withdraw. This way, no one else needs to be hurt. But if you insist on going to war, then our retaliation will be considered self-defense. At that point, we will show no restraint. I cannot say how many of my subordinates might die, but your kin. I guarantee not a single one of them will leave here alive. Grindelwald's final words carried intense killing intent. For that instant, he seemed to return to the decisive and ruthless Grindelwald of the past. Upon hearing him, the centaurs behind Fernandez immediately erupted in angry shouts. Their hoofs slammed heavily against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Dumbledore frowned and shot Grindelwald a glare. He had nearly calmed the centaurs down, yet Grindelwald had chosen this moment to pour fuel on the fire. Are you threatening me? Fernandez said furiously. You can think of it that way. Grindelwald clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with disdain. I know that saying anything more to you bunch of mules is a waste of breath, so hurry up and make your move. Rather than waste time arguing with you, it would be faster to knock you all down. Grindelwald had already seen through them. This group of centaurs might not have much ability, but their noses were all pointed at the sky. Their silence just now was probably them thinking about how to make outrageous demands. Animals were still animals. Did they really think every wizard was as patient as Dumbledore? At these words, Dumbledore felt his heart sink. Sure enough, Grindelwald's remarks were something the proud centaurs could not tolerate. Fernandez was the first to draw his bowstring and fire an arrow straight at Grindelwald's throat. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, more than a dozen arrows followed Fernandez's shot, streaking toward Grindelwald and the supporters behind him. The centaur's archery was superb. Drawing and releasing came as fast as lightning. Moreover, as magical creatures, the arrows they fired were not ordinary shafts but carried traces of magic. Even an elite auror, caught off guard, could be severely wounded. Unfortunately for the centaurs, they were not facing ordinary wizards, but Grindelwald. Without exception, every arrow halted 1 meter in front of Grindelwald, unable to advance even an inch. The supporters behind him did not even blink. If someone could still be injured while standing behind Grindelwald, then the men they followed would not be Grindelwald. Dumbledore, they were the ones who struck first. A cruel smile spread across Grindelwald's face. Surround them. Fernandez shouted, continuing to draw and release arrows in rapid succession. Boom. A blazing red light swept across the area. All the shouting centaurs instantly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore with dissatisfaction, slowly lowering the wand in his hand that had been glowing green. "You are still as soft-hearted as ever, Dumbledore." Dumbledore silently put away the Elder Wand. If Grindelwald had made the move, every one of those centaurs would be dead. It was better for him to knock them out first. Dumbledore glared coldly at Grindelwald. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me?" "What trouble could there be? You saw it yourself." "Those beasts struck first," Grindelwald sneered. "If you hadn't said those things to provoke them, would they have reacted like that?" Dumbledore said. "Dumbledore, do you hear yourself?" Grindelwald said with open mockery. "I provoked them. And what about the things those beasts said to me? When those nose-in-the-air creatures were shouting at us, I managed to hold myself back. Why couldn't they? Have you ever considered that this is the difference between humans and beasts?" Dumbledore rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Enough. We should think about how to handle the aftermath. I didn't make a move. You were the one who acted, Dumbledore. At most, I just said a few harsh words. As everyone knows, sharp words are not a crime. So don't try to pin this on me. If there's cleanup to do, you can handle it yourself," Grindelwald said with a cold laugh. For a moment, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. In this world, the law of the jungle has always applied, especially to animals. Grindelwald deliberately stressed the word animals. Just because they can speak human language doesn't make them human, particularly when they themselves don't even care to be called that. The strong rule the weak. That is the law of nature. What respect do you think you'll gain by reasoning with animals? So here's my advice, Dumbledore. If you want to settle this properly, talking to them is a waste of effort. The best method is to defeat them head-on. Do you believe that when they wake up, they'll be much more reasonable? Or perhaps they'll fight to the death? Then it only means they haven't been beaten enough." Dumbledore said nothing more. With a gentle wave of his wand, the fallen centaurs slowly floated into the air and were placed by him onto a patch of soft grass not far away. Although Grindelwald's words were unpleasant, they were not entirely without reason. Moreover, Dumbledore was thinking further ahead. Pride had to be built upon absolute strength. These centaurs had lived in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts for years without natural enemies, so they had rarely suffered losses. As a result, they had grown increasingly arrogant. Although today's incident had been sudden, getting beaten up might not necessarily be a bad thing. At the very least, the next time they encountered other wizards, they might show a bit more self-awareness. In any case, the centaurs had never held much goodwill toward wizards. There was no such thing as the relationship getting worse. Seeing that Dumbledore had settled the centaurs, Grindelwald could no longer wait. "All right, your work protecting the animals is done. Now we should handle some real business." "About what just happened?" Grindelwald said with a frown. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before speaking. "First check your tent and see whether any dark creatures have gone missing." "Fine. You check the surrounding area." "I have a feeling there's something wrong with this place," Grindelwald said, frowning. "Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 321, Not Just Two Toys. An hour later. Dumbledore and Grindelwald met again outside the tent. Grindelwald looked slightly weary as he said, "No dark creatures are missing. They're all still in the tent. Did you find anything?" Dumbledore's brows were tightly knit. The surrounding magical traces are extremely chaotic, and the aura of dark magic is especially dense. This was likely caused by gathering too many different types of dark creatures in one place. Aside from that, I haven't found anything unusual for now. Dark creatures were inherently tied to dark magic. When large numbers gathered, the surrounding magic naturally became murky, like standing beside a foul ditch. Grindelwald shook his head. "When dark creatures gather, of course this happens. I knew that from the start. But even if there's some dark magic in the area, it shouldn't be enough to make all of them hallucinate and see different things. We cannot jump to conclusions," Dumbledore said gravely. "In fact, you are the first person in history to gather so many different kinds of dark creatures at once. The magical field here is far too chaotic. Even in places where large numbers of infri gather, the magical field would not be this disordered, because that involves only one type of dark creature. But now, no one knows what kind of effects a mixture of multiple dark magical forces might have on people. Dark magic can affect the soul." Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully. "You have a point. Each dark creature has different magical properties. Gathering them all together like this, no one has really done it before. No one knows what kind of effects it might produce. You should return these dark creatures to where they came from, and stop that so-called educational reform plan of yours," Dumbledore said sternly. "No. Grindelwald refused without hesitation. Dumbledore sighed softly. If you are unwilling to stop, then until this matter is resolved, no one should remain here. And let me warn you, Grindelwald. Until this is settled, I will not allow my students to participate in such an absurd trial. However, Dumbledore's words caused a trace of suspicion to rise in Grindelwald's heart. He narrowed his eyes and said, "It's still too early to draw conclusions, Dumbledore. We don't even know whether the hallucinations were caused by that. And, how do you know for certain that this was caused by dark magical energy? What if you were the ones behind it? After all, as long as something goes wrong here, you would be able to stop my plan, wouldn't you?" "We did no such thing," Dumbledore said with a frown. Grindelwald snorted coldly and said nothing more. Some things only needed to be said once. In truth, Dumbledore had discovered something he had not told Grindelwald. He had found that when these different types of dark magical energies collided with one another, they produced a completely new kind of magic. This magic was chaotic and violent, filled with impurities, yet it felt strangely familiar to Dumbledore. Because he had seen a purer version of similar magic before. It had been on Wade Reynolds. It was the power of ancient magic. Achoo. Inside the room of requirement, Wade Reynolds let out a loud sneeze. "I thought you wouldn't get sick," Tom said in surprise. "Nonsense. Since when does sneezing mean you're sick?" "Maybe some girl is thinking about me," Wade said, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Wade added, "Oh, right. You said you'd find me a female secretary. What happened to that promise? Cut the chatter and open it already." "Let's see what good stuff is inside," Tom said impatiently, staring at the box on the table. "But the female secretary?" All right. I'll go find one for you later. Honestly, you don't even stay in the club. What use would a female secretary be to you?" Tom said irritably. And raised her hand. "I support finding more secretaries for you. No, any gender is fine. Just hurry and get more people to help me with the work. I've wanted to quit for ages." All right. Wade said cheerfully. "Can you open the box now?" Tom asked. "Of course, Comrade Riddle," Wade said as he tore open the oil paper wrapped around the box. And was curious as well. After all, the two of them had rushed straight to the room of requirement after class, not even stopping for dinner, just to look at some so-called treasure. By now, Wade had already thrown aside the oil paper, revealing the metal box inside. Wade tapped the lock on the metal box with his wand. Click. The lock fell off. Wade opened the metal box. Tom and Anne both leaned closer to look inside. Inside the box lay two brand new revolvers, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Each revolver was engraved with many complex runes, giving them an exquisite appearance. "That's it. Pistols." Tom looked deeply disappointed. "Yeah, couldn't be helped. Originally I planned to have your father help me get a Thompson submachine gun, but considering the ammunition issue, there was no way," Wade said regretfully. "What is a pistol?" "These two strange iron things are pistols." And looked curiously at the two revolvers in the box. Having grown up in a wizarding family, she had never seen a gun before. "They're Muggle weapons. You can think of them as modern Muggle hand crossbows," Tom explained impatiently. "Oh. I see." And immediately lost interest. In front of powerful wizards, Muggles were practically defenseless. How strong could Muggle weapons really be? So Anne assumed Wade had only acquired these pistols as collectibles. After all, they did look quite exquisite. But Wade appeared very excited. He picked up both revolvers and weighed them in his hands. "These are double-action .38s. They can fire continuously. Very handy. I still think wands are more useful. What kind of bullet could my shield charm not block?" Tom said indifferently as he sat back in his chair and casually picked up a book of spells. Seeing Tom's dismissive attitude, Wade grew annoyed. "If your ancestor hadn't been worried you'd suffer losses in the future and asked me to teach you his combat methods, I wouldn't bother with you at all. You don't seriously think I went through all the trouble just to get two toys, do you?" Wade carefully examined the runes engraved on the revolvers. He had designed every one of those runes himself. After old Tom had bought the pistols, he had Toby help engrave them. Now it seemed Toby's craftsmanship was excellent. The runes had indeed been carved with meticulous precision. Hearing Wade's words, Tom could not help putting down the book and looking at the guns in Wade's hands again. Could it be Wade really hadn't gotten them just for fun? "Since you think these guns aren't as useful as a wand, why don't we test them?" Wade said, pulling out a small box from the case. The box had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. It looked small, but it contained a full 500 rounds of ammunition. Wade picked up a bullet and examined it. Both the tip and the casing were engraved with fine runes. All of it was the result of Toby's hard work. Wade opened the cylinder of one revolver and slowly loaded 6 rounds into it. Come on, stand over there and put up your shield charm. Don't move. I'll give you a shot. No, no, no. I'm not doing that. Tom immediately jumped to his feet. If it were just an ordinary firearm, Tom was confident his current shield charm could stop the bullet. But this was a pistol Wade Reynolds had produced. Tom didn't need to think hard to know it definitely wouldn't be simple. Only a fool would volunteer to be the target. I'll try. And said eagerly. Well, there really was a fool. Are you crazy? You dare test something Wade brought out? Tom stopped then flicked his wand and moved over a wooden humanoid target used for spell practice. It can't be that serious, right? And said, unconvinced. Tom said nothing and simply cast a shield charm over the wooden target. Tom, you really don't want to try it yourself? Wade said with some regret. No. Please begin your performance, Tom said, pointing at the distant target. All right. Bang. Wade casually raised the revolver and fired a shot. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, attaching part of my awareness to the obscurus. Boom. Tom's prized shield charm around the wooden target shattered instantly. The target inside was blown to pieces, leaving only a burning base still standing in place. Tom and stared at the pitiful remains of the wooden target, their faces pale. Not bad, Wade said with satisfaction, blowing away the wisp of white smoke rising from the muzzle. I engraved runes on the gun to reduce its weight and recoil. Oh, and there are anti-magic runes as well, to prevent wizards from tampering with it. As for the bullets, I've temporarily engraved 4 types of runes, explosive and flame runes to enhance power, a magic-breaking rune, and a tracking rune to prevent missed shots. Tom wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wade, do you want me dead that badly? What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who said you could block bullets? Wade shot back. Are those even bullets? What kind of pistol fires exploding rounds? Tom jumped to his feet. Mine does, Wade said smugly. Fine, give me one. Tom did not stand on ceremony and promptly grabbed the other revolver from the table. If it were an ordinary muggle pistol, Tom would not even bother to glance at it. But something Wade had modified was a different matter entirely. A single shot had more power than the blasting curse, and the bullet traveled faster than a spell. It even tracked its target. It was practically the perfect tool for ambushes. If he had something like this, could he take advantage of Wade's inattention and shoot the bastard in the back? I feel like you're thinking something very dangerous, Tom, Wade said, giving him a warning look. What dangerous thoughts could I possibly have? You're overthinking, Tom replied calmly as he pocketed the pistol, then reached for the ammunition. Give me some bullets too. Anne, do you want one? If you need it, I can have another custom made for you. I was in a bit of a rush this time, so I only prepared 2, Wade said with a smile. In fact, I plan to equip every comrade with one in the future. For now. I don't think that's necessary. And had only just recovered from her shock. In truth, she was a little frightened by the pistol's power and needed time to recover. If Tom had not stopped her earlier and she had actually served as the target, one shot would have shattered 10 anise. It's fine. I'll prepare one for you first. When you need it, I'll give it to you, Wade said with a smile. You mentioned earlier, making a Thompson submachine gun. When can you get that done? Tom suddenly asked. Wade shook his head. The gun itself isn't hard to obtain, but do you know how fast a submachine gun burns through ammunition? Engraving runes onto each bullet one by one, I'm worried my house elf will drop dead from overwork. So until I can set up a dedicated production line for the ammo, a submachine gun is off the table. For now, a small pistol for self-defense is enough. Tom happily fiddled with the revolver in his hand, as if he had not been the one dismissing pistols just moments ago. The 3 of them continued testing the guns in the room of requirement for quite a while. Only after every last unfortunate wooden target had been reduced to scrap did they reluctantly leave. But the moment they stepped out of the room of requirement, they ran straight into Dumbledore. Anne's face immediately turned pale. Wade and Tom, meanwhile, guiltily touched their pockets. However, Dumbledore seemed preoccupied and did not notice anything unusual about the 3 of them. Sorry, I have something to discuss with Wade, Dumbledore said to Anne and Tom. Then he turned to Wade. Come with me for a moment. I have something very important to discuss with you. Of course, Professor. Wade had no choice but to follow him. Watching the 2 figures walk farther away, Anne said, This is the first time I've seen Professor Dumbledore wear that kind of expression. Whatever it is, it's not small, Tom said. Could it be Wade has finally been exposed? Can't you wish him something better? The fireplace in Dumbledore's office was pleasantly warm. But Wade could sense the heaviness in Dumbledore's heart. "What happened, Professor?" Dumbledore said gravely, "Do you remember the matter I told you I wanted to investigate before? I've just discovered something, and I have a feeling it may be connected to what I'm investigating." For a moment, Wade could not recall which matter Dumbledore meant. But when he saw Dumbledore take out a senior student's file, Wade remembered. "Professor, what did you discover?" Wade asked. Dumbledore then recounted everything that had happened in the Forbidden Forest in meticulous detail. A glint flashed through Wade's eyes. "You mean, when multiple dark creatures are gathered together, they can trigger a kind of magical power similar to ancient magic?" In fact, while studying Dementors and Obscurials, Wade had also noticed that the magic within both gave him a strangely familiar feeling. So it was actually a power similar to ancient magic. Could this be related to the origin of ancient magic? Only similar, and mixed with many impurities. I cannot be certain it is truly the power of ancient magic. And, the non-existent person those supporters saw, as well as the centaur's distorted memories, all reminded me of this matter. Dumbledore looked at the nameless file on the desk. Wade's brows lifted slightly. "You suspect this missing senior?" "I am not suspecting that student. Rather, I am wondering whether she may have encountered a similar environment and then experienced something we do not yet understand," Dumbledore said with a frown. "Professor, I want to take a look inside the Forbidden Forest," Wade said. "That would be very dangerous." "I'll go with you," Dumbledore said. "Don't worry. I won't be going personally." As Wade spoke, he patted his pocket, and a mass of black mist drifted out. "An Obscurus?" Dumbledore looked at the cloud of mist in surprise. "I discovered that after the Obscurus loses its consciousness, I can use ancient magic to attach part of my awareness to it and control its movements." Wade closed his eyes as he spoke. The next second, the mist-like Obscurus suddenly stirred, then condensed into a vague humanoid shape before Dumbledore. "So I'll control this Obscurus to take a look in the Forbidden Forest." Wade's voice came from the Obscurus, carrying a slightly muddied tone compared to his real body. "And your main body?" Wade's real body opened its eyes. "It's fine. My body is still here. I'm just using a small portion of my consciousness to remotely control the Obscurus." In truth, this was not the application of ancient magic, but nightmare magic. Projecting part of one's consciousness was a basic use of nightmare magic. Wade was still unable to let his consciousness drift freely without a vessel like the senior could. However, attaching it to an Obscurus with powerful magic posed no problem. Controlling the Obscurus was like piloting a drone. Of course, this particular drone was rather powerful in combat. At the same time, Wade also planned to bring Slytherin along to take a look. Regarding this matter, Slytherin would definitely be very interested. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 323, Chapter 323, Collision. Since that's the case, go take a look now. Your main body can stay in my office. It will be safe here. As he spoke, Dumbledore opened the office window. Wade was a little surprised. He had originally planned to go back and bring Slytherin along before setting out. But clearly, Dumbledore was not comfortable letting him find time to go alone. "All right." Wade nodded. Since Dumbledore had said so, he had no reason to refuse. The humanoid form made of black mist dispersed back into fog. Then the Obscurus drifted out through the window and rose into the sky. Dumbledore pulled over a chair and sat in front of Wade, watching him with some concern. Wade blinked at him. "Professor, the way you're staring at me is making me a bit uncomfortable." At the moment, Wade was essentially multitasking, paying attention to what the Obscurus was seeing while also talking with Dumbledore. My apologies. That was my oversight." Dumbledore gave an awkward smile, then shifted his chair out of Wade's line of sight. However, even though Dumbledore had moved out of his view, Wade could still feel the man's uneasy gaze. After a moment of thought, Wade turned his head toward Dumbledore. "Professor, come sit beside me." Dumbledore looked puzzled but still moved his chair again and sat down at Wade's right side. Seeing Dumbledore settle into his seat, Wade immediately reached out with his right hand and grasped Dumbledore's left arm. "Wade." Dumbledore had only just managed to call his name when he suddenly felt an entirely new field of vision appear before him. At that moment, it felt as though he had flown high above Hogwarts. Not only his sight, he could also hear the rushing wind of flight and even feel the air brushing against his body. Right now, it was as if he had truly become the Obscurus that had just flown out of the office window. Even the powerful magic contained within the Obscurus was perfectly clear to his senses. At the same time, Dumbledore could feel that what maintained the shared perception was that familiar magic, ancient magic. "Professor, I've shared with you the vision and senses of my consciousness within the Obscurus. This way, once we arrive, you'll be able to communicate with me in real time," Wade's voice sounded in Dumbledore's ear. "Ah. I see. This is truly a brand new experience, Dumbledore said with emotion. At the moment, the Obscurus was circling above the castle. Though Dumbledore was powerful, he had never observed Hogwarts from this perspective before. Let's set off, Wade said, and Dumbledore immediately felt the Obscurus begin flying toward the Forbidden Forest. Watching the castle and the Black Lake sweep beneath them, along with the scattered students strolling by the lakeside, Dumbledore's face filled with curiosity. This sensation was completely different from flying on a broomstick. The Obscurus flew very quickly. Before long, it had reached the skies above the Forbidden Forest. Head left, Dumbledore said promptly. Got it. Wade immediately adjusted course and entered the forest from the left. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Wade soon arrived above Grindelwald's large tent. At that moment, the supporters were setting up various protective enchantments on the grass outside the tent. They were guarding both against creatures entering from outside and against the dark creatures inside the tent escaping. Do you feel it? This is the sensation, Dumbledore suddenly said. Because their senses were linked, he once again detected that familiar chaotic magic. And through the Obscurus's body, the turbulent magic felt even clearer. Wade had naturally noticed it as well. He guided the Obscurus downward and, during the descent, deliberately cast a disillusionment charm on it. Dumbledore was somewhat surprised by this move. To be able to cast magic while controlling the Obscurus, and using the Obscurus's own magical power no less, meant Wade was not merely controlling it. He was effectively treating the Obscurus as another body. At this moment, Wade guided the Obscurus into a humanoid form, and the dark magical energies in his field of vision immediately shifted in color. Although the colors were chaotic and mixed together, deep within them there was still that faint azure glow. Wade's eyes sharpened. Though filled with impurities and highly unstable, that was genuine ancient magic. Moreover, the amount of ancient magic here appeared greater than all the ancient magic hotspots Wade had absorbed before combined. Realizing this, Wade's heart began to pound wildly. If he could purge the impurities from this magic and absorb it properly, his ancient magic would increase by more than tenfold. He might even be able to bring the senior out to spend Christmas together by the end of the year. At this moment, Dumbledore was also staring in surprise at the color-shifted magic. That is the azure ancient magic you mentioned? Dumbledore asked. Yes. The azure is pure ancient magic, while the other colors are different forms of dark magical energy, Wade explained. Dumbledore could not help but marvel. Although he had previously been able to sense magical traces, he had never seen the colors of magic this clearly and directly. So when these dark creatures gather together, they really can produce ancient magic, like the chemical reactions Muggles talk about. Wade said with delight. The ancient magic hotspots around Hogwarts had long since been thoroughly harvested by Wade. He had been worrying about where to find more, yet now he had unexpectedly discovered a way to generate ancient magic. Even so, Wade could not afford to appear too pleased. Even though what he shared with Dumbledore was only the Obscurus's sensory link, he still did not want to risk revealing his true feelings. It would be best to put on a bit of an act. Professor, since so many dark magical energies colliding together can produce ancient magic, then, does that mean ancient magic is actually dark magic? Wade asked, his tone suddenly low. That is not the case, Wade. One of the most defining traits of dark magic is that it harms both others and the user. While it injures others, it also brings harm to oneself. However, so far I have not seen ancient magic cause you any harm, Dumbledore said reassuringly. Wade said dejectedly, last time I lost control and even attacked you. Could that actually have been a problem with ancient magic? Dumbledore shook his head. Last time, it was the Obscurus's inherent negative emotions affecting you. It had nothing to do with ancient magic. But, what if the true nature of this dark magical energy is ancient magic? You are overthinking, Wade. Do not worry. Let us observe more carefully. Even if ancient magic were the essence of dark magic, as long as it brings no side effects to the user, it is not a major concern. That is completely different from the current dark magic that produces backlash the moment it is used. In truth, Dumbledore was rather pleased to hear Wade express such concerns. Although this student did not hide the fact that he had studied and used dark magic before, his questions today showed that he still maintained the necessary caution toward it. That was far better than those who treated dark magic with no caution at all. However, now that we can clearly see the colors of this magic, we can also clearly identify where this chaotic ancient magic is most concentrated. Dumbledore's gaze fell on the tent at the center of the lawn. Directly above the tent, a deep vortex was forming, radiating a multitude of colors that appeared both magnificent and eerie. This was something Dumbledore had not been able to perceive before. Wade nodded. Yes. Next, we can check whether this newly formed magic is what caused the people present to experience hallucinations. Indeed. With the Obscurus's body, we can reach places I couldn't access earlier today, Dumbledore said. Professor, where should we check first? The vortex in the center. Wade asked. That will do. Let's move closer and take a look. Wade immediately guided the Obscurus forward with great care toward the vortex. As the Obscurus slowly approached, the ancient magic Wade could sense grew increasingly dense. Dumbledore did not feel much, but Wade felt as if every cell in his body were roaring, urging him to absorb every last drop of that ancient magic. However, Wade did not dare absorb it directly. With so many impurities, who knew what might happen if he did? Still, as he carefully sensed the turbulent magic brushing past him, Wade was already secretly calculating how to purify it. Suddenly, both Wade and Dumbledore felt the scene before them flicker. Then they noticed overlapping afterimages appearing in their view. Is the magic too chaotic, affecting the vision? Wade asked. That should not be the case. The Obscurus's senses are different from a human's. Even if the magic is highly unstable, it should not interfere with its vision. Just as Dumbledore and Wade were carefully observing the surrounding magic, buzz. Both of them felt the Obscurus slam solidly into something. This is, someone used a disillusionment charm to hide themselves. Dumbledore said gravely. Who is it? At that moment, the unseen person or thing on the other side also seemed to freeze. Then a spell shot straight at them. Fortunately, Wade had been maintaining extreme vigilance. The Obscurus's body split apart to either side, dodging the incoming spell before swiftly reforming. Wade was certainly not one to be pushed around. If someone attacked him, there was no way he would not strike back. Boom. Before Dumbledore could even speak, Wade had already launched a fierce counterattack through the Obscurus. Whoosh. Unexpectedly, Wade's spell missed as well. Yet Wade could clearly sense that the other party was right in front of him. They had not even dodged. How could the attack miss? Unless the other side was also controlling something like an Obscurus, but that should have been impossible. Just as Wade was thinking this, both disillusionment charms suddenly failed at the same time. Wade and Dumbledore both cried out in shock. Because they could finally see what had collided head-on with their Obscurus. It was another Obscurus that looked exactly like theirs. Bloody hell. What is going on? Am I fighting myself? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 324, overlapping names on the Marauders map. Although Wade was momentarily stunned, with a powerful enemy right in front of him, there was no way he would keep standing there. In an instant, a new spell had already been prepared. However, just as Wade was about to release it, he heard Dumbledore's urgent voice. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Wade had no choice but to halt his attack and guide the Obscurus to rapidly withdraw backward. Originally, Wade had been on guard against the opposing Obscurus launching an attack. Yet, as if looking into a mirror, the other Obscurus also cancelled its attack at the exact same moment and retreated just as swiftly in the opposite direction. While pulling back, Wade realized he was passing over the vortex. This left him puzzled. He had clearly only approached the vortex earlier and had encountered the opponent before crossing it. So why was the vortex now behind him as he retreated? At this moment, the two Obscuruses above the tent had both revealed themselves. Their brief clash had caused a huge disturbance, immediately alerting the supporters around the tent. Shouting loudly, the Grindelwald supporters began firing spells at the two Obscuruses fleeing in opposite directions. However, under Wade's control, the Obscurus was extremely fast. The supporters' spells could not keep up with Wade's retreat at all. Before long, Wade shot into the clouds and refreshed the disillusionment charm on himself. By then, the supporters on the ground had mounted their broomsticks and given chase. But broomsticks of this era were not particularly fast, so by the time they slowly rose into the sky, the two Obscuruses had already vanished completely. With a whoosh, the Obscurus darted back through the office window and even closed the open window behind it. Wade and Dumbledore's awareness withdrew from the Obscurus at the same time. What on earth was that? Why was there another Obscurus on the other side? And it looked exactly the same as mine. Exactly the same, whether in appearance or magical aura. Wade sprang to his feet in shock. That is precisely why I told you to stop attacking, Dumbledore said gravely. Why? I suspect that Obscurus belonged to us from another point in time, Dumbledore said seriously. Throughout history, there have been many tragedies where one's past self killed their future self. Therefore, when time travel is involved, one must absolutely avoid coming face to face with their past self. And under no circumstances should you attack. Is that so? Wade remained skeptical of the possibility. Because that Obscurus had truly been like looking into a mirror. Moreover, if what Dumbledore said was true, then which point in time did that other Obscurus belong to? Professor, aside from time travel, could it be an illusion? Like the hallucinations the Grindelwald supporters and the Centaurs experience today. Everyone's memory could have been distorted. Wade proposed a second possibility. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Dumbledore said thoughtfully. However, the other party did launch an attack at the start. That's exactly why I suspect it. because that attack didn't hit me. And, my attack didn't land either. It was like striking empty air. So I can't confirm whether it was an illusion. That is true, and at that moment, both of our disillusionment charms suddenly failed. That is also difficult to explain, Dumbledore said with a frown. However, Grindelwald's people also discovered both of us at the same time. That would mean that if it was an illusion, then everyone saw the same illusion. Also, before we encountered the other side, I hadn't passed over the vortex. But when we retreated, we did pass over it. That doesn't make sense either. How could the vortex end up behind us? Wade asked in confusion. At that moment, Wade suddenly seemed to remember something and began rummaging through his pocket. After a while, he finally pulled out a map. This was the Marauder's map Wade had recreated earlier using Anne's intelligence. He had also improved it. In addition to Hogwarts Castle, it now covered most of the Forbidden Forest, and besides people, it could also display the names of magical creatures. After completing the map, he had rarely used it, since he usually had no need. But now was exactly the time to use it. Wade spread the map open, his gaze first falling on the Forbidden Forest. Within the forest, the names of all identifiable creatures appeared across the map. Wade's eyes swept across it, searching for his own name. If the opposing Obscurus had also been controlled by his consciousness, then his future self's main body had to be somewhere nearby. After all, Wade could not possibly conduct time travel using only the Obscurus's body. With the barrier of time and space in place, how could he remotely control an Obscurus that had returned to the past? Dumbledore looked at the Marauder's map in surprise. With just one glance, he understood its function. So without waiting for Wade to explain, he began helping with the search. However, the result was unexpected. Aside from their two names appearing in Dumbledore's office, Wade and Dumbledore's names did not appear anywhere else. Of course, it was also possible that the future Wade had already left this time period, or had moved beyond the map's coverage. The situation became even more puzzling. Strange, truly strange. Finding nothing, Wade sank back into his chair and muttered to himself. Dumbledore frowned and spread the entire map across the desk, carefully examining every name. In the Forbidden Forest, near Grindelwald's tent, many names were moving back and forth. These were likely the supporters. They were probably still riding their broomsticks, searching the skies for the two Obscuruses from earlier. About 2 kilometers from the tent, there was a name, Parva. Behind it was a small parenthesis containing the word, unicorn. In other words, Parva was a unicorn, not a human. Dumbledore continued scanning the map. Soon, deep within the Forbidden Forest, he saw a cluster of names. Fernandez's name was prominently among them, and behind it was the word, centaur. At that moment, the names were moving in formation deeper into the forest. Clearly, the centaurs were migrating. Dumbledore's intervention had completely shattered their trust in wizards, and they had also come to fully recognize the gap between themselves and a wizard like Dumbledore. The centaurs no longer wished to deal with wizards of his kind, so they had no choice but to continue moving deeper into the Forbidden Forest. What a remarkable map, Dumbledore said with a sigh of admiration after examining it. Did you make this yourself? Yes. I made it myself. Wade did not conceal the truth. I had some inspiration by chance, and with the ghost's help, I completed the map. Ghosts pass through walls all the time, so they are very familiar with many secret rooms and hidden passages. Dumbledore sighed. An ingenious design, unfortunately, I still haven't found anything useful on it. Maybe it really was just an illusion. Wade said thoughtfully. Perhaps. Dumbledore frowned. The matter was only becoming more complicated. Wade sighed, his gaze settling on the location in the Forbidden Forest where the supporters had set up their tent. He was certain there had to be something there he had overlooked. What the? Suddenly, Wade stood up again, rubbing his eyes as he carefully examined the spot where the supporters' tent was located. What is it? Dumbledore asked. Not sure, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Wade pointed at the tent area. Just now, I thought I saw the same name duplicate. Maybe it was just my imagination. Wade trailed off before finishing his sentence. Because his gaze had never left that spot, he clearly saw that in that brief instant, the supporter named Best William had indeed split into two identical names, even if only for a moment. Dumbledore had also been watching the tent area and noticed the name divide at that very instant. Could it be the magical field there is too unstable, causing the map to misread? Dumbledore asked. That shouldn't be the case. Even if it failed to read properly, the name would simply disappear from the map. How could it show two? Wade shook his head. He had personally designed the map, using extremely sophisticated name-tracking magic. Even if someone managed to hide their name, the map would simply fail to display it. It was impossible for two identical names to appear. Unless they were a father and son with the exact same name, for example, Tom Riddle and his father appearing at Hogwarts at the same time. Just then, the name suddenly became 3. A moment later, the 3 collapsed back into 1. Professor, why do I feel like something about this place is very wrong? Even Wade, bold as he was, felt a chill creep into his heart after witnessing such repeated abnormalities. One person briefly becoming 2 identical people. Dumbledore murmured. Could what happened to us earlier have been the same? Is that why one Obscurus suddenly became 2? If that were really the case, Grindelwald's men couldn't possibly have missed it, Wade was saying when Grindelwald's name suddenly appeared on the map. At that moment, Grindelwald was moving rapidly toward the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore and Wade walked to the window. Sure enough, Grindelwald was striding grim-faced past the Black Lake and into the forest. Stay here. I'll go take a look myself, Dumbledore instructed. That was what the Marauder's map showed, but what was the reality? Dumbledore intended to see for himself whether a single person would truly split into 3. After all, nothing like this had been observed during the day. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, A Huge Miscalculation. As Dumbledore was about to leave, he glanced once more at the Marauder's map on the desk. After seeing Grindelwald's name enter the Forbidden Forest, he was about to look away. However, just as his gaze was leaving the map, the corner of his eye caught sight of a name. Seeing the shocked expression on Dumbledore's face, Wade could not help asking, Professor, did you see 2 Grindelwalds appear? Not exactly, however. Dumbledore looked up and asked, Wade, do you often check this map? Wade shook his head. I made it mostly for fun. After finishing it, I rarely looked at it again. That was the truth. Since the second half of his first year, whenever he went out wandering at night, he simply cast a disillusionment charm and set off. With the support of ancient magic, his disillusionment charm was nearly impossible for anyone to detect. Because of that, he had no need to consult the Marauder's map to avoid people during his nighttime wanderings. I see. Dumbledore looked at the map again, then said, May I borrow this map for a while? Of course. Wade shrugged. The Marauder's map had been improved by Wade himself. Naturally, he had ways to make his name appear wherever he wished, so even if the map was with Dumbledore, it would not interfere with his nighttime excursions. Thank you very much. Your map has been a great help, Dumbledore said with a smile. He slowly folded the map on the desk, placed it in his pocket, and then walked toward the door. However, Wade could not help frowning. His instincts told him that something was wrong. The shock on Dumbledore's face earlier had not been fake. That meant he had definitely discovered something on the map. If it were related to the Forbidden Forest, there was no reason for him not to mention it. Yet Dumbledore had only asked to borrow the Marauder's map without revealing what he had just seen. That meant he had probably discovered something unrelated to the situation in the forest. Asking whether Wade often looked at the map was likely just a way to test whether Wade had already noticed it. So aside from the strange happenings in the Forbidden Forest, what else could have made Dumbledore show such a shocked expression? And whatever it was, it had to be something visible on the Marauder's map. Wade suddenly felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. He roughly understood what Dumbledore must have seen. The incident in the Forbidden Forest had shaken both of them. Because of that, when Wade hurriedly checked the names in the forest on the Marauder's map, he had overlooked something. Salazar Slytherin. Unless something unexpected had happened, his name should be clearly displayed at the Chamber of Secrets. If there was anything on the Marauder's map that could make Dumbledore look as though he had seen a ghost, then 99% of the time it would be Slytherin's name. A miscalculation. It would not matter too much if Dumbledore discovered Slytherin's ghost, but the chamber contained the laboratory Wade had designed for himself and Slytherin. No matter what, Dumbledore must not see the experiments he was conducting there. Professor, perhaps I should go with you. I think observing through the Obscurus still has certain limitations, Wade quickly called out, speaking sincerely. Right now, Wade was worried that Dumbledore might temporarily set aside the matter of the Forbidden Forest and go straight to the Chamber of Secrets to investigate. If that happened, Slytherin would have no time to tidy up the chamber. It would be better to take the initiative and suggest going to the forest. Since Dumbledore clearly did not intend to tell him about what he had seen, seeing Wade insist on going to the forest would probably make him deal with the forest first and only investigate the chamber afterward. That time gap was exactly what Wade needed. Sure enough, Dumbledore hesitated slightly. Perhaps you should stay here. No, Professor. This matter makes me deeply uneasy. If I don't figure out the reason, I won't even be able to sleep, Wade insisted. Hearing this, Dumbledore did not insist any further. Very well, come with me. Remember, do not act on your own. Stay by my side. Wade quietly let out a sigh of relief. He then retrieved the Obscurus drifting in the air and sealed it back inside the goblin metal container before following Dumbledore out of the office. Inside the Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin was personally assisting Wade with an experimental study. Suddenly, he felt the Obscurus cloak around him tighten slightly. A line of information appeared before his eyes. TSK. That brat, completely unreliable. Slytherin stopped the experiment in dissatisfaction, grabbed his wand, and began tidying up quickly. As for the tables, chairs, and the experimental notes he already knew by heart, Slytherin simply cast a vanishing charm and cleared them away. The small roosters were swiftly packed into a suitcase with a levitation charm. In no time at all, Slytherin had cleaned up the entire chamber. He looked around once more, then picked up the suitcase and flew into the mouth of his own statue, calmly leaving through another hidden exit. Outside the castle, Wade and Dumbledore were already striding quickly toward the Forbidden Forest. When Wade felt the container holding the Obscurus in his arms tremble 3 times, he finally relaxed inwardly. This was the signal from Slytherin, indicating that the Chamber of Secrets had been cleared. Phew. With that taken care of, even if Dumbledore went to the chamber now and saw Slytherin, it would not be a problem. However, with Slytherin's appearance combined with the strange events in the Forbidden Forest, Wade had no idea what conclusions Dumbledore might draw. Under these circumstances, Wade could hardly bring up Slytherin himself. When Dumbledore and Wade arrived at the location of the tent in the Forbidden Forest, they happened to see Grindelwald questioning a terrified supporter. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, A Second Grindelwald. The man was short and stout, his round face now deathly pale. Best, are you certain you didn't experience a hallucination, or perhaps see things incorrectly? Grindelwald asked sternly. No. Sir. No. I really saw it, no, not just saw it. I was hit by a spell. Best said in panic. Grindelwald turned and noticed Dumbledore and Wade, but he seemed to have no mind to deal with them at the moment. Instead, he looked at the other supporters nearby with a questioning gaze. Best isn't mistaken. We all saw it. We saw 3 bests, and one of them cast a severing charm at him that nearly cut his throat. Yes, we all saw it. But the strange thing is that although the man looked almost exactly like Best, his hair was red. Red? What are you talking about? Best's hair is clearly blonde. There was also one with black hair who didn't attack. The one with black hair appeared later, but he looked even more terrified than Best. Grindelwald raised a hand to stop them. The bizarre situation had already given him a headache. He had only just returned. He had barely warmed the chair in his office before something happened again. 2 Obscuruses appearing was bad enough, and now several identical copies of his own subordinate had shown up. The key point was that these extra, duplicated people had vanished after only a second. Even if Best had been mistaken, or if everyone present had seen things incorrectly, the wound on Best's neck was undeniably real. Moreover, after examining it, Grindelwald discovered that the magical residue left on the wound was exactly the same as Best's own magic. Yet when Grindelwald suspected that Best might have hallucinated and attacked himself, he used the reverse spell revealing on Best's wand and found that Best had not cast a severing charm for a long time. In the end, Grindelwald even discovered 2 additional pairs of footprints where the other 2 Bests had stood. A comparison showed that they were exactly the same as Best's footprints. Even a mind as brilliant as Grindelwald's was completely baffled by this. Could it be that someone used Polyjuice Potion to play a trick on me? Grindelwald muttered. Then his suspicious gaze fell once again on Dumbledore and Wade. By this time, after questioning the nearby supporters, Dumbledore and Wade had also learned what had just happened. Both of them wore grave expressions. In other words, the appearance of 3 Best Williams on the Marauders map earlier had not been a mistake on the map. It had truly happened. Dumbledore, and, oh, you. Grindelwald stared at the 2 of them and spoke slowly, word by word. It was obvious that he suspected Wade and Dumbledore. After all, if something major went wrong here, the ones who stood to benefit the most would be those on Dumbledore's side. Especially since Wade seemed unusually capable when it came to dealing with strange phenomena like this. Naturally, Grindelwald suspected that they had something to do with it. This wasn't our doing, Dumbledore said. Ha! A thief never has the word thief written on his forehead, Grindelwald replied with sarcasm. I told you, this wasn't our doing, Dumbledore repeated. Grindelwald clearly did not believe him. He turned to Wade and said, if it wasn't you, then have you noticed anything unusual? Just now, Mr. William here saw 2 versions of himself, right? And although those 2 looked very similar to him, there were subtle differences. For example, their hair colors were different. Is that correct? Wade asked. That's correct, Grindelwald replied impatiently. So. Do you think I would brew a Polyjuice Potion that fails to work properly? Wade asked in return. Grindelwald was momentarily speechless. Indeed, if this had truly been their doing, they could have made it flawless. Why would they use such a defective Polyjuice Potion? Seeing him fall silent, Wade stepped closer to the tent's perimeter and raised his head to look at the top of the tent. In his vision, the multicolored vortex above it had grown larger than before. Grindelwald walked over. So it really wasn't you, huh? Hey, I told you. If it had been us, you wouldn't be able to spot any flaws. It's not as if you haven't experienced that before, right? Wade said with a smile. Ugh. This brat. Grindelwald immediately remembered the time he had been tricked, and his mood became even worse. However, just as he was about to continue questioning Wade, his eyes suddenly widened. What the? Because he abruptly realized that another Grindelwald had appeared opposite him at some unknown moment. Grindelwald reacted with incredible speed. While everyone else was still in shock, a green flash had already illuminated the area around the tent. Swoosh. Swoosh. Boom. Two identical killing curses collided. The spells held against each other for only a second before the other Grindelwald suddenly vanished. What exactly is going on? For the first time, panic entered Grindelwald's voice. If it had only been something he saw, it could have been dismissed as an illusion. But after exchanging spells directly, Grindelwald understood. That other Grindelwald had been real. No one understood his own strength better than he did. After all, Polyjuice Potion could imitate a person's appearance, but it could not imitate their power. The Grindelwald on the opposite side was exactly the same as him in both casting habits and casting speed. It was like looking into a mirror. However, what shocked Grindelwald the most was that his own magical power was actually weaker than the others. By comparison, he felt like the imposter. Fortunately, that other Grindelwald had only appeared for a second. While everyone was still in panic, Wade tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve. Professor, did you notice anything different about the other Grindelwald? It happened too quickly, and the scene was too shocking. I didn't have time to observe, Dumbledore said with a frown. I saw it, Wade said in a low voice. What did you see? Grindelwald asked urgently. That Grindelwald was holding the Elder Wand. OSHII. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, The Parallel World Theory. How is that possible? Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand and examined it carefully. Grindelwald only glanced at it from the side and already knew that it was indeed the genuine Elder Wand. After all, he had possessed that wand for a long time. But since the Elder Wand was clearly in Dumbledore's hand, why had the other Grindelwald been holding one as well? At that moment, Grindelwald finally understood why he had been at a disadvantage in the clash of spells earlier. It was not that his magical power was weaker than the others, but that the other Grindelwald had the Elder Wand. Grindelwald clenched his fists and carefully replayed the brief duel in his mind. That powerful and familiar magic could not be mistaken. The wand in the other Grindelwald's hand had truly been a genuine Elder Wand. Although I don't know what's happening, I now understand that this matter probably has nothing to do with you, Grindelwald said in a low voice. Dumbledore nodded. Our priority now is to prevent this from happening again. We don't know where these people are coming from, but this problem is extremely serious. Right now they only appear for a second or two before disappearing. Who knows if tomorrow these people who resemble us might appear for much longer. I certainly don't want to see a second Grindelwald appear in this world. Grindelwald sighed as well. Damn it. I don't want to see a second or third Dumbledore appear in front of me either. At this moment, Dumbledore noticed that Wade beside him was wearing a thoughtful expression. Have you thought of something? Dumbledore asked. Actually, I have considered a possibility. But as you said, we need to resolve this situation first. Once it's dealt with, we can discuss it properly, Wade replied. Easy for you to say. We don't even know why this is happening. How are you going to solve it? Grindelwald said irritably. Wade looked at the multicolored vortex above the tent and then said, move the dark creatures out of the tent. No. Grindelwald said stubbornly. It hasn't been completely proven that the dark creatures are the cause. Educational reform was an essential part of his plan. He could not allow it to collapse before it even began. Dumbledore said coldly, Grindelwald. Isn't the situation obvious enough already? The longer these dark creatures remain gathered together, the more frequently these incidents will occur. During the day, there were only hallucinations. Now at night, those hallucinations have become reality. Are you not concerned at all? Wade glanced again at the vortex above the tent, which was slowly growing larger at an almost imperceptible rate, and said calmly, Professor, we can't delay any longer. Since he refuses to move the dark creatures away, how about this? We divide them and store them in several different locations. Wade's suggestion made both Dumbledore and Grindelwald's eyes light up. If these strange events were indeed caused by too many types of dark creatures gathering together and creating a chaotic magical field, then separating them and reducing that magical field would indeed be a workable solution. After all, before these dark creatures had been brought here, nothing so strange had ever occurred. All right, everyone, get to work. Once he was certain that his interests would not be harmed, Grindelwald made a swift decision. The supporters immediately rushed into the tent. Before long, large and small packed crates began floating out of the tent behind them. "Sir, how should we divide them?" one of the supporters asked. "Separate them according to the original year levels," Grindelwald said in a low voice. "The dark creatures meant for first years go that way, the second years go this way, keep 200 meters between each group." The supporters worked efficiently. In no time, each group carried crates containing dark creatures and quickly scattered in different directions. Dumbledore immediately felt the chaotic magical field weakening rapidly. He turned to Wade. Well, Dumbledore could not see the flow of magic and could only rely on his senses, so he wanted more precise information from Wade. "Further apart. Ideally 500 meters, Wade said after carefully observing. Grindelwald did not ask further questions and immediately relayed the order, increasing the distance between groups from 200 meters to 500. Once everyone reached their positions, Wade saw that the multicolored vortex that had formed earlier was gradually dissipating. "Looks like it worked," Wade said. Dumbledore also sensed the change. Although the dark creatures still carried their own dark magical power, the chaotic magical field had completely disappeared. Everyone remained where they were for quite some time, and the strange occurrences from earlier did not happen again. In other words, those bizarre phenomena had really been caused by the chaotic magical field. Grindelwald had the supporters rebuild tents where they stood to contain the dark creatures before seriously asking Wade, "What exactly is going on? What did you think of earlier?" Dumbledore also looked over, clearly wanting to hear Wade's explanation. Wade glanced at the grass beneath him and then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald simply sat down on the ground as well. Wade did not keep them in suspense and said directly, "I think these identical people may come from parallel worlds, or in other words, parallel universes." The reason Wade had thought of parallel worlds was because of his own experience of transmigration. He had come from the original Earth to this Earth. Could that not also be considered another parallel world? At that moment, Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. "What do you mean?" Grindelwald asked. Wade then remembered that the theory of parallel worlds had only been proposed by Muggle physicists in the 1950s. Given the current era, it was not surprising that Dumbledore and Grindelwald did not know about it. Wade thought for a moment and said, "To make this concept easier to understand, let me first give you an example similar to this theory. You should both know what time travel is, right?" Grindelwald nodded. "Of course. At present, the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic even has a room dedicated to the study of time." "What, do you think the ones we encountered earlier were ourselves from different points in time?" "No, listen to the rest first," Wade said. "All right, go on." "I want to ask, if someone makes a mistake while traveling through time and accidentally changes something in the past, what would happen?" Wade asked again. Dumbledore replied, "There was indeed such a case in the past. A time traveler suffered an accident while using a time turner and was sent back several centuries. When she finally returned to the present, her body had aged as if centuries had passed." Dumbledore continued, "Moreover, because of that accident, many people who should have existed simply disappeared. It seems that she changed certain events in the past, causing many people who were supposed to exist never to be born. It was a disastrous mistake." Wade nodded and tapped the ground with his wand. The patch of grass before him immediately transformed into sand. Using his wand, Wade drew a straight line in the sand. At the left endpoint of the line, he marked the number 1, and at the midpoint, he marked the number 2. Wade continued, "Let's assume these 2 points are moments in time. Her time travel began at point 2 and returned to point 1. Normally, following the natural course of history, time at point 1 would eventually progress to point 2. But after the accident." Wade drew a slanted branch from the space between points 1 and 2, then added another straight line along that branch, parallel to the original one. On this new line, at almost the same position as point 2, he marked another point labeled 3. After the accident, the timeline changed. Instead of reaching point 2, it now leads to point 3. Many things have changed. For example, at point 2 on the timeline, Tom is studying at Hogwarts. But after the change, Tom, who should have been born, was never born. That means Hogwarts at point 3 has no Tom. Hogwarts at point 2 and Hogwarts at point 3 are otherwise the same. Professor Dumbledore is there, Professor McGonagall is there, and the students in each house are the same. In other words, aside from the absence of Tom, the world of the timeline at point 3 is almost identical to the world at point 2. But precisely because Tom is missing, the timelines containing points 2 and 3 become two worlds that are extremely similar yet still different. Because of the change in the past, Tom does not exist in timeline 3, but in timeline 2, Tom still exists. If that time traveler knew Tom, then when she returned to the present, she would still remember him. This also means that while timeline 3 exists, the original timeline containing point 2 would not disappear. It would simply mean that in Timeline 2, that time traveler may never have traveled back to the past. Wow. Dumbledore said, I think I understand your meaning. In our timeline, Tom exists, while in another timeline he does not. These are two possibilities, which results in two worlds that are similar yet different. Grindelwald seemed to understand part of it as well, but he said nothing and simply continued looking at Wade. Wade continued, since different timelines can produce similar worlds, similar people, and similar events, then can we consider the possibility that outside our world there may also exist worlds that resemble ours, yet still have differences? You mean, the one I encountered just now was another version of myself from a different world? Grindelwald asked. Yes. Do you remember what was different about the two additional bests who appeared? Wade asked. Dumbledore said, their hair colors were different. And the newly appeared Grindelwald was still holding the Elder Wand. In other words, in that world, Grindelwald had not yet had the Elder Wand taken from him by me. That is the difference between similar worlds. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 328, Chapter 328, Terrifying Discovery. Every kind of dark creature emits a different form of dark magical power. From what we can see at the moment, when enough different types gather together, it may cause partial overlap between parallel worlds. When that happens, people in the overlapping area may see another version of themselves from another world. Of course, judging from what just happened, it might have been the overlap of two worlds, or possibly even three, Wade concluded. That really is quite a remarkable discovery. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a complicated expression. I imagine that throughout history, apart from you, no one has ever tried gathering so many dark creatures and placing them all in the same location. How curious, truly curious. Grindelwald murmured to himself. He recalled the brief confrontation he had just had with his counterpart from another world. He had to admit that the Elder Wand's amplification was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, the Elder Wand was now in Dumbledore's hands. Taking it back again would not be so simple. Suddenly, Grindelwald's eyes flickered. I have a question. Why is it that when parallel worlds overlap, one encounters another version of oneself? Why not someone else instead? Wade said, because parallel worlds are both similar and different. Since we came here today, there is a high chance that our counterparts in another similar world also appeared here, even if the reasons were different. Of course, if the overlap happened with a parallel world where we ourselves do not exist, then we would not see another version of ourselves. At that moment, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald recalled that earlier in the day, someone had appeared among the group who did not exist in this world. A member of the Grindelwald faction. In other words, that person existed in another parallel world, but not in this one. Suddenly, Grindelwald and Dumbledore both looked up at each other at the same time, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Grindelwald spoke slowly. Earlier today, several of my friends attacked the centaurs. I believe what they saw were centaurs from another world. And the centaurs in that world were preparing to launch an attack. Those friends of mine vaguely remember having a mutual companion, but now their memory of that person is gradually fading. Yet the others who were present at the time do not remember that they ever had such a mutual friend. Could this mean? Wade frowned. Are you saying that when parallel worlds overlap, people might actually be exchanged? Their counterparts from another parallel world came to ours, while the ones from our world were sent to another. Could that be possible? Grindelwald asked hesitantly. Are you familiar with those people? Wade asked. Of course. They are all my closest friends, brothers as dear to me as family. Grindelwald lifted his head and said with a hint of pride. Please call them over, Wade said. Grindelwald beckoned, and before long the 4 members of the Grindelwald faction from earlier that day walked over. When he asks you something, answer honestly, Grindelwald told them. The 4 of them all nodded. May I ask your names? Gregor Hawkins. Godfrey Hill. Uli Miller. Gottfried Martin. The 4 reported their names one by one. Wade then looked at Grindelwald. Are these their correct names? Of course, Grindelwald replied, puzzled. Why do you ask? A parallel world is another world similar to ours but also different. Those differences can appear in any aspect. In other words, even if the people themselves are identical, their names might not necessarily be the same, Wade explained. I see, then they have not been exchanged, Grindelwald said thoughtfully. The 4 men looked at one another, completely confused about what Grindelwald and the others were talking about. However, since he was their leader, none of them dared to ask. We still can't draw a final conclusion, Wade said, stroking his chin. Could you take out your wands and let us have a look? The 4 of them drew their wands and held them out in their palms. Wade was about to ask another question when Grindelwald suddenly spoke in surprise. Gottfried, where is your ebony wand? What ebony wand? Gottfried Martin looked at Grindelwald in confusion. I've always used a cherrywood wand. You gave it to me yourself. Grindelwald's eyes widened as he stared at Gottfried Martin, examining him from head to toe with uncertainty. Wade narrowed his eyes. Ebony. Cherry wood. Do you still remember the friend you mentioned earlier today? The four of them frowned as they tried to recall. Gottfried Martin hesitated before speaking. We were just discussing it. This morning we clearly remembered that such a person existed, although we had already forgotten their name and appearance. But now, that familiar feeling from earlier today has completely faded. Perhaps it really was just an illusion. Grindelwald waved his hand, dismissing the four of them. After they had walked far enough away, he spoke with a grave expression. Gottfried's wand was a gift I gave him when I recruited him. It was improved by a wand maker. But the wand I gave him was ebony, not cherry wood. Oh, poor Mr. Martin, Wade said with sympathy. Then Wade suddenly added, no, it's probably not only Mr. Martin. The other three are likely from a parallel world as well. The difference for the other three just may not lie in their wands. The reason is that they all share a friend they are gradually forgetting. Well then, we now have a new conclusion. With this new discovery, Wade looked visibly excited. Besides the causes we mentioned earlier that could lead to the appearance of parallel worlds, there is another possibility. The same person from parallel worlds, for certain reasons such as standing in the same position, might be exchanged when the passage between the worlds disappears. If there exists a person or thing in another world that does not exist in ours. And if the person who was exchanged happened to remember that person or thing beforehand, then after the passage between the parallel worlds closes, the memories in their mind that originally belonged to the other world, concerning that person or thing, will gradually disappear. Because, much like different timelines, in our world that person or thing does not exist. So once the passage closes, that part of the memory will slowly fade away. Of course, the possibility of those memories returning cannot be ruled out. For example, if the two parallel worlds were to intersect again. At present, however, I cannot confirm that. Because the same person had appeared, yet the wand had changed, Grindelwald, who had originally doubted Wade's theory of parallel worlds, could not help but begin to believe it. I only hope that in the parallel world where Gottfried ended up, the other me is not too suspicious, Grindelwald let out a long sigh. After all, they were two parallel worlds. Who knew what differences might exist between them? If the version of himself in that world happened to be a ruthless and paranoid man, then if Gottfried showed even the slightest difference, he might well be treated as an impostor and killed. Memory, parallel worlds. Wade fell into deep thought once again. Dumbledore looked at the two men before him, each wearing a different expression, and sighed as well. No matter what, this matter ends here. Regardless of the truth behind parallel worlds, the appearance of multiple versions of oneself is not a good thing. Grindelwald, separate those dark creatures and store them apart. Do not allow today's situation to happen again. Wade, although this is a very interesting subject, you should not continue researching it either. I have a feeling that if this investigation continues, it will lead to serious trouble. Dumbledore's words effectively put an end to the matter. However, both Wade and Grindelwald had to admit that although the decision was somewhat conservative, it was also the safest course of action. Grindelwald certainly did not want to be accidentally swapped into another parallel world. If that happened, all the effort he had invested for so long might come to nothing. Wade also had no desire to see another Wade appear before him. No one understood him better than he understood himself. So, while Grindelwald remained in the Forbidden Forest to continue directing his followers as they scattered the dark creatures throughout different areas of the forest, Dumbledore and Wade both returned to Hogwarts Castle. In the castle's entrance hall, Dumbledore told Wade to return to the dormitory and rest. After watching Wade's back disappear around the corner of the corridor, Dumbledore took out the Marauder's map. At that moment, in the Forbidden Forest, the names of the Grindelwald faction members were split into several groups, spreading out across different parts of the forest. Dumbledore focused his attention on the location where the chamber had once been. At that moment, the name Slytherin had already disappeared. Dumbledore frowned. Could it be that this ghost of Slytherin also occasionally came from a parallel world? And once the passage between the parallel worlds disappeared, this Slytherin returned to his original world. But there are no dark creatures left in the chamber now either. After thinking for quite some time, Dumbledore finally decided to visit the chamber. This matter was just as strange. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease. When Wade returned to the dormitory, no one was inside. It was only 7 in the evening. Tom was probably in the library, while Henry and Alfred were most likely at their club practicing spells. Holding his wand, Wade lay down on his bed in exhaustion. As he stared at the green bed curtains, his mind was filled with thoughts about parallel worlds. Finally, Wade sat up, and a wisp of white mist emerged from the tip of his wand. White mist rose and gradually dispersed into the air. The chamber. Dumbledore easily opened the path that had previously been sealed. Before long, he arrived inside the chamber. The chamber was pitch dark, and not a single soul was in sight. However, the moment Dumbledore stepped inside, he caught a familiar strange smell. For a moment, Dumbledore felt uncertain. Then again, the chamber was underground and surrounded by many sewer passages. A strange odor was not particularly unusual. Holding his wand for light, Dumbledore carefully examined the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he crouched down beside a stone pillar in surprise. Under the dim white glow of his wand, a fresh pile of chicken droppings lay clearly in view. So the smell was from chicken droppings. And they were so fresh. Someone was raising chickens in the chamber. Slytherin, raising chickens, what was he planning to do? Dumbledore's expression immediately turned serious. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 329, finally solving the mystery. The white mist gradually contracted, slowly transforming into a garden filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. Wade blinked as he looked around at the familiar surroundings. When did I fall asleep? Wade scratched his head and muttered. You were looking for me. A pleasant voice came from ahead. In the pavilion at the center of the garden, the senior was still wearing the same green robes. She sat in an armchair with her back to Wade Reynolds, calmly drinking tea. Yes. I've made some discoveries. I think you'll find them interesting, Wade Reynolds said as he walked over with practiced ease. He reached the pavilion, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from her. It seems it must be something very important, the beautiful senior said unhurriedly as she poured him a cup of tea. After Wade had gradually grown stronger, the senior had immersed herself in research on how to purify the residue. Not wanting to disturb her, Wade had rarely come to see her anymore. This time, however, Wade had taken the initiative to request a meeting with her, which meant the matter could not be trivial. Something happened today, and it made me think of you, Wade Reynolds said. The senior lifted her teacup and took a sip without speaking. Clearly, she was listening. So Wade began recounting everything that had happened in the Forbidden Forest that day. The chaotic ancient magic triggered by the dark creatures, the parallel worlds, the people who had been exchanged, and the fading memories. After Wade finished explaining everything, he noticed that the senior's pale hand was gripping the teacup tightly, her knuckles turning white. Clearly, she had thought of her own situation as well. You mean? I'm not actually the me from this world, but the me from another world, the senior asked hesitantly. Wade Reynolds pondered for a moment. At first, I thought so too. But after thinking about it more carefully, your situation may be somewhat special. Special? But according to your earlier theory about parallel worlds, the place where my body is located shouldn't be capable of opening a passage to a parallel world. After all, there aren't so many different kinds of dark creatures around my body, the senior said, raising another question. Wade Reynolds sighed. Senior, don't forget that the reason so many different types of dark creatures are required is because the dark magical energy they emit collides with one another, producing an enormous amount of ancient magic, which under certain conditions opens a passage between parallel worlds. And you, in this world, is there any place with more ancient magic than what exists within you? The senior frowned. But if that's the case, then wouldn't that mean parallel worlds are overlapping around my body every moment? Senior, you were wearing a disillusionment cloak, Wade Reynolds continued. Before you were sealed in that place, your magic had not yet grown so powerful. It was hidden within you and could be controlled and restrained at any time, so it would not cause parallel worlds to appear. And after you were sealed, both your magic and the residue within you were covered by the disillusionment cloak. Because of that, they still would not cause parallel worlds to appear. So something must have happened that caused the ancient magic in your body to erupt. Wade continued, I want to ask, when you felt your consciousness being attacked and then lost your name and memories, what was your state like at the time? Did anything unusual happen? The senior raised her eyes to look at Wade. After a long moment, she nodded. Yes. Wade immediately became excited. So what happened? The senior spoke slowly. Actually, I never mentioned this to you before, after many years of hardship, my nightmare magic finally reached a new level on that day. A flash of exhilaration appeared in her eyes. At that time, both my consciousness and my body had been trapped in one place, unable to move for nearly 20 years. You have no idea how desperately I wanted freedom. No, freedom was too extravagant. I only wanted to move, even if it was just a finger. So when I realized that my nightmare magic had grown powerful enough to allow my soul to leave my body, do you know how happy I was? I was almost mad with joy. Although my soul could not stray too far from my body, it was still the most precious freedom imaginable. My soul could move around. Compared to the beginning, when even moving a finger was an impossible dream, this was far better. That day, my soul stood not far from my body, spreading my consciousness wildly in all directions, savoring that hard-won freedom. I had never before tried extending my consciousness so far. The sensations it brought back were so vivid. Even now, I cannot forget the pleasure of that moment. As she spoke, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on the senior's face. Then the smile vanished, and a layer of frost settled over her expression. Then, it happened. A part of my consciousness was attacked. And then I lost my name, until today. Wade sighed. When you were wildly using nightmare magic and letting your consciousness roam everywhere, did the magic in your body experience a brief surge? The senior was slightly startled, then nodded. Yes, but at the time I no longer cared about anything. I only wanted to enjoy that sense of freedom. I think the disillusionment cloak on my body may have started to crack after that surge of magic. That would explain it, Wade Reynolds nodded. So you already know exactly why my name disappeared, the senior asked excitedly. I still need to verify it, but I will need your permission, Wade said, frowning. What method? May I take a look at your body? Wade suddenly asked. The senior student looked at him with a frown. After a long moment, she stood up and waved her sleeve. The surrounding environment instantly changed. The garden vanished, replaced by a small stone chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a crystal coffin emitting a faint white glow. Inside the crystal coffin, the senior lay wrapped in a black cloak, her face pale and her eyes tightly closed. Wade asked again, the one speaking with me now, is that your consciousness, or your soul temporarily freed from confinement? My soul, the senior replied. Ever since the first time my soul came out, I have never wanted to return to that imprisoned body again. Wade carefully examined the senior lying in the crystal coffin, then looked at the soul standing before him. You're comparing them, the senior asked. As far as I know, the form of a soul is exactly the same as a person's physical body, Wade Reynolds said. Yes. Wade sighed. Then it's confirmed. Confirmed what? The senior student asked nervously. On the left side of your neck, the body has a small black mole, but your soul does not. Also, the person in the crystal coffin has pierced earlobes, but your soul does not. And the body in the coffin has marks on the bridge of the nose, the kind left from wearing glasses for a long time. Did you used to wear glasses? Wade Reynolds said gravely. The senior's expression suddenly changed. She rushed to the crystal coffin and carefully examined the body inside. After a moment, her lips began to tremble. So, the body in the crystal coffin isn't mine. How is that possible? This is clearly my body. My soul came out of it back then. Wade sighed, then said, according to the conclusion we reached earlier, when parallel worlds intersect, the same person standing in the same location may be exchanged with their counterpart from another parallel world. Clearly, when you were freely using nightmare magic, the surge of magic that occurred opened a passage to a parallel world. So at that moment, it wasn't that your consciousness was devoured. Rather, your real physical body disappeared from this world. In its place was the body of you from a parallel world. As the surge of magic gradually subsided, the passage between the parallel worlds closed. Your real body and your soul were separated, and your body completely vanished from this world. Normally, once your body disappeared, everything connected to that body would also be erased from this world. Not just your name. It would be as if you had never existed in this world at all. But your body disappeared, yet it did not completely disappear. Wade Reynolds looked toward the senior lying inside the crystal coffin. The you from a parallel world arrived. Because of that, you inherited all the memories contained in the body of that other you. However, that version of you ultimately does not belong to this world. Your true name therefore disappeared along with your real body, lost in another parallel world. As for this new you, because her soul also remains in another parallel world, she is incomplete as well. Because of that, her name was likewise erased from her brain by some force of the world. From a biological perspective, human memories exist in the brain. So even though you use nightmare magic to maintain the state of your soul leaving your body, you are still using the magic contained in the body itself. As for the memories of your soul, they are simply a reflection and copy of the memories stored in your body. The same applies to souls and to ghosts. You know this. Ghosts who have lost their bodies cannot learn new things. You believe that your consciousness was attacked and that you lost the memories of a certain period, including your name. In reality, that was only an illusion. The reason is that your body disconnected for a moment and then automatically connected to a new body. In other words, what you lost were the memories belonging to your original body. As for the memories you still retain, they are actually the memories that originally existed in the brain of this new body. That parallel world must be extremely similar to ours. Because of that, the experiences of the senior in that world were likely almost identical to your own. That is why you never noticed. The senior stared at Wade Reynolds with a blank expression. So you're saying my body ran off and left my soul behind? Yes. Wade Reynolds had said a great deal, but in the end the conclusion was quite simple. The senior student's body had crossed over, while her soul had remained behind. The entire set of hardware had been replaced, and even the storage card was new. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 330, Is Salazar not truly dead? Ah. Wade felt as if he were falling from high in the sky, dropping faster and faster. Where's my wand? My magic? Thud. As his body hit the ground, Wade Reynolds suddenly opened his eyes. Staring at the green bed curtains above him, he was drenched in sweat. The way she sent him back was a bit violent. However, remembering the expression on the senior's face when she said she needed some time alone, Wade Reynolds did not find it strange. After learning the truth, her mood certainly could not have been pleasant. I didn't expect someone like you to have nightmares. Tom's voice drifted lazily from beside him. Wade sat up. The mechanical watch beside him showed that it was already 11 at night. The lights in the dormitory had been extinguished, and only a faint glow came from Tom's bed. Tom had propped his pillow against the headboard and was leaning comfortably against it while reading a book. A lantern emitting a soft white light floated beside his head. I'm human too, Tom. What's so strange about having a nightmare? Wade wiped the sweat from his forehead. After that encounter with the senior, he felt completely awake. I see. That just proves you have weaknesses too, Tom said, his eyes flickering. Oh. So it seems you're thinking about rebelling again. Wade Reynolds glanced sideways at him. Since I can't sleep now, how about we practice a little? Let me see whether your strength has improved. Tom silently put his pillow and book aside. Then he extinguished the lantern, set it on the bedside table, and lay down. I'm not like you, Wade. I'm still a child. This is the time when my body is growing, and proper sleep is essential. Wade Reynolds sighed. You're much more timid than before. Where did your courage go? When facing an opponent so powerful that victory is impossible, decisively choosing a strategic retreat is also a form of courage, Wade, Tom said calmly. Tom, has anyone ever told you that you're starting to sound more and more like Dumbledore? Wade Reynolds frowned. He had not paid attention for a few days, and now Tom sounded strangely like Dumbledore. So who exactly was Dumbledore's favorite student now? Good night, Lord Dark Lord, Tom said without responding to the remark. After covering himself with his blanket, he pointed his wand at his own chest. Stupefy. Wade Reynolds stared in stunned silence as Tom immediately fell into a deep sleep. When had he learned such a quick way to fall asleep? Deep within the Forbidden Forest, inside the Wizard's Tower. Wade Reynolds suddenly appeared in the laboratory on the first floor. There was no one in the laboratory, only experimental equipment covered with a layer of dust. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting large, strangely shaped shadows across the bluish-gray floor. Wade snapped his fingers, and the lights in the laboratory instantly turned on. The entire room immediately became as bright as day. The eerie and gloomy atmosphere from a moment ago vanished at once. It had been quite some time since Wade had returned here. After all, when Slytherin had appeared before, it had given him a strong sense of danger. On one of the experiment tables, Wade saw his suitcase. He raised his head and called out, Professor, are you here? I'm at the observatory on the 4th floor, a voice sounded beside Wade Reynolds' ear. It was Slytherin's voice. Wade rubbed his ear in surprise. The magic used to transmit the voice was somewhat similar to his own whispering charm. Wade quickly headed up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the top of the Wizard's Tower. The dome above was made from some unknown alchemical material. From inside, the view outside was completely transparent, but from the outside, it looked like an ordinary roof. At that moment, Slytherin was lying on a reclining chair that had been brought from somewhere unknown, gently rocking back and forth while reading a book. Moonlight and starlight poured down, yet the only shadow on the ground was that of the reclining chair, making the scene appear extremely eerie. Wade Reynolds rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. It really felt like seeing a ghost. Then again, he was indeed a ghost now. What exactly happened tonight? Slytherin asked, setting his book aside and turning his head. Something very strange happened, and then Professor Dumbledore discovered you. Wade then told Slytherin everything that had happened that day, leaving out the parts he could not mention. Although Slytherin was somewhat displeased that Wade Reynolds had accidentally exposed his presence, what had happened that day still captured his attention. Truly difficult to understand, Slytherin said, shaking his head. In our era, we had never heard of such a thing. But could it be possible that this is how my bones disappeared? Wade shook his head. Probably not. The conditions weren't there. When we dug up the grave back then, there wasn't nearly that much dark magical energy. According to your theory, perhaps someone in the same location in another parallel world was manipulating it. Slytherin suggested. Not impossible, however. Suddenly, Wade glanced at the book beside Slytherin and narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, this book came from the 3rd floor collection, and the material in it would not have appeared until several hundred years after Slytherin's time. In that case, Professor, did the contents of this book already exist in your era? Wade asked suddenly. The contents of this book. Slytherin picked it up again and flipped through a few pages. No. It only proves that knowledge continues to progress. Compared with the magic of later generations, the magic of my era was indeed much more crude. So learning a few new spells is quite necessary. Learning new spells. Wade took the book. Inside were recorded several extremely vicious dark magic spells. You can learn these spells. Of course. Who do you think I am? I can even decipher those obscure ancient magical texts. Compared to that, books of spells this straightforward are nothing, Slytherin said proudly. Could you demonstrate one for me? Wade asked. You dare question me, boy? Slytherin stood up in displeasure and picked up the wand beside him. As he rose to his feet, the reclining chair automatically transformed into a wooden training dummy shaped like a human figure. Slytherin casually pointed his wand at it, and the wooden dummy instantly melted into a pool of black slime. This was an extremely vicious dark magic spell. The moment it struck a human body, the victim would be instantly melted by the powerful curse. Wade Reynolds looked at the pool of slime on the ground that still contained a strong curse, his eyes lighting up slightly. This spell is quite good, Slytherin said with satisfaction. It seems there are indeed outstanding talents among later generations. So this really is a spell you just learned, old man. Wade muttered. Slytherin said irritably, I already told you, such a simple spell is nothing to me. How could I possibly fail to learn it? I am Slytherin. But, have you ever considered one question? Ghosts cannot learn new knowledge, Wade Reynolds suddenly said. Slytherin's eyes widened instantly. Ghosts could be considered a very special kind of existence. They were the imprint left behind after a wizard's death. They could not truly experience the world, could not touch or eat anything, and could not learn anything new. A ghost's knowledge and talents remained fixed at the state they were in at the moment of death and could never progress further. In other words, Slytherin had now learned a spell that had been invented several hundred years after his death. That was completely unreasonable. Thinking of his missing bones, Slytherin slowly raised his head. Is it possible that I might not actually be dead yet? But your research into immortality had only just begun. There were no results yet. How could you possibly have lived for so long? Wade Reynolds said, equally puzzled. But, how do you explain this? Slytherin pointed at the black slime on the ground and said excitedly. Wade Reynolds sighed. No matter what, the fact that this has happened can only prove that you are not an ordinary ghost. Damn it. Who tampered with me? What exactly did they do to me? Slytherin roared in fury. The proud Slytherin found the feeling of being manipulated like a fool deeply offensive. Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing, old man. Maybe you really aren't dead. I know of a legendary alchemist who has lived for nearly 800 years. Someone might have done something similar to you. You mean someone used me as a subject in an immortality experiment? Slytherin said angrily. In the past, he had always been the one using others as pawns and experimental subjects. Now it seemed he himself had become someone else's pawn and test subject. Unforgivable. Wade Reynolds did not say anything further. He was worried that if he spoke another word, Slytherin might explode on the spot from anger. Still, he truly believed that Slytherin might have been used as an experimental subject in some kind of experiment. After all, although Slytherin had been immensely powerful in his time, he had also been very old. If someone needed a powerful wizard as a test subject, Slytherin would indeed have been an excellent choice. Then where are my bones? A moment earlier, I could still sense them. Slytherin said. They disappeared right after you reached into the coffin, didn't they? Wade Reynolds asked. Yes. You were there at the time, weren't you? Perhaps the problem lies in that exact moment when you reached into the coffin. Wade Reynolds said thoughtfully. There's also something I've been meaning to tell you. If your remains had been lying in that coffin for 1,000 years, whether they had turned into a skeleton or a mummy, the coffin should have contained traces left by the decomposition of a corpse. But there was nothing inside. So perhaps your body was never in that coffin to begin with. Of course, it's also possible that when you opened the coffin, you triggered some kind of teleportation magic. Do you think it's possible that my body is actually still alive? Slytherin said uncertainly. And that the one who schemed against me intends to use both my body and my soul as experimental subjects? Yes, that would make sense. Otherwise, how could a ghost like me have remained dormant for 1,000 years? And when I first awakened, I was still able to cast spells normally. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 331, Chapter 331, It Gets Messier. At this moment, Wade's mind was far from calm. If someone truly had the ability to treat a wizard like Slytherin as an experimental subject, that person would be extremely dangerous. And if that individual could keep both Slytherin's body and soul alive for over 1,000 years without showing any signs of aging, then what about the person himself? Slytherin's current state could essentially be described as remaining exactly as he was at the moment of his death. Considering the connection between body and soul, if Slytherin's body were still alive somewhere, then it would likely be just like the seniors, having undergone almost no change even now. One must remember that even the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel could not prevent the decay of his own body. The philosopher's stone merely allowed him to live longer. His body still aged and deteriorated as it normally would. Nicholas Flamel's body had become so fragile that even shaking hands with Jacob could result in broken bones. In other words, if Slytherin's guess was correct, then that person had already solved the problem of immortality 1,000 years ago. True immortality. That raised another question. Why was Slytherin's grave located beneath the somnolent wizard's tower? Was it really just a coincidence? Why had Slytherin's ghost suddenly awakened and then attacked him? There was no doubt that if he had not learned nightmare magic, he would truly have died. Could it really have been because he carried the remains of the basilisk, accidentally causing Slytherin to awaken? No. Slytherin had told him that after awakening, he had drifted upward in a daze. Only after noticing the basilisk remains in Wade's hand had he launched his furious attack. Could it be that someone had predicted 1,000 years ago that a wizard's tower would be built above Slytherin's grave, and that the tower would eventually end up in Wade's hands? So that person had deliberately arranged everything 1,000 years in advance, waiting for Wade to move in before letting Slytherin's ghost kill him. Wasn't that absurd? Someone capable of ambushing Slytherin at will and living for over 1,000 years. If such a person wanted to kill him, would they really need to go through so much trouble? They could simply come and kill him directly. Why bother setting up such an elaborate scheme? And if such a person truly existed, then could ancient magic and parallel worlds have something to do with them? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. This matter was full of doubts and contradictions. Wade felt as if his brain were about to explode. Slytherin suddenly sank downward, passing straight through the floor and disappearing. "Where are you going?" Wade asked. "To dig up the grave." Slytherin's furious voice echoed back, already from the ground floor. Wade had no choice but to apparate down to the ground floor. Slytherin raised his wand and dug open the floor that had previously been repaired. Wade stood to the side without speaking. He knew very well that at this moment, the furious Slytherin needed to vent. Only after releasing that anger would he be able to calm down and discuss the matter rationally. Slytherin was far more skilled at digging up graves than Wade. Wade had simply torn up the entire floor before, but Slytherin created a smooth tunnel. It was obvious that Slytherin had done this kind of thing many times before. Then again, exploring ruins required this sort of skill as basic training. "Isn't this tunnel a bit narrow?" Wade asked. "It's for you to crawl through. Making it smaller saves time," Slytherin said. Then he sank downward again, his entire figure disappearing through the floor. "Wait, how are you carrying your wand through the wall?" Wade asked in confusion. "Just a small trick. Are you coming down or not?" Slytherin's voice echoed up from the tunnel, sounding muffled. Wade sighed. When he had buried the grave again earlier, he had been rather rough about it. To avoid the miserable possibility of operating directly into the soil, Wade obediently slid down through the tunnel Slytherin had dug for him. Wade soon reached the bottom. The wand in his hand emitted a white glow, illuminating the surrounding area. At that moment, Slytherin was using magic to reopen the place that had previously been buried. Before long, the stone coffin that Wade had opened earlier appeared before them once again. Wade stepped closer to take a look. He had already examined it once before, and even looking at it a second time, his conclusion remained the same. It did not look like a corpse had ever lain inside. In fact, it did not even look as if a living person had rested there for a long period. "This is an empty coffin," Slytherin said after sniffing it. Back when Slytherin had still been in a ghostly state, he could not smell anything. Now, with the aid of the obscurus cloak, he had regained the ability to touch objects and perceive scents. "There is no smell of a corpse inside," Slytherin added. "So there's no possibility that your body was temporarily teleported away from here?" Wade asked. "That's right. This is a new stone coffin. But why did I believe that my bones were inside it?" Slytherin said, frowning. Wade waved his wand, clearing away the dust and remnants of cloth inside the coffin. At the bottom of the stone coffin, more than a dozen strange runes appeared. The arrangement of these runes was extremely peculiar, resembling a magical array. "Do you recognize these runes?" Wade asked. "No. I have never seen them before," Slytherin said as he examined them with a furrowed brow. After a long moment, he finally spoke again. "These runes seem to be missing several keystrokes. They are incomplete." Wade looked closely as well. Sure enough, faint traces could be seen in certain places among the runes, as if someone had deliberately altered them. However, the alterations were so extensive that the runes could no longer be restored. Moreover, the runes themselves had already been damaged. From the remaining strokes alone, Wade could not determine how long they had existed. After all, he had no knowledge of archaeology or ancient artifacts. Slytherin, however, did have some expertise in that area. These runes have existed for 1,000 years, Slytherin murmured as he carefully examined the strokes. Hearing this, Wade suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a new idea. Is it possible that this stone coffin was not meant to store your body, but your soul? Slytherin suddenly turned to look at him. Think about it. If that person separated your body and soul, then your soul would need somewhere to be kept. And this coffin just happens to be a brand new one that has never held a corpse. Slytherin slowly nodded. If my soul had been sleeping inside this coffin for many years, and these runes were meant to preserve, no, to seal my soul, then it would make sense. That would explain why I believed my bones were here. Because after staying inside for so long, my soul had instinctively come to regard this coffin as my body. Based on the clues they currently had, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Next, Wade and Slytherin spent some time clearing away the debris throughout the tomb chamber. They then used the repairing charm to restore the collapsed sections. Before long, a complete tomb chamber once again appeared before them. Afterward, the two of them continued examining the chamber. Soon, on the cleaned floor and walls, they discovered more runes similar to the ones they had seen earlier. Who exactly was it that let my soul sleep here for 1,000 years, and then awakened me again? Slytherin stared blankly at the tomb chamber. Meanwhile, Wade had already begun dismantling part of the wall. He wanted to determine the age of the materials used to construct the chamber. However, after removing a stone brick, Wade paused in surprise. From the brick, he sensed a familiar magical presence. Old man, this brick once contained traces of ancient magic. If this tomb was built 1,000 years ago, Wade said as he turned his head. Slytherin spun around in shock. What did you say? Ancient magic. The power of an ancient sage. That's impossible. If it really were him. Do you think it could have been the ancient sage from your era? Wade asked with a frown. Slytherin's expression became despondent. If it were him, then yes, it would have been possible. But it can't be. A person like him would never do such a thing. Wade felt equally conflicted. According to what Slytherin had previously explained, the ancient sage was someone from his era who possessed the talent for ancient magic. That person had even briefly taught the four founders. From the way Slytherin had spoken about him before, it was clear that he deeply admired the ancient sage. That was why the evidence now pointing toward that very figure left Slytherin unable to believe it. Then after I leave here, I'll try to look up information about this ancient sage. Perhaps there are records and documents unearthed from ancient ruins, Wade said with a frown. What was this sage's name? Was he a man or a woman? Where did you meet him? And where did you learn magic from him? As Wade fired off a string of questions, Slytherin froze once again. A sense of unease immediately rose in Wade. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything. I really have forgotten, Slytherin murmured. Damn it, how are we supposed to continue like this? Wade ran his hands through his hair in frustration, feeling on the verge of collapse. They had only just found the slightest lead, and now Slytherin was saying he had forgotten. Could this also be related to the parallel worlds? Could it be that the ancient sage, like the senior, had his soul and body separated into different worlds? Otherwise, how could Slytherin possibly forget such crucial information about someone he admired so deeply? No. That can't be it. Slytherin turned his head and spoke calmly. I know very well that he would never do such a thing. Wade raised an eyebrow. Even if you've forgotten his name and everything related to him, and only remember that such a person once existed, you still believe he didn't do it. Wade, you simply do not understand how great the ancient sages were. It's only because the legacy of the ancient sages has been lost in this age that you can even have such doubts. Otherwise, you would not question my judgment at all. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 332, The Living Slytherin. Alright, try it now. Inside the wizard's tower, Wade opened his palm, revealing a mass of black, gauze-like material. The black gauze slowly rose, spreading out as it drifted gently towards Slytherin. Slytherin did not dodge, allowing the thin fabric to wrap around him. After enveloping his body, the black gauze began to seep into him. Before long, the gauze disappeared, and Slytherin's milky, translucent form gradually became solid. At last, Slytherin let out a soft breath. He raised his hand and clenched it, the hollow, intangible sensation of being a ghost gone, replaced by the feeling of grasping something real. Excellent, much better than before. Slytherin examined his new body with satisfaction. As long as there are no issues. After the modifications, the Obscurus cloak has stronger magical power and longer endurance. But remember, once you wear this, you won't be able to pass through walls like a ghost anymore, Wade reminded him. I understand, Slytherin replied. It had been 2 hours since they left the tomb. After coming out, neither Slytherin nor Wade brought up the matter of the ancient sage again. Once they had quietly filled in the newly dug passage, Slytherin requested improvements to the Obscurus cloak. Wade had no objections, so the two of them worked together for over an hour to modify it. The remaining time was spent by Wade completing the final adjustments. Now, with the modified cloak, Slytherin effectively had a physical body again. However, this body was only superficial. Although Slytherin could use magic, touch objects, and perceive smells, he still could not eat anything. Wade's assessment was that Slytherin now resembled a spirit wearing a borrowed skin. After taking some time to fully experience the sensation of the cloak, Slytherin turned to Wade and asked, "Are you going back to rest?" "I can't sleep right now," Wade shook his head. "Since you can't sleep, come take a walk with me," Slytherin said, opening the door of the wizard's tower. Ever since Wade had moved in, that door had rarely been used. After all, every time Wade came here, he simply operated in. Wade rubbed his stiff neck and followed Slytherin out of the tower. Below the slope where the tower stood lay the dense forbidden forest. Slytherin moved forward lightly, soon descending the slope and stepping into the forest. Wade naturally followed. In the depths of the night, the forbidden forest was utterly silent, not even the cry of a raven could be heard. Wade looked up at the stars, gradually obscured by the canopy above, and suddenly asked, "You wanted to improve the cloak, are you planning to leave Hogwarts?" "You figured it out?" Slytherin asked in return. "Because you're trying to turn yourself back into something human again. So I'm guessing you want to leave Hogwarts and investigate this matter yourself," Wade said. "You're as perceptive as ever, Wade." "Yes, I can't keep relying on you for this. Someone like you must have many things of your own to deal with. So I can only rely on myself. I have to uncover the truth behind this," Slytherin said, his eyes filled with determination. "All right, if you've basically regained your former abilities, then go ahead," Wade said with a wave of his hand. "But after 1,000 years, the world outside is completely different from the one you knew. I know that. During this time, I haven't just been helping you raise chickens. I've also learned quite a bit about the outside world," Slytherin said. "All right, but still, be careful. There's a war going on out there right now. Muggle weapons can't harm me. And, in my current state, I'm not much different from being dead. What do I have to fear? Then remember to come back regularly so I can replenish the magic in your cloak." "All right." After that, neither of them spoke again. They simply walked in silence through the dark forbidden forest, each lost in thought. Too much had happened that night, and both of their minds were in disarray. They knew that each of them needed some quiet time to sort through their thoughts. Suddenly, both Slytherin and Wade stopped at the same time. Experienced as they were in combat, they both sensed that someone had appeared behind them at some point. Someone capable of posing a direct threat to them. Slytherin and Wade slowly turned around and saw a figure step out from the shadows. Dumbledore stood there, silently observing them. "Even though I had prepared myself mentally, seeing this with my own eyes is still more shocking than I could have imagined," Dumbledore said with a deep sigh. "Albus Dumbledore, truly formidable. No wonder Wade holds you in such high regard," Slytherin said, studying him closely. However, there was little surprise on his face. Slytherin had long been aware of the abilities of this Hogwarts professor from 1,000 years in the future. So when he learned from Wade that he had already been noticed, he knew it was only a matter of time before the other party found him. He simply had not expected to be discovered just as he was about to leave. "I am also honored to meet you, the great Slytherin," Dumbledore said sincerely. Regardless of his ideology, as one of the 4 founders, Slytherin was worthy of Dumbledore's respect. "Professor, how did you end up here?" Wade asked, looking somewhat uneasy. "That is thanks to your help, Wade," Dumbledore said, taking out the Marauder's map. "At first, I was merely curious about the sudden appearance of Slytherin's ghost. I did not know you would be here as well. However, there was a small accident." Wade quickly noticed that the Marauder's map was much larger than when he had handed it to Dumbledore. At once, he understood how Dumbledore had discovered both him and Slytherin. Sure enough, Dumbledore unfolded the map and said, "Wade, your Marauder's map is extremely useful, but its coverage of the Forbidden Forest was rather limited. So after studying it for some time, I took the liberty of adding the missing sections of the forest." "I see." Wade sighed. He should have realized earlier that although the Marauder's map was ingenious, its method of creation was not particularly complex. With Dumbledore's level of alchemical skill and magical ability, expanding the map would have been quite simple. So after extending the map, Dumbledore was naturally able to detect both his and Slytherin's names. Since the expanded portions were created by Dumbledore himself, the technique differed somewhat from Wade's, causing the concealment methods Wade had applied to the original map to fail. Thus, on the map, Dumbledore saw two Wades. One was in the dormitory, while the other was in the Forbidden Forest, walking alongside Slytherin's ghost. Now it was clear that the Wade in the dormitory was merely a trick Wade had used to deceive the map. "Wade, you should trust me. There are many things you don't need to bear on your own," Dumbledore said, a hint of reproach in his tone. In fact, when he had first seen Wade walking with Slytherin's ghost, Dumbledore had almost thought Wade had been taken hostage. It was only after some time, remembering that ghosts had no ability to harm others, that he managed to calm down. And now it seemed his concern had indeed been unnecessary. From the way Wade and Slytherin interacted, it was obvious that the two were quite familiar with each other. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Wade understood that he was expressing dissatisfaction over the fact that he had concealed Slytherin's existence. Before Wade could respond, however, Slytherin spoke first. "I was the one who forbade Wade from telling you about this, Professor Dumbledore. I did not wish for too many people to know that I have ultimately become a useless ghost, like some cowardly wretch." A ghost. Dumbledore studied Slytherin with a puzzled expression. On the Marauder's map, Slytherin's name was indeed marked as a ghost. But now, aside from his slightly pale complexion, Slytherin appeared no different from a living person. Dumbledore could even sense the restrained magic within him. "You're telling me this is a ghost? This is clearly a living, breathing Slytherin. What exactly is going on?" Dumbledore asked, turning to Wade. Slytherin said, "Boy, it seems your secret base won't stay secret much longer." They had only just left the wizard's tower and had not even walked for 5 minutes in the Forbidden Forest before running into Dumbledore. So Dumbledore must have already discovered them, and the hidden wizard's tower had naturally been exposed as well. Wade shrugged, unconcerned. He had no intention of returning to that tower anyway. Too many strange things had happened there. Besides, the tower had come from Toby, so it was not anything illicit. As for the dark magic books inside, Wade had already memorized them with his exceptional memory. And as for his study of dark magic, Dumbledore was already aware of it. Letting Dumbledore discover it changed nothing. It even provided a convenient explanation for how he knew so much dark magic. So if it had been discovered, then so be it. It was not a major issue. Dumbledore said, "It seems I am about to hear quite an interesting story tonight. Old man, why don't you go first?" Wade said wearily. He had already explained everything tonight to the senior and to Slytherin, and now he had to explain it all again to Dumbledore. Even someone about to be hanged deserved a moment to catch their breath. This was exhausting. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, Dumbledore, don't worry, Wade. I'll train you thoroughly. Inside the wizard tower. Dumbledore looked around the empty laboratory before him with curiosity. Fortunately, after what had happened with Slytherin, Wade had not conducted any forbidden experiments here again, so there were no troubling traces left behind. Wade snapped his fingers, and the floor and walls of the ground floor laboratory began to change. Before long, the empty laboratory transformed into a warm living room. The shelves that had once held experimental materials became a softly glowing fireplace. "This is my house elf, Toby. It belonged to his former master, but they're gone now, so I obtained this place from him," Wade said briefly. In the wizarding world, building a house did not require complicated procedures. As long as muggles were not exposed and the international statute of secrecy was not violated, one could build anywhere. So with Toby's former master gone, there was nothing wrong with Wade moving into this ownerless house. Dumbledore naturally had no objections. After seeing the laboratory on the ground floor, several of his doubts had already been resolved. For instance, Wade's new potions, novel spells, and things like the Marauder's map all required a quiet place for experimentation. He had previously wondered where Wade had developed these things. Now it seemed the answer was here. Slytherin's account was very detailed, though it concealed certain things for Wade. For example, Wade's little, harmless, experiments. The more Dumbledore listened, the heavier his expression became. Because throughout Slytherin's story, everything revolved around a single key point. Ancient magic. Whether it was the ancient sage Slytherin spoke of, or Slytherin's own soul that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, all of it was inseparable from ancient magic. And in this era, as far as Dumbledore knew, Wade was the only one left with a talent for ancient magic. That left Dumbledore deeply uneasy, as if Wade might be schemed against and killed at any moment. "I know what you're worried about, Professor Dumbledore. It is also what I'm worried about," Slytherin said in a low voice. "I have already fallen into their scheme and been manipulated. So I do not wish for this boy to suffer the same fate. Even if the legacy of the ancient sage has been lost, I still hope that one day, he can rediscover his purpose. So please, promise me you will protect him." It was clear that Slytherin held a deep attachment to the ancient sage who had once taught him. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Even if you hadn't said so, I would have done the same, he said, then paused before continuing. There is something I must apologize to you for. Slytherin asked, for what? Forgive me for being frank, but I cannot agree with some of your views. So when I found traces of chicken droppings in the Chamber of Secrets, I thought. Thought what? That I intended to hatch another basilisk and purge the castle. Slytherin burst out laughing. Hatch a basilisk? Of course. Just not me, but your most trusted student. Naturally, Dumbledore had no way of knowing what Slytherin was thinking. In his view, since Slytherin intended to go out personally to investigate the truth of the matter, he naturally would not have the time to hatch another basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and purge the Muggle-born students from the school. This matter was likely just a misunderstanding. Or rather, someone else was trying to hatch the basilisk. Thinking of this, Dumbledore could not help but glance at Wade, who stood nearby with an innocent expression. Even though Slytherin had not said it outright, Dumbledore had already guessed. When it came to sheer audacity, there was no one in all of Hogwarts who could match this boy. The key was that he rarely acted recklessly alone. More often than not, he would pull in others who could be of help and charge ahead together. So, if he intended to hatch a basilisk this time, who would he bring in as an accomplice? Dumbledore did not need to think long. A plump figure immediately appeared in his mind. Of course, in all of Hogwarts, only Horace would go so far for a student, with so few scruples. Even so, being able to persuade Horace to help was proof that Wade truly had his own capabilities. Wade was indeed a good child, but he often failed to consider the consequences of his actions. That bad habit had to be corrected. Such a promising talent could not be allowed to go astray. Wade could not help wiping the sweat from his brow. The occasional glances Dumbledore cast his way gave him a very bad feeling. At that moment, Slytherin smiled and said, I admit that I was indeed biased in the past. I believed that Muggle-born students were crude and foolish, like pigs, but this boy Wade convinced me. Well, although I did not admit it to his face before, his words truly did persuade me. In the past, Muggle-born students seemed foolish because, before enrolling, they had never received any systematic education. Many of them could barely even read, so of course they appeared slower. It was something I overlooked back then. Looking at it now, I truly am inferior to the other three. I could not achieve the same ideal of teaching without discrimination. Wade looked at Slytherin in surprise. I didn't expect someone as proud as you to admit your mistakes today. When I said this to you before, you were furious. Do you think I was angry because I refused to admit my mistake? Slytherin snapped. I was angry because you didn't give me any face at all. I'm one of the 4 founders, you know. Would it have killed you to show me a little respect? Dumbledore said with relief, so that's how it is. Even someone as stubbornly devoted to pureblood ideals as Slytherin had his views changed by Wade. Could it be that this child's talent lay in influencing others? He truly was a good boy. Slytherin let out another sigh. As for my disappointing descendants, I already know their fate. So be it, let pureblood ideology be buried in the dust of history. Besides, I now have more important matters to attend to. Do you have any leads? Dumbledore asked. Not for the moment. But I will revisit the places I went to 1,000 years ago and see if I can find any clues, Slytherin said with a frown. There were no leads at all for now. He could only return to old haunts and rely on chance. If you find nothing, then return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said seriously. From what you've told me, the one behind all this has already made a move against Wade. Slytherin recalled how, upon his awakening, he had nearly killed Wade himself. Indeed. So it would be better for you to remain at Hogwarts. At the very least, if that person makes another move, there will be one more to protect Wade. With some luck, we may even uncover new clues, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. The one behind everything was far too mysterious and seemed extremely powerful. Having another ally would only help. I'm not that weak, you know. Wade muttered. He wasn't as fragile as a second-year Harry. He had plenty of magic and methods at his disposal. In fact, if that person could scheme against him without a trace, then what difference would it make even if both Dumbledore and Slytherin were at Hogwarts? Besides, the two of them could not stay by his side all the time. Dumbledore had heard Wade's words and said seriously, in my opinion, you still need training. More rigorous training. Wade's eyes widened. Wasn't our previous training strict enough? I used to think it was, but now, after learning that your potential enemy possesses such strength, I find it far from sufficient. If it were any other young wizard, I wouldn't have such expectations. But you, Wade, must fully develop your potential, Dumbledore said solemnly. It was simple. For ordinary young wizards, there were limits. At their age, no matter how much they trained, their strength could only grow so much. Magical power had to be built up gradually, and it also increased with age. But Wade was different. His magical power was already formidable, which meant he could skip the process of strengthening it and move straight to honing it. Wade swallowed and turned to Slytherin. Sir, how about you don't leave? If Slytherin stayed, Dumbledore's attention might shift to him instead of focusing entirely on training Wade. Hey, you'd better listen to your professor. You wouldn't actually want me to stay, Slytherin said, baring his teeth in a chilling smile. You don't think my training methods would be gentle, do you? Then you should definitely leave, Wade said quickly, waving his hands. Slytherin's skills had all been honed through life and death battles. If he were the one to train Wade, it would undoubtedly be far harsher than Dumbledore's methods. The worst-case scenario would be both of them training him at the same time. Who could endure that? Wade, I will train you properly, Dumbledore said meaningfully. Wade felt an overwhelming pressure bear down on him. This is bad. Only now did Wade remember that Dumbledore of this era was not as kind and approachable as he would be in later years. No matter what, he had deceived him. There was no way that this shrewd old man would not quietly take his revenge. With a mournful expression, Wade raised his hand. Can we bring Tom along? Tom? Dumbledore asked in surprise. Why bring him? It's to save time, Professor. He already comes to you often to learn about love magic anyway. We might as well train together, Wade said with an honest smile. Slytherin cast him a sideways glance. You're planning to drag my descendant into this as well, aren't you? He knew Wade all too well. The moment he realized he was about to suffer, he would pull someone else down with him so he wouldn't have to suffer alone. Wade spoke with complete sincerity. Sir, I mean well. You should know that Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century. Do you have any idea how many people would envy the chance to be personally taught by him? Wade, I am hardly the greatest wizard. Dumbledore said quickly. At this time, he had not yet defeated Grindelwald, and his reputation was nowhere near what it would become, so he had never been called that before. Professor, there's no need to be modest. It's only a matter of time, Wade replied at once. Slytherin, however, truly began to consider it. He was well aware of Dumbledore's strength. For someone so young to already possess such power, his future achievements would be limitless. If his descendant could receive personal guidance from him. After pondering for quite a while, Slytherin turned to Dumbledore and said, My descendant, could I entrust him to you? No matter what, Tom is Wade's closest friend. If Wade is drawn into this turmoil, Tom may not be able to escape it either. So he, too, must grow stronger. Poor Wade and poorer Tom XD. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, Tom, he's taking revenge on me, isn't he? Ah. In the dueling arena of the Room of Requirement, a figure was suddenly sent flying from the center of the field, crashing hard toward the wall. However, just as he was about to hit it, the wall rippled like water and swallowed him whole. Apart from his head, his entire body was sealed inside the wall. Tom struggled with all his strength, but it was useless. His body, trapped within the wall, felt as though it had been bricked in. The pressure pressing in from all sides made it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, his head was not embedded as well, or he would have suffocated on the spot. At that moment, Tom was filled with regret. I was such a fool, truly. I actually believed that guy would kindly bring me here for some kind of training. Just as he was brooding, the wall encasing him suddenly trembled. Lowering his head, he saw Wade slam into the very wall he was trapped in, foam at his mouth. Again. Wade wiped the froth from the corner of his mouth and charged forward once more. Tom's face turned green. It was true that when Wade told him he could train alongside him under Dumbledore, Tom had been extremely excited. But now. Madman, absolutely mad. Wade's gone mad, Dumbledore's gone mad. I'm still just a child. Tom, what are you standing there for? Fight alongside me. Wade's shouting rang out again from the distance. Tom's lips twitched. He wanted nothing more than to stop following these two lunatics, one old and one young. But deep down, there was a trace of unwillingness. In the end, Tom gritted his teeth and began to chant a spell. After trying more than a dozen countercharms, he finally freed himself from the wall and landed on the ground, panting heavily. Rip. Tom had just raised his head when a blazing red light rushed straight toward him. Fuck. Bang. Tom's shield charm shattered, and he was sent flying once again. At least let me catch my breath. Cold sweat poured down his face. Your enemy won't kindly give you time to breathe, Tom. Before Dumbledore even finished speaking, another spell was already on its way. If not for Wade launching a timely attack to block Dumbledore's follow-up assault, Tom would have been struck again. Tom would have been sent back into the wall again. Even so, he was blasted away once more, landing hard and sliding backward over 10 meters. That's brutal. Tom forced himself to his feet again, feeling as though his backside was on fire. By now, he was completely exhausted and very much wanted to surrender. Yet Wade was still going head-on against Dumbledore. Wade. You're a Slytherin, not some foolish Gryffindor lion. Bang. Wade was knocked back again. He seemed to want to say something, but Dumbledore's assault was so relentless that he had no chance to speak. Seeing Wade charge forward without a care, Tom cursed under his breath. But for no reason at all, a strange surge of courage rose within him. Damn it, to hell with reason. With a roar, Tom rushed forward as well. Half an hour later. Huff. Huff. Fa. Tom lay on the ground, utterly drained, his vision going dark. Wade was in slightly better condition, but he could only sit there, gasping for breath. Dumbledore at his peak, enhanced by the Elder Wand, was truly terrifying. Even though he had held back during the sparring session with Wade and Tom, the two of them still suffered greatly. Tom, why did you have to call Gryffindor foolish lions just now? Wade complained after catching his breath. What? Haven't we always said that? Tom replied, unconvinced. No, no. That's you, not me. Wade quickly shifted a little farther away. Didn't you notice that after you said that, the beating we took got even worse? Only then did Tom suddenly remember that Professor Dumbledore was from Gryffindor. His remark had essentially insulted the professor as well. Ah. I didn't mean it like that. Seeing Dumbledore walking over with a smile, Tom tried to salvage the situation. Your performance today was quite good, Dumbledore said with a smile. However, there are still many shortcomings. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we will continue. Tom sucked in a sharp breath. See, continue. Ah, right. Just as Dumbledore was about to leave, he suddenly turned back. To help you learn more and deepen your understanding of the training, write a paper and submit it to me here tomorrow evening. Based on your papers, I will make slight adjustments to your combat training methods. Professor, a paper? We already have plenty of homework. Wade was the first to protest. You can make me take a beating, but make me write a paper after taking a beating. Just so you could increase the beating based on it. What a headache, memories from his previous life were attacking him relentlessly. You are both very outstanding students, so I believe you can do it, Dumbledore said, then turned with a smile and left the room of requirement. Tom sucked in another breath. He's taking revenge on me, isn't he? On us. I got dragged into it because of you, Wade said mournfully. Was the kind and gentle Professor Dumbledore really starting to head in Snape's direction? That was something best avoided. After each downed a large bottle of invigoration draft and rested for quite a while, Wade and Tom finally managed to stand and head back toward the Slytherin common room. I think we should go to the library and finish the paper first, Tom suddenly said. The library? Do you even know what time it is? At our current pace, by the time we get there, it'll already be closed, Wade replied weakly. Then we'll have to write it in the common room. Tom said just as listlessly. They had just gone through Dumbledore's special training. Their impressions were still fresh, so writing the summary now would indeed be far more effective than waiting until tomorrow. The common room lighting is too dim. Let's go to your ancestors' study, Wade said. Isn't that place sealed off? Tom asked in surprise. What's sealed is the Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's study isn't. And, for certain special reasons, Dumbledore has approved it for us to use as a laboratory and study, Wade said cheerfully. After what happened that night, and upon learning part of the truth, Dumbledore began urging Wade not to return to the Wizard Tower for the time being. That place was far too strange. To that end, Dumbledore specially arranged a laboratory for Wade, which was Slytherin's old study. After Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet had cleared out the dark magic manuscripts, the place had been left unused. Now, letting Wade use it as he pleased was rather fitting. Of course, Slytherin, who had not yet left Hogwarts at the time, had agreed to this arrangement. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 335, Why are you raising chickens here? However, Slytherin had one small condition. Wade would have to share the laboratory with Tom. Wade understood Slytherin's intention. The old man wanted him to guide Tom properly. After all, Tom was also highly talented. Remaining immersed in the relatively basic curriculum at Hogwarts was a waste of his time. Wait, why would Dumbledore agree to let us use that place? Tom frowned, sensing that something was off. Don't tell me, you've done something again to provoke him. Personally training the two of them, even specially granting them a laboratory. Dumbledore would never do such things without reason. If Wade hadn't done anything recently, Tom would be the first to refuse to believe it. Just use it and stop asking so many questions. Wade said impatiently. All you need to know is that these privileges didn't come easily. Since Wade had put it that way, Tom, no matter how curious he was, could not press further. Still, he vaguely sensed that Wade must have gone through something significant during this time. In truth, it was Slytherin who had told Wade not to reveal any of this to Tom. Although Slytherin's views on blood purity had changed and he was no longer as hostile toward his half-blood descendant, he was still not ready to face him. So Wade had no choice but to keep it hidden. It was worth mentioning that when talking about the study, Wade had also told Slytherin about the naive Gaunt. At the time, Slytherin had fallen silent for a long while. Before leaving Hogwarts, he even went personally to stand before Noctis Gaunt's grave. Here lies the most naive and kindest Gaunt in the world. Slytherin stood there for a long time before finally leaving. When Wade and Tom entered Slytherin's study again, they no longer needed to go through the trial path. The most direct entrance was right across from the Slytherin common room. It took Wade and Tom quite some time before they finally made it back to the entrance of the common room. After glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, Wade opened the elevator to Slytherin's study. The two of them stepped inside, and with a shift of the walls, they vanished from sight. Compared to before, Slytherin's study had changed significantly. The shelves that had once been crammed with dark magic manuscripts were now filled with all sorts of far more wholesome books. The trial passage at the main entrance of the study had disappeared completely. When Wade opened that door, there was no longer a narrow corridor, only a vast and open underground chamber. As he stepped inside, bright gas lamps lit up automatically throughout the space, illuminating the chamber as if it were daylight. Clearly, Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet had thoroughly refurbished the place. Tom could not help saying, "This place has become huge, now we finally have somewhere to practice magic freely." Of course, the magic Tom referred to practicing was the more powerful kind. Ordinary spells did not require such a large space. "I think such a big place would be a waste if we didn't plant something here," Wade said cheerfully. "Why do you always think about farming?" Tom frowned. "Then why do you always think about practicing spells?" Wade shot back. "Fine, but there's no sunlight here, Wade," Tom continued. Wade nodded. "But there are plenty of magical plants that dislike sunlight, aren't there? You're not planning to grow Devil's Snare here, are you?" Tom asked in shock. "Devil's Snare? That's a great idea. Damn it." In the end, after some discussion, the two of them roughly divided the space. Since there were not many magical plants that required darkness, only part of the area was set aside for cultivation. Of course, Tom opposed Wade planting too many. For dangerous plants like Devil's Snare, Tom only allowed him to grow a single specimen. Wade did not object. After all, this was not his laboratory alone. If too many dangerous plants were grown, it would be difficult to explain to Dumbledore. The remaining areas were temporarily designated for practicing large-scale spells. After sorting everything out, the two returned to the study, each picking up a quill and beginning their summary papers for the day. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore and Headmaster Dippet stood before the desk, watching as the dots representing Wade and Tom entered Slytherin's study on the Marauder's map. "Albus, you're quite indulgent toward those two children," Headmaster Dippet said with a smile. Dumbledore replied, "And you're not." "I'm not the headmaster. The one who ultimately approved giving them Slytherin's study was you, Headmaster." "I won't deny that," Dippet said with a smile. "After all, in all the years since Hogwarts was founded, we've never had students as interesting as they are. I've already told you everything. What do you think? You handled it well." "I have no other objections," Dippet said, frowning slightly. "No matter what, Wade must be protected. And Slytherin. Let him do as he wishes. Albus, try your best to make Slytherin an ally. Whatever you do, do not let him stand against us." "That won't happen. I've spoken with Slytherin privately. He has no interest in Grindelwald's ideology," Dumbledore said calmly. Although Slytherin's belief in blood superiority had changed somewhat, he still held the same disdain for Muggles as ever. Moreover, he was eager to uncover the truth of what had happened in the past. He had no time to involve himself in Grindelwald's affairs. Inside Slytherin's study. By the time Tom finally finished writing his summary paper, Wade was no longer in the study. Tom picked up the paper Wade had left on the desk and glanced at it. Dense lines of writing filled the entire sheet of parchment. He barely managed to read 2 lines before his eyelids began to droop. It was a frustrating realization. The gap between him and Wade was still considerable. Tom set the paper down and walked out of the study. He happened to see Wade feeding chickens in the area that had originally been intended for planting magical plants. Each little rooster looked spirited and robust, clearly full of vitality. "Why are you raising chickens here?" "We haven't planted anything yet, so it's fine to keep them here for now, then I'll find a toad." Tom's pupils contracted sharply. "Wait. Wade, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you seriously planning to raise a basilisk underground?" Oh, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, It was Wade who brought me. Wade glanced at Tom. Relax. I'm not stupid enough to breed a basilisk in a place Dumbledore knows about. Dumbledore might overlook some rule-breaking, like growing a bit of devil's snare. But he would never tolerate Wade raising something as dangerous as a basilisk within the school. That much had already been made clear back at the Wizard Tower, where Dumbledore had hinted as much to Wade, and even to Slytherin before his departure. In any case, Wade had never planned to breed a basilisk at Hogwarts. When he discussed it with Professor Slughorn, he had already made his plans. Once everything was prepared, he would go to a country where breeding basilisks was permitted. As for which country allowed it, that would depend on how well-connected Professor Slughorn was. That way, neither the British Ministry of Magic nor Dumbledore would be able to stop him. As for raising chickens in the lab, figuring out how to make them grow faster and better is an interesting experiment, isn't it? Wade said with a smile. Tom added, Then why did you mention raising toads? Toads are perfectly legal pets, and they can also be used to test the effects of potions. As a diligent student who loves potions, what's wrong with keeping a few toads? Wade replied calmly. As long as you've got a reasonable explanation, that's fine, Tom said, finally reassured after hearing Wade's usual thorough planning. Then the basilisk. No need to rush. It will come, Wade said with a smile. Tom nodded. In truth, he was also quite interested in basilisks now. After all, clothing made from basilisk skin was indeed excellent. During the spar with Dumbledore tonight, if he hadn't been wearing basilisk skin, he would have been beaten even worse. There was no way he could have recovered so quickly after being hit by spells. I'm heading back. It's late, I need to sleep, Tom said, glancing at his watch. Are you coming? Oh, you go ahead. I still have an interesting little experiment to do. I'll head back after I finish, Wade said with a smile. Tom looked at Wade in shock. This guy had just been battered by Dumbledore for 2 hours, then written a full paper, and he still had the energy for an experiment. Suit yourself. Tom turned and left. In truth, Tom had been pushing himself the entire time. He felt like he could collapse at any moment. Once the body's exertion exceeded its limits, even a high-quality invigoration draft had its limits. After Tom left, Wade went behind a bookshelf in the study and took out a suitcase, opening it. It was the suitcase Newt had given him. Wade climbed inside and dropped into an empty room. He opened the door and stepped out, only to find an endless grassland stretching beyond. Above him, the sky was pitch black, with only a half-moon peeking through the clouds. It was projection magic, casting the outside sky into the suitcase. The ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall used the same projection magic. Wade looked around, then took out his wand and began modifying the environment inside the suitcase according to the method Newt had taught him. In the pitch-black night sky, a shadow sped across. Slytherin's mood was complicated. Over the past few days, he had traveled across many places. Although he had learned some things about the outside world, he had never expected that in just 1,000 years, the Muggle world would have undergone such tremendous changes. Muggles, who knew no magic, had created vehicles that could move without horses. Muggles, who knew no magic, had built enormous machines that could soar through the sky. Likewise, Muggles, who knew no magic, had still managed to create weapons of astonishing power. Along the way, Slytherin had already passed several cities reduced to ruins by bombardment. He could not understand how these seemingly weak Muggles could cause such destruction, even surpassing the power of some dark magic he knew. It seems. I truly need to change some of my views on Muggles. Slytherin murmured. On the weekend, Tom rarely failed to get up early. After several days of special training, he was utterly exhausted. Studying and reading could go to hell, right now, he just wanted to sleep. It wasn't until noon that Tom finally woke up. Not because he had slept enough, but because he was hungry. He stared blankly at the green canopy above his bed, feeling utterly drained. Even though he was starving, he still hadn't made up his mind to get up. How does it feel to sleep in? Wade's voice came from nearby. Terrible, like I've been beaten up, Tom said as he sat up, shaking his groggy head. It took him a while before he gradually came back to himself. Letting yourself relax once in a while isn't a problem. You've been disciplined enough already, Wade said, handing him a beef pie and a glass of pumpkin juice. Tom didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed the pie and started eating, too lazy even to wash up first. It was clear just how much Dumbledore's special training over the past week had impacted him. Hurry up and eat. After that, we'll go to Hogsmeade, Wade said with a smile. Tom paused mid-bite. Is there training tonight? Not today. The great Professor Dumbledore has decided to give us a day off, Wade sighed, looking rather regretful. You don't seem very happy about avoiding a beating. You don't understand, Tom, facing a strong opponent, every challenge is full of excitement. Honestly, yesterday my incendio. I think I actually set Dumbledore's beard on fire. Did you see it? No. I only saw someone getting bricked into the wall by Dumbledore. How could you not see it? I definitely burned his beard. Wade insisted anxiously. Tom didn't bother arguing further. After quickly finishing the pie and pumpkin juice, he finally felt fully awake. 10 minutes later, the two of them took a secret passage to Hogsmeade. By now, it was already March, and the weather had begun to warm. As the snow gradually melted, the ground in Hogsmeade became muddy. Wade and Tom wrapped themselves in their school robes, carefully making their way along the slushy path. With magic being so convenient, why doesn't anyone fix the roads properly? Wade complained. Tom didn't respond to that. Instead, he asked uneasily, didn't you say before that your Marauder's map is in Dumbledore's hands now? Yes, he has it, Wade nodded. Wade had indeed told Tom this after returning that day. With Dumbledore holding the Marauder's map, it was practically like installing surveillance over Hogwarts, so Wade had warned Tom in advance, lest he foolishly wander into the restricted section at night. Although Dumbledore had relaxed his vigilance toward Tom and even tacitly allowed him to study dark magic, the restricted section contained more than just dark magic. There were also many forbidden books and inherently dangerous texts. Therefore, sneaking into the restricted section was still a violation of school rules. If you know the map is in his hands, how can you still dare to go to Hogsmeade with me? Tom suddenly felt on edge. We don't even have permission to go to Hogsmeade right now. Tom had no real objection to breaking school rules to visit Hogsmeade, as long as they weren't caught. But now, with the Marauder's map in Dumbledore's possession, breaking the rules at this time was practically asking to be caught. It's fine. Dumbledore has already agreed to let me visit Hogsmeade to see a friend. Since you're leaving with me, it won't be a problem, Wade said calmly. Earlier, Dumbledore had agreed to let Wade come to Hogsmeade once to visit Aurelius. Wade simply hadn't had the chance to come until now. You'd better not be lying to me. Tom had been burned by Wade too many times. If Dumbledore saw only his name on the Marauder's map and not Wade's beside it, wouldn't he be done for today? There's no need to be so afraid. When it comes to minor rule-breaking like this, Dumbledore isn't as rigid as you think. In fact, he doesn't mind if we do something a little improper. What he fears is us doing things behind his back. So even if we came to Hogsmeade without explicit permission, as long as we don't do anything excessive, he won't interfere. At most, he'll just think we're a bit playful. He really won't interfere? Tom asked uncertainly. This may sound a bit arrogant, but you and I are different from other students. Who else gets personally trained by Dumbledore every night? Students like us naturally receive a bit of favoritism. Special people tend to get a few privileges. Tom fell into thought. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Hog's Head. On weekends, Hogsmeade was filled with older students wandering about. But few of them lingered in front of the Hog's Head. Most students, even those who wanted a drink, would choose the 3 broomsticks rather than the Hog's Head. After all, the clientele at the Hog's Head was rather mixed. And under normal circumstances, Aberforth did not often serve students. After all, aside from those close to graduation, most Hogwarts students were not yet of drinking age. Wade and Tom had stayed at the Hog's Head for a time before, so returning here felt familiar. Clang. Tom pushed the door open, but the moment he saw who was inside, he turned to run. Wade, however, blocked the doorway behind him. Wade stepped past Tom and saw Dumbledore standing by the bar, smiling as he looked their way. Tom, have a bit of dignity, he's already seen you. What's the point of running now? Wade shoved Tom forward into the room. Dumbledore watched the stiff and uneasy Tom, along with Wade behind him, completely unbothered. Since you're here, come in. It was Wade who brought me. Tom immediately sold him out. Tom, you're truly something else. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Wade, Tom, must not laugh. I did indeed allow him to come to Hogsmeade once to visit Aurelius, Dumbledore explained. Only then did Tom finally relax. That's good. As long as this isn't another trap. Clearly, he had been tricked by Wade one too many times and no longer dared to fully trust what he said. Tom felt Wade's sharp gaze on him. Hey, don't look at me like I'm some traitor. I'm just telling the truth. You were the one who brought me here, Tom said quickly. Good. Very good, Tom. Wade bared his teeth in a cold grin. Tom felt his heart skip a beat and immediately regretted it. He knew very well just how quickly Wade's retaliation could come. Tom quickly turned to Dumbledore and soon noticed that his reddish-brown beard looked slightly singed. Ah, Professor, your beard, so Wade really did burn it yesterday. Impressive. Tom said at once. Dumbledore stroked his beard, a faintly pleased smile appearing on his face. Indeed. Wade has improved greatly. And of course, Tom, you have made considerable progress as well. Wade cast Tom a sideways glance. Praising me must feel rather forced for you, doesn't it? It's the truth. I'm simply stating facts, so how could it be forced? Tom tried to salvage the situation. At that moment, someone emerged from behind the bar, carrying a large crate of butterbeer. After setting down the butterbeer, he revealed a somewhat pale and weary face. It was Aurelius, who had only recently recovered. Wade, you're here, Aurelius said happily upon seeing him. What would you and your friend like to drink? Just say the word, it's on me. Wade had saved both his life and Nagini's. It could be said that Aurelius was now filled with gratitude toward Wade. Even if Wade asked him to die on the spot, he would not hesitate. No need for that. How have you been feeling lately? Wade asked with a smile. Good. Better than ever before. No more fear of losing control, no need to force myself to endure with sheer will. I feel more at ease than I ever have, Wade, and it's all thanks to you. I don't even know how to repay you. Aurelius's eyes turned red. So whatever you ask of me in the future, I won't refuse. It's enough that you're well. As for repayment, you've already given it, Wade said with a smile. I've already paid. Aurelius asked, puzzled. Wade glanced around the bar and, seeing that there weren't many customers, leaned closer and lowered his voice. Do you remember? I extracted the obscurus from you, it's been a great help to me. Ah, that thing is really that useful? Aurelius asked, bewildered. For all those years, the obscurus had lurked inside him like a malignant tumor. And now Wade was saying it had actually been useful. Professor Dumbledore knows about it as well. It has indeed served a purpose. Seeing Dumbledore nod, Aurelius finally said, all right then, as long as it didn't cause you any trouble, so, what would you like to drink? It's all on me. Ah, on a fine day like today, I'd like a glass of sherry, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Sorry, but for you, you'll have to pay, my father insisted, Aurelius said apologetically. Dumbledore froze for a moment, then unconsciously stroked his slightly singed beard. Wade and Tom looked away, trying to hold back their laughter by thinking of the saddest things in their lives. The current Dumbledore still had a somewhat sharp edge to him. If they laughed at a moment like this, tomorrow's training would definitely be unpleasant. It's fine. Just give me a glass of sherry. I'll pay, Dumbledore said, finally recovering. All right, 1 galleon per glass. Aurelius set down a cup and opened an unopened bottle of sherry. 1 galleon per glass. Dumbledore's eye twitched. Yes. Isn't that a bit expensive? Well, for others, it's 5 sickles a glass. For you, it's 1 galleon a glass, Aurelius said, still looking apologetic toward his uncle. Puffed. Tom and Wade finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Dumbledore looked at them. Sorry, I just thought of something amusing, Wade said. Me too. Tom nodded. Dumbledore turned to Aurelius again, his lips starting to twitch. Was that also your father's instruction? Yes, Aurelius replied honestly. Sigh. Aberforth, never mind, never mind. I won't have it then. 1 galleon could buy me plenty of sweets. But, the sherry has already been opened. Aurelius looked at him with a simple, earnest expression. And? Dumbledore asked. So, once opened, no refunds, Aurelius said. That's also what my father told me. So I have to buy it. Dumbledore looked at him in disbelief. At least 1 glass. I had to open it because you asked for it, Aurelius said with a smile. Dumbledore drew in a sharp breath. Fine, just 1 glass. He had thought that after his nephew recovered, his relationship with his brother might improve somewhat. But it seemed he had been mistaken. Puffed. Wade couldn't help laughing again. And what are you laughing at now? Dumbledore said helplessly. Sorry, I just remembered my little rooster laid an egg, Wade said. Tom nodded as well. Me too. Dumbledore helplessly picked up the outrageously expensive glass of sherry and took a careful sip, then couldn't help but laugh. A glass of sherry for 1 galleon, it somehow tastes much better than usual. If you like it, I can sell you the rest, Aurelius said, placing the opened bottle in front of Dumbledore. Hey, all right, leave it there, Dumbledore said with a smile. Hey, the patron is certainly generous, Aberforth's sarcastic voice came from behind the curtain. A moment later, his tall figure stepped out from behind it. Behind him followed a nervous house elf and a cat walking upright while holding a flowerpot covered with a piece of black cloth. Tobby. Tom looked at the elf and the strange cat in surprise. Clearly, it was Wade's house elf Tobby, along with the cat Tom refused to call by name. It seemed that Wade's visit to Aurelius today was not just a simple visit. Master Wade. Toby took a large box from Aberforth and hurried over, stumbling as he ran. Professor, I need an assistant for my experiments, so I'd like Toby to stay in the laboratory for the time being to help me. Is that all right? Wade asked directly. Tom was completely baffled. He had no idea whether Wade knew Dumbledore would be at the Hog's Head when he came. After all, Wade didn't need to ask Dumbledore's permission at all. For a house elf to hide quietly within Hogwarts would be effortless. Moreover, by asking so directly, would Dumbledore really agree? Everyone knew that Wade's experiments were hardly what one would call proper. Even though Dumbledore trusted Wade, experiments always came with risks. Tom felt that no matter how much Dumbledore trusted him, he should still take such factors into account. Yet, to Tom's surprise, Dumbledore agreed almost without hesitation. At that moment, Tom recalled what Wade had said not long ago. Dumbledore wasn't afraid of them doing something improper. He was afraid of them doing it behind his back. Thinking about it this way, Tom began to understand. As long as Wade's experiments were open for Dumbledore to see, he would not interfere. In fact, Wade's willingness to show his experiments would only make Dumbledore more pleased. It was far better than Wade secretly causing trouble and suddenly springing a surprise on him. Whether it was Headmaster Dippet or Dumbledore, they were both getting on in years and not exactly suited to shocks. Perhaps they had even reached some kind of understanding behind the scenes. Wade, the things you asked me to prepare have been placed in Toby's box, Aberforth said. As he turned to Wade, his expression instantly became warm and friendly, completely different from the sour look he had shown his brother. All right, thank you, Wade said gratefully. It's nothing. You saved Aurelius. I'd be willing to do anything you ask, Aberforth said, then turned to Dumbledore. If he doesn't allow you to take those things, just tell me. I'll back you up. Dumbledore spread his hands. I've already agreed. You'd better have, Aberforth replied. Oh. Aberforth, I'm still your brother. At least give me a little face, Dumbledore said helplessly. Face. Then go ask her and see if she's willing to let me give you any, Aberforth said irritably, pointing toward the curtain. Dumbledore sighed and said nothing more, continuing to drink his sherry in silence. Behind the curtain was Ariana's portrait. What had happened in the past had left Aberforth deeply hurt, and even now he still harbored strong resentment toward his brother. For the sake of the greater good, he would carry out what Dumbledore asked of him, but expecting him to treat Dumbledore kindly was impossible. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Tom's eyes flickered, and he quickly spoke up. Wade, what did you have Aberforth bring for you? Oh, some very interesting experimental equipment. Part of it was custom-made, and part of it was bought from Muggles, Wade said, looking pleased as he gazed at the large box in Toby's hands. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Nagini and her teacher. All right, since we've got what we came for, let's head back, Wade said, a little impatient. Haha, don't rush off yet, Wade. Since you're already here, it's not too late to have lunch together before leaving, Aberforth said quickly. Wade stroked the box in his hands. But I already ate at noon. I only had one pie, Tom said quietly, raising his hand. Wade glanced at Tom, then at Dumbledore beside him, who seemed to want to say something but held back. In the end, he set the box down. Fine. I suppose I can still eat a bit more. At Wade's words, a hint of delight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Ahem, may I stay for a meal as well, Aberforth? Dumbledore asked. Aberforth shot him a sidelong look. Of course you can. But I have to pay, right? I understand. Dumbledore reached into his pocket and placed a few gold galleons on the bar. Seeing this, Aberforth did not make things difficult for him. Toby, could you keep an eye on the shop for me? Aberforth asked. Toby looked toward Wade. If he was going to help, he needed Wade's approval. Wade asked, Toby, have you eaten? Toby blinked, and then his large eyes suddenly turned red. Master Wade actually asked if Toby has eaten first. Oh. Toby. Toby is so moved. Wah. Wah. Woo. Ah. Toby, so have you eaten or not? Huh. Hearing Wade repeat the question, Toby immediately acted as if he had committed a grave mistake. He grabbed Dumbledore's sherry and tried to smash it against his own head. Bad Toby. Bad Toby. Toby didn't answer Master's question right away. Wade reacted quickly, snatching the sherry away, finally ensuring that Dumbledore's galleons had not been wasted. Stop that. Just answer the question. Without my permission, you are not allowed to punish yourself. Woo-woo. Toby understands. Toby. Toby sniffed loudly, then continued, Toby answers Master's question. Toby has already eaten. Good. Then help Aberforth watch the shop for now, Wade said with a nod. Toby understands. After the brief commotion, Wade followed Aberforth and the others into the living area behind the bar. Toby, meanwhile, stayed in the front with Tom the cat to tend to the customers. When Wade and Tom were staying at the Hog's Head, Toby had worked as a bartender before, so he was quite familiar with the job. As for Tom, he set the flower pot in a corner of the bar counter, then leaned against it and fell fast asleep. Now that he fed on nutrient solution, Tom was no longer as interested in ordinary food as he used to be. Before going to cook, Aberforth deliberately pulled Dumbledore aside. Wade is a good kid who even respects house elves. You mustn't let that bastard lead him astray. Don't worry, Aberforth, Dumbledore said seriously. The lamb chops Aberforth cooked were excellent. Even Wade, who was already full, ate 2 more pieces. During the meal, Aurelius brought up Nagini's whereabouts. Wade said, before she left, she told me that her past life felt like a cage. Now, she just wants to travel and see the world. But, the Muggle world is at war everywhere right now. It's not safe for her to be traveling, Aurelius said worriedly. Don't worry. Not long ago, she sent me a letter saying she's currently learning magic from a powerful wizard, so I shouldn't worry, Wade said with a smile. I see. Although Aurelius felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this, he was still saddened by Nagini's deliberate distance. Even if she didn't want to stay, they were still friends, weren't they? Had she really become unwilling to write him even a single letter? Crack! Inside the stone chamber, a bolt of lightning descended from above, shattering more than a dozen sturdy wooden targets into splinters. Nagini let out a light breath. This difficult weather spell was finally mastered today. Very good. An ethereal voice came from behind her. Nagini turned around and saw Wade Sr. As always, she wore that green wizard robe embroidered with silver patterns. Only today, a pair of glasses rested on her pale nose, making her appear more refined than before. Teacher, Nagini said with a nod. Previously, the senior had told her to address her however she liked. After some thought, Nagini felt it was more appropriate to call her teacher. It suited the situation, after all, since she was indeed learning magic from her now. Still, perhaps she was being overly sensitive, but Nagini felt that her teacher seemed somewhat different today, as if she had grown a little more sorrowful. She had only been away for half a month. In terms of combat, you have already mastered enough spells and techniques. Next, you may choose to leave, or you may stay and continue learning other areas of knowledge, the senior said calmly. Nagini fell silent for a moment before asking, after I leave, can I come back? Of course. Since I promised Wade, I will do my best to train you well. Nagini said, in that case, I'd like to go out and travel for a while. The senior nodded. Going out for a while is good. Staying cooped up here all the time is indeed unpleasant. I understand that better than anyone. Then go. As for how to return here, I assume I don't need to repeat it. Nagini nodded. Yes, I understand, teacher. With a wave of her hand, a pale green wand floated gently to Nagini's side. This is a wand I had goblin craftsmen make for you using a new technique. Take it. Nagini reached out, her face full of joy as she accepted the wand. The moment it touched her hand, a faint green glow spread around her. She couldn't tell what material it was made from. It didn't feel like wood, more like metal. Seeing this, the senior nodded in satisfaction. It suits you well. Goblins might be greedy creatures, but when it came to craftsmanship, they were unmatched. In the past, wizards had monopolized the making and use of wands. Otherwise, the Ollivander family's wands might not have held such a high standing. After all, the techniques passed down within a single family were difficult to compare with the collective effort of an entire race. Especially when dealing with a group of goblins who had been enslaved to the point of losing themselves, their minds empty of distractions, knowing only how to research and work. Be careful while you're out. If you have the time, capture some dark wizards for me. The more wicked, the better. Bring them here after you catch them. It just so happens you also need some practical combat experience, the senior said in a detached tone. Nagini was a little curious, but she didn't dare to ask. No need to overthink it. I simply need some human wizards to work for me. And only by enslaving those truly unforgivable individuals will Wade have no objections. Nagini had no issue with that. She had already seen the methods her teacher used to enslave people. Enslaving those utterly wicked dark wizards was far better than enslaving good people. After all, they deserved it. Only. Teacher, what if I can't defeat them? Have more confidence, Nagini. I understand your strength better than you do. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 339, Seeds of Chaos. In Slytherin's study. Wade and Toby were busy at work. Tom and the cat Tom stood to the side, watching the commotion. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but Wade was worried these two clumsy Toms would end up breaking his precious instruments. Tom the cat watched for a while before getting bored, then ran off to the nearby chicken coop to play with the little rooster. Tom himself, however, stared at Wade's equipment without blinking. To be honest, since Wade had taken out the experimental apparatus right in front of him, it meant he had no intention of hiding the process. In other words, this would be the first time he watched Wade conduct an experiment up close. He had long been curious about how those strange spells and alchemical items were created. Watching as Wade and Toby used a levitation charm to move out a cabinet containing glass containers, Tom couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "This is a cultivation chamber. It can be used to grow living organisms," Wade replied casually. Tom asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you weren't going to raise a basilisk here?" "I never said we had to raise a basilisk. We can cultivate other interesting creatures instead," Wade said cheerfully. "Hiss. I seem to remember that this isn't exactly legal," Tom said hesitantly. "It's a bit questionable, but as long as the Ministry of Magic doesn't find out, it's fine. And even if they do, it's nothing more than a fine of a few galleons." Wade understood the nature of the British Ministry of Magic all too well. If they could even accept Grindelwald, what principles did they really have? And what about Dumbledore? "Before I start cultivating anything, I'll submit an application to him. After all, Professor Slughorn needs some new materials for brewing potions," Wade said with a smile. Tom suddenly understood. With Professor Slughorn's endorsement and Dumbledore's trust, what was there for Wade to worry about? As long as he didn't create something as dangerous as a basilisk, there would basically be no problem. In fact, many of the magical creatures we see in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them were originally the result of wizarding biological experiments, Wade explained. There's such a thing. Tom wasn't particularly interested in magical creatures, so this was the first time he had heard of it. For example, the hide-behind. It's a nocturnal magical creature that lives deep in forests and preys on humanoid beings. It can alter its form, allowing it to hide behind almost any object, perfectly concealing itself from both predators and prey. And the origin of this creature actually comes from an accidental incident caused by a wizard. At the time, there was a wizard involved in the illegal trade of artifacts and magical creatures named Phineas Fletcher. He intended to transport a demiguise he had acquired to America to make invisibility cloaks. But the demiguise escaped on the ship and crossbred with a stowaway ghoul. And that's how the hide-behind was born. After the ship docked, their offspring escaped into the forests of Massachusetts, and to this day they still appear there in large numbers. In the early 1620s, an unusually large and powerful hide-behind caught a young Pukwudgie, but was driven away by Isolde Sayre. Isolde Sayre was one of the founders of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She also carried the blood of the Gaunt family and was a descendant of Slytherin. Tom couldn't help scratching his head. "Where did you learn all this?" "From books. I don't just read spellbooks," Wade said as he took out another glass container. Inside it, Tom saw preserved flesh and blood from a basilisk, kept fresh by Wade's magic. "You're planning to?" "Although I can't hatch a basilisk for now, using its DNA to clone some weaker snakes isn't impossible." "Clone? DNA? More unfamiliar terms." In the end, Tom gave up trying to understand once again. The Forbidden Forest. Grindelwald stepped out of a tent, several documents in hand as he flipped through them. After a while, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. "Finally finished," Grindelwald murmured. Ever since the incident with the parallel world, he had been forced to abandon the preparations he had just completed. He had set up several additional layers of safeguards. Resetting those measures and placing the dark creatures had taken him quite a bit of time. Only today had everything finally been completed. Just as he was about to go find Dumbledore, a figure appeared on the forest path. When Grindelwald saw who it was, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The newcomer was tall and thin, carrying a suitcase in his hand. "Newt Scamander. What brings you here?" Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous as he looked at the middle-aged men before him. Facing the dangerous look, Newt showed not the slightest trace of fear. "I'm not here for you, Grindelwald. Dumbledore asked me to come." Grindelwald frowned. "What is he trying to do this time?" "Dumbledore told me what you're planning. I may not fully understand why he isn't stopping you, but he always has his reasons. So when I received his request, I came. You've set up all these checkpoints and placed a large number of dark creatures and magical beasts. After you finish your preparations, I'll be here to inspect them. You're quite obedient, aren't you? Dumbledore tells you to come, and you come. And another thing." Grindelwald let out a cold laugh. "My arrangements need to be inspected by you. Who do you think you are?" Newt remained calm and composed. "I may not be anyone important, but with all due respect, when it comes to the study of magical creatures, I am more professional than the rest of you. That is why Dumbledore invited me to inspect your checkpoints, to ensure nothing goes wrong. Grindelwald snorted. That old man Dumbledore is trying to use you to trip me up again, isn't he? Dumbledore is thinking about the student's safety. No matter how thorough your plans are, no one can guarantee that a large number of dark creatures and magical beasts, in the hands of non-experts, won't cause problems. Newt was usually not good with words, but when facing Grindelwald, every sentence he spoke carried a sharp edge. Fine, you're the expert, you're so impressive. Then hurry up and inspect them. Although Grindelwald knew this was likely another way for Dumbledore to delay his plans, the reasoning was sound. At this point, if he wanted to play by the rules, he had no way to refuse Dumbledore's legitimate request. So, you're already prepared? Newt glanced at the tent behind him. Yes. Your timing couldn't be more perfect, Grindelwald said impatiently. Good. Then I assume this tent behind you is one of them. Yes, yes. Hurry up and inspect. Someone, take him there, so this expert doesn't accidentally stumble into one of the checkpoints set up by us amateurs, Grindelwald said with a mocking tone. Newt said nothing further and followed a member of Grindelwald's group into the tent. Support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 340, Incompatibilities. In the laboratory. Tom was staring intently as Wade examined the basilisk flesh. After a while, Wade finally removed his equipment and placed the basilisk samples back into the safe. According to the analysis, the basilisk's DNA shows similarities to vipers, rattlesnakes, and pythons. What's surprising is that it even shares some traits with crocodiles. Wade said excitedly. So what does that mean? What do we do now? Tom couldn't understand Wade's explanation, so he simply asked what to do next. First, we need to extract somatic cells containing genetic material from the basilisk tissue, and then. Wade paused. Even if I explain it, you wouldn't understand. Tom shrugged. That's true, then I'll just watch. Or is there anything you need me to do? In truth, Tom only wanted to see Wade's strange experiments with his own eyes. Even if he couldn't understand them, it didn't matter. He was here to broaden his horizons, so whether he participated or not made no difference to him. There is something I need your help with, Tom, Wade said with a smile. What do you need me to do? Tom asked. Wade thought for a moment before replying, we need to go into the Forbidden Forest and catch a few snakes. If I go alone, it'll be troublesome since I'd have to search for them. But if you come along, there's no need to search. You have Parseltongue. Just summon them, and we can take our time choosing. What do you need ordinary snakes for? Tom asked. It's hard to explain their use to you. I need some female snakes, preferably vipers, Wade said. In the Forbidden Forest. Grindelwald stared at Newt, his teeth grinding audibly. After a long pause, he forced out a sentence through clenched teeth. You're saying that out of the 7 checkpoints I set up, 6 are unqualified? Newt nodded. Yes. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that you didn't place any dark creatures in the checkpoint meant for first-year students, all 7 of your checkpoints would be unqualified. The members of Grindelwald's group all fell silent. After a while, one of them said, Sir, it seems like he's playing you. Grindelwald thought the same. So, you take me for a fool. Isn't that going too far? He had assumed that even if Newt was here to nitpick, at most he would point out 1 or 2 issues, stall for time, and cause some minor trouble. Instead, the men had nearly rejected everything. No matter how he looked at it, Newt was clearly here to cause problems. And even now, you still think I'm deliberately making things difficult for you? Have you considered that it might simply be that you amateurs didn't do a proper job? Newt shot back. Then explain it. Tell me what's wrong. If you can't, I won't mind sending you to Azkaban to clear your head, Grindelwald said through gritted teeth. You're insulting my professionalism. In fact, your mistakes are obvious. Did you divide all the dark creatures and magical beasts into 7 groups based on their level of danger, and then simply place them into 7 tents? Of course, what's wrong with that? Arranged like this, students from all 7 years can face appropriate challenges. Newt shook his head. Then have you considered that some dark creatures and certain magical beasts simply cannot coexist? When we designed this, every creature was separated by barriers. They can't harm each other. So I don't see why they wouldn't be able to coexist, Grindelwald said with a frown. Newt let out a cold laugh. Is separation enough? Some kinds of harm can't be prevented by barriers alone. In Azkaban, prisoners are separated from Dementors most of the time, aren't they? Then why are the prisoners still affected by them? Grindelwald hesitated at that. Indeed, creatures like Dementors, even without actively feeding on human happiness, could make anyone nearby feel deeply uncomfortable just by passing close. Dark creatures and magical beasts influence each other when kept together. For example, a quintate cannot be kept within free. In the 7th-year tent I just inspected, your quintapes have become depressed. To them, those inferi are delicious prey right in front of them, yet they can only look and not eat. And the toxic fumes produced by the purple giant toads will irritate banshees, making them more aggressive. As Newt listed dozens of conflicting combinations, Grindelwald's expression kept shifting. Perhaps. Newt wasn't exaggerating. Newt closed his suitcase and continued, in short, placing so many creatures together like this creates severe internal conflict. While they clash with each other, their overall danger increases significantly. That means the students attempting these challenges will face opponents far stronger than intended. In that case, how could I possibly deem this acceptable? Grindelwald and his followers fell silent once more. If you don't believe me, you can go and take another look yourselves. See whether what I said is true, Newt added. Grindelwald turned and nodded to the wizards beside him. Several of them immediately entered the tent. After a while, they came back out, their faces pale. Seeing them nod at him, Grindelwald felt worse than if he had swallowed a fly. It was actually true. Then what's your solution? Grindelwald asked unwillingly. Newt replied casually, of course there's a solution. When arranging these magical creatures and dark creatures, you just need to pay attention to which ones are compatible and which ones conflict. Fine, then you come and help us sort it out, Grindelwald said helplessly. He knew very well that if Newt were to handle it, he would have plenty of ways to drag the process out indefinitely. But for now, there didn't seem to be any other option. Even if he found another magizoologist, Dumbledore might not approve. However, to Grindelwald's surprise, Newt directly refused. No. I'm not responsible for adjusting it. You're not responsible. Then what exactly did you come here for? Grindelwald snapped in anger. I'm only responsible for inspection. After all, Dumbledore only paid me to inspect. The adjustments are up to you, Newt said, picking up his suitcase and turning to leave. As he walked, he said, when you've finished making the adjustments, write to me. I'll come back and inspect again. Hearing this, Grindelwald was furious. He had originally thought Newt would deliberately put on an act during the adjustments and drag things out. But now it seemed, he couldn't even be bothered to pretend. In other words, if Grindelwald wanted to continue with his plan, he would have to find another magizoologist and set up all the checkpoints again. Not only would that take a long time, but what if Newt came back afterward and casually declared it unqualified again? Wouldn't all that effort be wasted? Very well. Dumbledore, you old schemer, your skill with underhanded tactics has certainly improved. Just who did you learn this from? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 341, we just need to avoid them. Sir, what should we do? Someone couldn't help but step forward and ask. Grindelwald took a deep breath, barely suppressing the anger in his chest. Go find a magizoologist immediately. I refuse to believe that Newt Scamander is the only expert in the world. Grindelwald said through clenched teeth. Also, dismantle all these checkpoints. Put the dark creatures and magical beasts back into their original cages and resume normal feeding. Upon hearing his orders, his followers immediately got to work. TCH, when you were gathering these creatures for me, did it never occur to you to consult a magizoologist? Grindelwald couldn't help saying. They looked at one another, and after a moment, one of them said hesitantly, Sir, have you forgotten? We did plan to, but you told us that you hate magizoologists the most, and that caring for magical creatures could be learned just by reading books. Grindelwald. Get out, all of you. Grindelwald waved his hand angrily. The group hurried off to carry out their tasks, afraid that if they lingered, they would be scolded. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes as he watched them busy themselves, along with the dark creatures being moved out of the tents and returned to their cages. Since the plan has already been delayed, perhaps. Dumbledore received Newt Scamander in his office. How did it go? Dumbledore asked immediately after inviting him to sit. About what you expected. They're amateurs, their setup has many safety risks, Newt said, taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat. I knew inviting you was the right decision, Dumbledore said cheerfully. But why did you agree to let him do all this at Hogwarts? Newt asked with dissatisfaction. Dumbledore turned and looked out at the Black Lake. By its shore, a few students were strolling in small groups. In the past 2 years, I've learned something. Sometimes, it's better to guide than to block. The more you try to stop certain people from doing something, the more determined they become to do it. So you simply let him do it? Newt looked completely puzzled. Yes, especially when we know we cannot stop him, Dumbledore continued. Only by letting them act, and allowing them to understand the cost of their actions, can they gain a deeper understanding. It is difficult to teach a person through words, but experience teaches swiftly. Newt shook his head. I don't think Grindelwald would give up just because of difficulties. Then all we can do is make what he does safer. Newt, things are different now. Grindelwald has abandoned his former bloody and brutal methods and has begun to act within the rules. We can only follow suit, Dumbledore said seriously. Newt understood what he meant. Now that everyone was playing by the rules, the situation was more dangerous in some ways, but for most people, it was at least safer than before. Bound by those rules and watched closely by Dumbledore, Grindelwald could no longer resort to dirty tactics such as spamming Protego Diabolica and Avada Kedavra. For example, when the centaurs provoked him before, in the past, they might have been slaughtered outright. But now, Grindelwald could only provoke them first, forcing them to strike before he would act in return. Very well, next time I inspect, I'll be even stricter, Newt said, standing up. Just now, he even thought I was there to delay him. In truth, that was part of my consideration, Dumbledore said with a smile. I must say, in recent years, Hogwarts' level of education has not been as demanding as before. If the students are to pass these challenges safely, they will need some time to grow. I believe Wade's mutual aid group will make good use of that time. Newt suddenly understood. The mutual aid group had only existed for a short time. Dumbledore was buying time so the students could use it to improve themselves. In fact, you don't need to worry too much, Newt said. Although Grindelwald's placement of those magical creatures and dark creatures is unreasonable, in terms of strength distribution, his classification of danger levels is actually quite reasonable. It won't be too easy, Dumbledore said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the opportunity to subtly instill his ideas into the students when they encounter setbacks. So you plan to let the students grow stronger during this time. Only then can they avoid setbacks and pass the trials smoothly, leaving him no chance to say much. Newt finally understood Dumbledore's intention in delaying things. After thinking for a moment, Newt suddenly spoke again. Dumbledore, you know, I just came out of their tents, so I now have a complete understanding of what magical creatures and dark creatures they have. So, would you and your students be interested in a reference guide for the trials? Nothing special, just a detailed record of these creatures' weaknesses and the easiest ways to deal with them. A smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. I believe they will need it. Night fell. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, 3 small figures quietly made their way toward the woods. Wade. Is it really appropriate for us to sneak into the Forbidden Forest like this? The Marauder's map is still in Dumbledore's hands. Tom couldn't help saying. Relax. The version covering the forest outskirts was made by me. I have a way to conceal our names, Wade said cheerfully. Then can you explain why we have to bring it along? Tom complained, pointing at the cat following behind them. Tom the cat was carrying a backpack. When he saw Tom pointing at him, he grinned broadly. It's carrying our bags, Wade said flatly. That's it. Tom looked doubtful. That's it. Wade shrugged. We can also take this chance to let it get some exercise. It's been too lazy lately. If it doesn't move around, I'm afraid it'll soon turn into a ball of fat. Hearing that, Tom didn't press the matter further. They had only come to the Forbidden Forest to catch some snakes, not to engage in anything dangerous. If Wade wanted to bring the cat, so be it. Before long, the 2 of them and the cat slipped into the forest. Where do you plan to start? Tom asked. Let's go a bit deeper. There are too many of Grindelwald's people on the outskirts, and we also need to avoid Mr. OG, Wade said. Tom's Parseltongue could summon a large number of snakes, and when that happened, things might get quite lively. So they needed to act far from any crowds. Wade had no intention of being discovered by Grindelwald and then dragged off to Dumbledore's office. After all, Grindelwald now held an official position. If they were discovered, they couldn't just fight him directly. Much like how Wade couldn't casually fight a professor. After some time, they went another kilometer deeper into the forest. Tom said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Grindelwald doing? Wasn't there only one tent before? Why are there tents everywhere now? That's why I insisted on coming at night. But it's not a big problem, we just need to avoid them," Wade said softly. After a while, they avoided a patrol of Grindelwald's followers and continued deeper. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 342, Chapter 342, as expected of you, even scheming against yourself. Wade estimated they were close to the edge of the area covered by the Marauder's map he had made, and then stopped. If they went any farther, his concealment spell would fail, and Dumbledore would be able to see their names. Sigh. I finally have a night without special training, and I end up coming into the Forbidden Forest with you. Tom complained. He had originally planned to rest properly tonight, but instead he had already walked several kilometers through the forest. Walking that distance over thick layers of fallen leaves had drained a great deal of his stamina. At least in terms of physical exertion, it wasn't much easier than sparring with Dumbledore. Tired? Wade asked. Of course. How are you not tired? If you were tired, you should have said so earlier. We could have just flown here, Wade said with a smile. Tom froze. We can fly. Why not? It's not like you haven't learned the flying charm. No. I thought you chose to walk because there was some deeper meaning behind it. Tom said in exasperation. What deeper meaning could there be? I'm walking to give the cat some exercise. If you didn't want to walk, you could have flown. Just fly slowly and wait for us. At least you wouldn't be this tired, Wade said, blinking. Tom was instantly speechless. After a long pause, he finally said something to save face. Flying consumes magic. Using magic is tiring too. Wade smiled. You should have said so earlier. Actually, I brought a broom. Tom watched as Wade pulled a flying broom out of his pocket, veins bulging on his forehead. After a moment, he said word by word, next time. I'll try to say it earlier. All right, this spot will do. Use your parcel tongue and summon the snakes, Wade said cheerfully. At the same time, Tom the cat, who had been following behind them, took out a sack from his backpack. It was an actual snakeskin sack, made from leftover basilisk hide, enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, perfect for holding snakes. Tom cleared his throat, preparing to summon the snakes with parcel tongue. Just as he opened his mouth, Wade suddenly covered it with his hand. Are you out of your mind? Of course, Tom didn't actually shout it. One reason was that his mouth was covered, and the other was that he had just noticed a group of people appearing in the distance, stopping him from swearing. They were cloaked in black, their wands raised, with large crates floating behind them. Tom patted Wade's hand, signaling that he could let go. Wade released him, then wiped his hand on Tom's clothes with clear disdain. Tom was annoyed but didn't dare say anything. The group in the distance was already heading their way. Wade waved his hand, and the two of them, along with the cat, silently retreated. At that moment, moonlight fell upon the face of the man leading the group. Wade narrowed his eyes. What was Grindelwald doing in the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Shouldn't we leave quickly? Tom said nervously. Someone like Grindelwald coming into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night was definitely not up to anything good. If he discovered them, there would be nothing pleasant waiting for them. So the best choice was to slip away quietly before he noticed them. A Slytherin would never put himself in unnecessary danger. However, Wade was clearly an exception, an oddity among Slytherins. If we leave now without finding out what he's up to, I won't even be able to sleep tonight, Wade muttered. Tom almost laughed in exasperation. No wonder Dumbledore likes you so much, Wade. The way you do things is completely Gryffindor. Shoo. Wade hushed him softly. Tom had wanted to say more, but he obediently shut his mouth. Grindelwald and his group were already less than 50 meters away. Wade was about to continue retreating, but Grindelwald's group suddenly stopped. Both Wade and Tom held their breath, watching them with curiosity. Tom had said they should run, but his actions told a different story as he stayed right there with Wade. Tom the cat quickly put the snakeskin sack away again and crouched beside Wade, ready to run at any moment. At that moment, Grindelwald glanced around, then had his men stack all the large crates together. Wade looked at those crates and suddenly drew in a sharp breath. He saw that familiar multicolored vortex again. That meant the crates were filled with dark creatures. Wade was puzzled. Why was Grindelwald deliberately gathering these dark creatures together again? Hadn't he already explained the possible consequences of connecting to a parallel world? Then Wade saw Grindelwald directing his followers to form a battle formation. Wade took another sharp breath. Now he completely understood what Grindelwald was planning. He was doing this on purpose, trying to connect to a parallel world. And forming a battle formation, he was preparing to attack his counterpart from that world. But why would he want to attack his parallel self? What benefit would that bring him? As Wade watched Grindelwald's focused expression, he suddenly recalled the brief confrontation Grindelwald once had with his counterpart from another world. And that other Grindelwald had been holding the Elder Wand. SSS, is this old man trying to take the Elder Wand back from his counterpart in a parallel world? As expected of you, even scheming against yourself. Wade felt a numb sensation. If his guess was right, then Grindelwald had truly gone mad. There were far too many uncertainties in parallel worlds. What if the other Grindelwald could only remain for a few seconds? What if that version didn't even have the Elder Wand? What if something went wrong and they ended up switching places, sending him into another parallel world? What if the world he connected to didn't even have a Grindelwald? This kind of move was nothing short of a gamble. Even setting aside the uncertainties of parallel worlds, just in terms of strength. Where did he get the confidence to believe he could defeat himself wielding the Elder Wand? Last time, if the connection to the parallel world hadn't suddenly vanished, he might not have been able to defeat his other self at all. Still, looking at Grindelwald's expression, Wade could somewhat understand his thinking. Someone like Grindelwald craved power more than anyone. And losing the Elder Wand had undoubtedly weakened him. Although he had now chosen a different path and no longer relied as heavily on sheer personal strength, he must still be deeply unwilling to accept the loss of the Elder Wand and the weakening of his power. But still, everything had been fine before. Why was he suddenly taking such a risk tonight? What on earth had set this old man off? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 343, Chapter 343, I just feel like it's time to switch to a different wand. What on earth had set this old man off? URG. Wade grumbled inwardly as he pulled out his wand. Tom stared blankly at him and quickly used a whispering charm to ask, have we been discovered? No. Then why are you taking out your wand? Nothing. I just feel like it's time to switch to a different wand, Wade said seriously. Tom looked at him in confusion, having no idea what he was planning. In fact, he couldn't even figure out what Grindelwald was trying to do. After all, he hadn't been present when the parallel world incident happened. Maybe I should just leave first, Tom said. From the situation, it looked like Grindelwald had set a trap and was preparing to attack someone. And since Wade had drawn his wand, it meant he also intended to gain something from whatever was about to happen. For someone like Tom, who didn't understand the situation at all, staying here no longer felt appropriate. Wade simply waved at him, signaling for him to take the cat along. Tom looked at the cat climbing onto his back with clear disgust. Can't you run on your own? That's disgusting. Tom the cat made a flying gesture, indicating that Tom could just carry him back. I'm not your mount, you stupid cat. Just as Tom was grumbling and preparing to retreat a bit before using the flying charm to leave, boom. Bomb. Bang. The group ahead, led by Grindelwald, suddenly sprang into action. In the next moment, battle erupted without warning. Tom was completely stunned. He had been backing away just now and hadn't seen anyone appear within their encirclement. And yet, the fight had broken out all of a sudden. What was more, it seemed that someone inside the encirclement was actually fighting back. In the brief moment Tom was distracted, several of Grindelwald's followers had already fallen to the ground, their condition unknown. This sudden change made Tom stop retreating. Spells were flying everywhere now. If he tried to take off directly, he might get hit, which would be completely unfair. At that moment, Grindelwald was controlling a powerful blue fiend fire, launching a fierce assault at whatever was inside the encirclement. Tom felt waves of heat rushing toward him and hurriedly retreated further. But in that brief instant of distraction, Wade, who had been crouching not far ahead of him, had already disappeared. What the hell? Did he run off? At that moment, the battle ahead had reached a fever pitch. Most of Grindelwald's followers had already fallen. Only a few of the stronger ones remained, fighting alongside Grindelwald and attacking whatever was inside the encirclement. This shocked Tom. There weren't many people who could fight Grindelwald to this extent. Could it be Dumbledore inside? Just then, the remaining followers also fell, leaving only Grindelwald still pressing the attack. Tom stared at the battle in astonishment. Now he could see clearly that there was only a single figure inside the encirclement. Although he was too far away to make out the person's face. Grindelwald, fighting with numbers on his side, was actually on the verge of being defeated. Wasn't that a bit embarrassing? At this moment, in the one-on-one duel, Grindelwald seemed unable to match his opponent and kept retreating. Meanwhile, the other person advanced step by step. Soon, Tom finally saw the person's face clearly. Huh. Tom blurted out in shock. That person looked exactly the same as the Grindelwald in front of him. Fortunately, the two Grindelwalds were completely focused on fighting each other and didn't notice Tom's outburst. At that moment, although the first Grindelwald was at a disadvantage, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It is time. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted beneath the other Grindelwald's feet. At the same time, the Grindelwald who had been retreating stopped and launched an even fiercer counterattack. Tom immediately understood. Grindelwald had been luring his opponent into a trap. Looking at the explosion not far away, Tom felt a lingering sense of fear. If he and Wade had taken just a few more steps forward earlier, or arrived a little sooner, they might have been the ones caught in that trap. As the smoke from the explosion settled, the other Grindelwald looked quite disheveled. Although a cracked iron shield charm covered his body, preventing physical harm, the violent shock from the explosion had still injured his internal organs. In an instant, the situation reversed. Even so, despite the trap-setting Grindelwald pressing his attack with excitement, the injured Grindelwald remained calm in his defense. But as the balance continued to shift, if this went on, the injured Grindelwald would ultimately be defeated. However, at that moment, the Grindelwald on the other side suddenly began to turn translucent. Seeing this, Grindelwald's expression changed drastically. No. I'm so close. Just lose already. The other Grindelwald looked at his fading body, a hint of smugness appearing on his face. In the next moment, he completely abandoned offense and focused entirely on defense. As a result, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Watching the other's body gradually become more transparent, Grindelwald's face filled with unwillingness. He had been so close, was it all going to fail in the end? At this point, the other Grindelwald also sensed that his time was up and gave a final wave. Right then, a streak of red light suddenly slipped between their spells at a tricky angle. Boom. Crack. The already fractured iron shield charm shattered instantly. A uniquely shaped wand flew high into the air and landed in the hand of someone not far away. It was Wade, who had been waiting for the perfect moment. Both Grindelwald stared at him in shock. "How dare you?" The half-transparent Grindelwald began, but before he could finish, he vanished completely. Holding the Elder Wand, Wade gave it a light wave, and the stacked crates flew off in all directions. As the crates scattered, the massive vortex gradually disappeared. "Ha! So it was you, you little brat." Grindelwald's face looked as unpleasant as if he had swallowed a fly. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 344, Wade, the Master of the Elder Wand. Wade acted as if he hadn't heard Gellert Grindelwald cursing him at all, leisurely saying, "Oh my, isn't this the great revolutionary, Director of Magical Education, Professor Albus Dumbledore's close friend, and senior external official of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Grindelwald? Although I did step in to help you, there's really no need to thank me. Just a small favor." "Thank you." Grindelwald glanced at the wizards lying all over the ground, then at the Elder Wand in Wade's hand, and felt his vision go dark. He had paid such a heavy price, even risked his life, only to end up making a wedding dress for this brat. Just moments ago, the Grindelwald from the parallel world had been on the defensive the entire time, making it impossible for him to break through. At the final moment, that parallel world Grindelwald believed the passage between worlds was about to disappear, and his guard slipped ever so slightly. Wade seized that fleeting opening, suddenly appearing and launching a sneak attack. With Wade's current strength, catching an already weakened Grindelwald off guard like that, there was almost no chance of failure. He succeeded in a single strike. At that moment, Grindelwald wanted nothing more than to snatch the Elder Wand back by force. But he was no longer at his peak, and there was no guarantee he could defeat Wade quickly enough to reclaim it. Moreover, the Elder Wand was now in Wade's hand, meaning a fully capable Wade was further empowered by it. If he couldn't end the fight swiftly and it dragged on, or worse, if Wade escaped, then his act of attacking a student would be impossible to explain. So Grindelwald could only grit his teeth and temporarily abandon the idea of making a move. After a long pause, he finally asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Wade shrugged. "A fine Hogwarts tradition, sneaking out at night." "I recall that sneaking out is against school rules," Grindelwald said coldly. "Oh dear. I've been caught. I suppose I'll just go back to the castle with you, lose another 20 or so points for my house, and serve some detention. How unlucky." As he spoke with a face full of mock regret, Wade gently stroked the Elder Wand in his hand. Grindelwald felt a sharp pain in his chest from sheer anger. Indeed, at most, a student who sneaked out and wandered into the Forbidden Forest would only lose some points and serve detention for a period of time. But compared to obtaining the Elder Wand, that cost was nothing. Wade's voice drifted over again, unhurried. "Though perhaps Professor Dumbledore might go easy on me, especially when he discovers that I also have an Elder Wand." Hearing this, Grindelwald's vision darkened once more, and even his head began to throb. This was bad, he had been completely played by this kid. How sharp was Albus Dumbledore? The moment he saw the Elder Wand in Wade's hand, how could he not understand what had happened? By then, Wade might not even have to pay the small price of losing points or serving detention. He might even be rewarded by Dumbledore. After all, he had stopped the villain from reclaiming the Elder Wand. And on top of that, he had disregarded the safety of the world and meddled with the parallel world again. If that old man Dumbledore found out, his ears would never know peace. In other words, after paying a huge price, not only had someone else reaped the benefits, he had gained nothing in return and would still have to bear the consequences afterward. Damn it. How long have you been hiding here? Grindelwald felt sick to his stomach. Honestly, it was just a coincidence. I sometimes come into the Forbidden Forest to gather materials. Tonight was the same, and then I ran into you all. Wade glanced at the wizard sprawled across the ground and gave a light wave of the Elder Wand in his hand. The wizards began to stir and slowly regained consciousness. Although the Grindelwald from the parallel world had somehow also ended up here and was attacked by his counterpart, he had still held back against his own followers from another world. As a result, these wizards had only been knocked unconscious rather than killed. Even so, they were badly injured and had temporarily lost their ability to fight. Watching Wade casually dispel the spells affecting so many people with the aid of the Elder Wand, Grindelwald roared inwardly. "That's my wand. My wand. We paid a heavy price for that wand, and you just came in at the end to take the prize. Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate?" With no other choice, Grindelwald tried to reason with him. That's not quite right. Think about it carefully. If I hadn't stepped in, would you have gotten the Elder Wand? Wade said with a smile. Grindelwald fell silent. It was obvious. In that situation, if Wade hadn't intervened, he would never have been able to break through his parallel self's defenses. He could only have watched helplessly as the other Grindelwald calmly left this world with the Elder Wand. But Wade had acted at that moment and seized it. That was undeniably his own capability. Damn it, he couldn't even win an argument. Let's make a deal. What would it take for you to give me the Elder Wand? Grindelwald asked in a low voice. Wade put the Elder Wand away and said firmly, forget about the Elder Wand. I'm not handing it over to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Dumbledore. Grindelwald's lips twitched slightly. So that meant tonight's events would definitely be reported to Dumbledore. Then again, it made sense. Wade had made a great contribution. How could he not claim credit? Besides, that Elder Wand, without explaining things to Dumbledore, Wade wouldn't be able to use it openly. After a long silence, Grindelwald finally spoke again. Fine. I can give up on the Elder Wand. But I can't have worked for nothing tonight, can I? Wade nodded. That's fair. Go on, what do you want? Everything had its limits. Teasing Gellert Grindelwald was entertaining, but Wade couldn't keep pushing him forever. If he really let him walk away empty-handed tonight, there was no telling what kind of madness this old man might resort to next. What happened tonight amounts to us paying a heavy price to secure an incredibly powerful wand for you, Grindelwald said slowly. So what I want from you won't be anything simple. As long as it's nothing that harms others, Wade replied with a smile. Grindelwald's calm demeanor returned. Today, your senior, Newt Scamander, came to inspect the challenges I set up. Unfortunately, in the eyes of that professional magizoologist, none of them passed. So, how about you help me design the challenges instead? Wade's eyes widened. You're trying to set me up. How could I be setting you up? This doesn't count as anything immoral, Grindelwald said with a shrug. Everyone knows Headmaster Armando Dippet and Professor Albus Dumbledore are stalling your reforms. And you want me to help you design them? Which side would that put me on? How am I supposed to face Professor Dumbledore? Wade waved his hands repeatedly. Heh. Which side you're on, only you truly know, Grindelwald said with a faint smile. Forget it. No way. Wade shook his head. I know you have a strong interest in dark creatures, so I'll allow you to study them freely. You know, after the students complete the challenges, those creatures are left idle. Wade hesitated. That doesn't sound very appropriate. I've heard you even asked your teacher to look for places in other countries where dark creatures can be raised. As it happens, I can offer you considerable help in that regard, Grindelwald said with a smile. Wade looked at him suspiciously. You even know about that? Don't underestimate my information network, Wade. Besides, your teacher didn't exactly hide their intentions, Grindelwald replied with a smile. This isn't something we should discuss here, Wade said calmly. Grindelwald chuckled. You know how it is. In this matter, it's already good enough if Dumbledore doesn't stop you, let alone offer any help. You'd be better off cooperating with me. Wade waved a hand. That's something we can discuss separately. As for tonight, I can agree to help you design the challenges. But the content will be entirely up to me. You don't get a say. Grindelwald frowned. I don't get a say. How is that acceptable? Wade smiled. I guarantee the difficulty won't be any lower than what you designed before, and I guarantee it will pass Dumbledore's inspection. Once it's done, if you're not satisfied, you can have me redo it anytime. And what if you deliberately fail to satisfy me to stall for time? Grindelwald asked. What do you propose? Then you return the Elder Wand to me, Grindelwald said with a smile. Wade let out a scoff. Ha! Now that the Elder Wand is in my hands, you can forget about getting it back. Besides, what if you just claim to be dissatisfied on purpose? So, a Wade with photographic memory, nightmare magic, ancient magic, and a system wasn't enough. Now he also has an Elder Wand. I can only pray for his enemies Kakik. I need your help. New story just dropped and updating daily. Trust me, it's good. Please drop Power Stones and add to collection right now, it helps the new FIC climb this week's power ranking. The Boys, Ultimate Multiversal Life Form. You can search it up or you can click on my pen name and then go to Works. You guys know. Thank you Heartsuit. Chapter 345, Chapter 345, wait. I know who it is. If neither of us can trust the other, then we'll draft a magical contract. Gellert Grindelwald took out a piece of parchment. As his finger touched it, lines of text began to appear on their own. Before long, the parchment was filled with writing. Wade took it and began checking it word by word. The binding force of a magical contract was not much weaker than that of an unbreakable vow, and it could stipulate far more terms at once. No problems, Wade said. Then sign it. Both of them used a drop of blood from their fingertips to sign their names on the contract. The moment the contract was completed, the blood-written names burst into flames and vanished. At the same time, the contract split into 2 identical copies, one for Wade and one for Grindelwald. 10 minutes later, Wade called over Tom, who had been watching the whole show from the side, and turned toward Hogwarts Castle. You actually made a deal with Grindelwald? Yes. Then what happened tonight absolutely can't be let Professor Albus Dumbledore know. Tom muttered. Not let Dumbledore know. No, Tom. I'm going to find him right now and explain everything. Have you lost your mind? You just agreed to help Grindelwald set up those challenges. Yes. But Dumbledore won't blame me. Why? Tom asked, puzzled. Think about it, would Dumbledore feel more at ease with the authority to design the challenges in my hands, or still in Grindelwald's? Wade asked with a smile. Of course in your hands. Ah. I see. Tom suddenly understood, but quickly frowned again. But, if everyone can see that, then why would Grindelwald still let you control the design? Wouldn't that mean he can't tamper with the challenges anymore? Who told you Grindelwald wants to tamper with the challenges? He just wants to subtly instill his own ideas while students are taking them. What kind of ideas could he instill? Tom asked curiously. He wants to make the students stronger, and gradually make them realize the unique power they possess as wizards, power strong enough to rule over those weak muggles. Grindelwald does believe that wizards should rule over muggles, and incompetent wizards can't rule anyone, Tom nodded. Wade smiled. Exactly, Tom. You've hit the key point. The current Gellert Grindelwald is far more dangerous than before because he has much more patience. If his educational reforms succeed, then no Hogwarts graduate will be an incompetent wizard who can't even cast a shield charm. And if, during this process, he fosters a mindset that worships strength, over time, the new generation of wizards will grow stronger and stronger. Hogwarts is only one of his testing grounds. Do you think Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry hasn't already begun the same process? Tom sucked in a sharp breath. If that's the case, then as his influence grows, the thinking of the new generation will gradually change as well. The stronger the wizard, the prouder they'll be, and the less willing they'll be to hide. When that happens, the International Statute of Secrecy will be in danger, which perfectly aligns with Grindelwald's ideology. In that case, his power will quietly grow stronger and stronger. Everyone's thinking will slowly become unified, and in the end, it will be time to wage war against the Muggles. And with the Muggle world already weakened by war, he might actually succeed. Wade patted Tom on the shoulder and smiled. Not bad, not bad. You're much sharper now than when your head was full of nothing but spells. But don't worry. He won't succeed. Tom nodded. True. With a troublemaker like you around, how could he? Tom now deeply regretted calling Wade a troublemaker earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been left alone in the Forbidden Forest catching snakes. Tom let out a long sigh and picked out several vipers from the writhing mass of snakes. Turning his head, he saw Tom the cat standing nearby, watching him with curiosity. TCH. He even had to take care of the cat for him. Tom said irritably, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and open the bag." Tom the cat made a face at him, then reluctantly opened the snakeskin sack. As the snakes were stuffed inside, Tom picked up a piece of parchment and swiftly marked it with a check. Oh, damn you, Wade. Hogwarts Castle. Nearly headless Nick hummed a tune as he floated along the corridor, then suddenly shivered for no reason. Oh, what's going on? Why does this feel so strange? Nick held his head and looked around in confusion. Not far away, Wade, hidden under a disillusionment charm, was crouched in a corner, shivering from the cold. On the way here, he had been so absorbed in studying the Elder Wand in his hand that he hadn't paid attention and had walked straight through the ghost. The sensation was like having a bucket of ice water poured over him from head to toe. It took Wade quite a while to recover. Just as he was about to continue forward, something suddenly occurred to him. The Slytherin ghost. Wade had come into contact with the Slytherin ghost more than once before, but it seemed, he had never felt this kind of biting cold. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but this experience brought the memory back clearly. The Slytherin ghost was indeed cold, but not like Nick, whose chill was that of a true ghost. So the Slytherin ghost had long shown signs that it might not be a true ghost. He wondered how that old fellow was doing now, and whether he had found any useful clues. Lost in thought again, Wade unknowingly arrived at the door to Albus Dumbledore's office. He casually raised his hand and knocked, completely forgetting to cancel the disillusionment charm on himself. Creak. The office door opened. Wade was just about to greet the person inside when he saw that it wasn't Dumbledore standing there, but a beautiful woman. Professor Minerva McGonagall. His voice caught in his throat. It was already close to midnight, and as a Slytherin student sneaking out at night, he had run straight into Professor McGonagall. Wade's first instinct was to run. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing points, but Professor McGonagall was far too responsible. If she caught him, he would have to explain a lot of things, which would be troublesome. And Wade generally disliked trouble. With that thought, he quietly stepped back, intending to slip away for now and come back later. At that moment, Professor Minerva McGonagall opened the door but saw no one, her face filled with suspicion. Who's there? Could it be Peeves? But she quickly dismissed the thought. No matter how mischievous Peeves was, he still showed a basic level of respect toward powerful professors. He certainly wouldn't knock on a professor's door for no reason, especially not the office of the highly respected Albus Dumbledore. McGonagall turned back toward Dumbledore, who was seated at his desk writing something. Albus, did you call a student to see you? At this hour? Dumbledore looked up, slightly startled. I didn't call for any student. Then who knocked? McGonagall asked with a frown. Dumbledore suddenly seemed to recall something. He took out the Marauder's map from beneath his desk and glanced at it. After returning to the castle, Wade had already removed the magic that concealed his name. After all, he had come to see Dumbledore. If he appeared outside Dumbledore's office knocking while his name didn't show on the map, that would be troublesome. So Dumbledore immediately saw Wade's name outside his office. Ah. I must not have noticed earlier. Was there really a knock? Dumbledore said casually, putting the Marauder's map away. There was clearly someone knocking just now, and you even asked me to open the door. McGonagall's brows suddenly lifted slightly. Wait. I know who it is. She returned to the doorway and looked at the empty corridor, her voice soft. Wade, is that you? Stop hiding, I've already guessed. Ha ha ha. Hell yes. Keep bombarding the new FIC, the boys, ultimate multiversal life form, with power stones. Let the web novel shiver with terror. Show them our power, boys. Mwahaha. Cough. Cough. Please help. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 346, Chapter 346, Dumbledore, where did you get an Elder Wand? At the start of this term, she had learned what Dumbledore intended for Wade to do. Because of that, she had been quite worried about him. So much time had passed that Dumbledore must have already explained everything to Wade. Which made it obvious who the student coming to see him at this hour was. Seeing no movement in the corridor, McGonagall sighed. I know what you're doing, Wade. Don't worry, come out. I won't deduct any points. At that moment, Dumbledore also walked to the doorway, a hint of helplessness on his face. He knew it would be difficult to hide things from McGonagall. She had always been exceptionally sharp, even as a student. Dumbledore glanced at the empty corridor. Wade, stop hiding. Come out. The next second, in the middle of the corridor, Wade's figure suddenly appeared, as if stepping out of thin air. Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly. Wade, even I couldn't see through your disillusionment charm. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, good evening, Wade said, his smile a little stiff. He wasn't sure if he was mistaken, but he thought he saw a trace of distress on McGonagall's face. Shouldn't she be angry and deducting his house points? Why did she look like that? Come in, McGonagall said gently, turning back into the office. Wade looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Albus Dumbledore smiled and nodded to him, and only then did Wade follow him into the office, still somewhat confused. Professor Minerva McGonagall closed the door and looked at the two of them. At the same time, Wade and Dumbledore were also looking at her. Albus, please, I'm also part of Hogwarts. Can you stop keeping everything from me? Even Wade, a student, has contributed his part. Am I really so unqualified? McGonagall grew more emotional as she spoke. Dumbledore had involved even a second-year student like Wade, yet she, a professor, had been kept in the dark. No matter how she thought about it, it felt wrong. Hearing this, Dumbledore couldn't help but glance at Wade. Wade shrugged. If you put it that way, then you really are in the wrong, Professor Dumbledore. How could you keep it from Professor McGonagall? Sorry about that, Professor Dumbledore. I'm not the one who kept it from her, so don't drag me into this with you. Dumbledore could only sigh. That's not what I meant, Minerva. It's just that this matter is somewhat complicated and somewhat dangerous. So until a critical moment, I wasn't planning to involve more people. I know what you're worried about, Albus, but what's so complicated about this? To oppose Grindelwald, I've been involved over the years as well. I fought the wizards under him. Wouldn't it be better if more of us participated and worked together? I don't understand why you insist on keeping us professors out of it. Or do you think we're not capable enough? McGonagall said, puzzled. Wade turned and added, yeah, why? Dumbledore shot Wade a glare. This boy was only making things worse. He turned back and said earnestly, this has nothing to do with ability, Minerva. I am well aware of your exceptional capabilities. But, secrecy ensures success. When facing an enemy like Gellert Grindelwald, one cannot be too cautious. The fewer people who know our plans, the lower the risk. Even if you don't know now, when the time comes to act, I will still need your help. McGonagall sighed upon hearing this. She looked at Wade, then at Dumbledore. Although she understood Dumbledore's concerns, she still didn't want to remain uninvolved. No matter how capable Wade was, he was still her student. Watching her own student step onto the front lines while she could do nothing was a feeling she found hard to accept. After a long while, she said quietly, if that's the case, then I'll take my leave. You two can talk. Please wait, Minerva. Dumbledore stopped her. After a moment of thought, he continued, since you're here tonight, stay. In fact, I don't yet know what Wade wishes to report. Wade said, Professor, the current Grindelwald may be more dangerous than before, but that's in terms of the bigger picture. As long as you are here, under your deterrence, he actually won't dare to go too far. So it doesn't matter if Professor McGonagall is involved. Dumbledore recalled Grindelwald's attitude when facing the centaurs and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, for the sake of his long-term plans, Grindelwald is no longer as reckless as he used to be. Even when he wanted to deal with the centaurs, he had to deliberately provoke them into striking first. I understand. Then. Minerva, sit down for now. After Wade finishes his report, I'll brief you on the recent situation. You're right, having more people contribute ideas is a good thing. Since Grindelwald had already changed his approach, Albus Dumbledore felt he should adjust his own thinking as well. Then Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall both turned to look at Wade. So, what did you come to tell me tonight? Dumbledore asked. Oh right. I almost forgot. Wade said, pulling the Elder Wand he had just taken from his pocket and handing it over. Dumbledore stared at the wand in Wade's hand in shock. When did you? He had been about to ask when Wade had taken the Elder Wand, but before he could finish, he felt the wand still in his own pocket. Then Dumbledore drew out his own Elder Wand. The two identical wands lay side by side. Dumbledore could even feel the magical currents within the wand in his hand tremble slightly. A wizard of Dumbledore's caliber didn't need to examine it further. The moment he held it, he knew that the one Wade had brought was also a genuine Elder Wand. Where did you get this? Dumbledore asked, uncertain. The two Elder Wands, placed side by side on the desk, seemed to produce a strange reaction. Even McGonagall, sitting nearby, could feel the unusual magical fluctuations emanating from them. It was as if neither wand was willing to yield to the other. Wade said, tonight, I went into the Forbidden Forest to handle something, and then I happened to see Grindelwald gathering all the dark creatures together. What? Dumbledore immediately understood what had happened. His face darkened with anger. Has that old fool gone mad? Does he not realize what terrible consequences could arise if something goes wrong? There were far too many uncertainties with parallel worlds. If another Grindelwald arrived and failed to leave, then there would be two Grindelwalds in this world. Not to mention anything else, the two of them would inevitably clash first. And if the one who came over was the Grindelwald from before he changed his methods, it would be even worse. McGonagall sat to the side, looking at them in confusion. Not knowing the full story, she couldn't understand what they were talking about. But she also knew this wasn't the time to interrupt, so she remained quietly seated, listening. Yes, it was extremely dangerous. Wade added, taking the opportunity to exaggerate slightly. That newcomer Grindelwald was incredibly powerful. Even with a group of wizards, Grindelwald couldn't defeat him. In the end, all those wizards were knocked down, and only then did he lure the newcomer into a trap. He defeated the other version of himself. Dumbledore asked quickly. Just a little short of it, but I stepped in at that moment and took the Elder Wand from Grindelwald, Wade said calmly. Albus Dumbledore was stunned for a moment before asking, you came out and ambushed Grindelwald. Strictly speaking, it was another Grindelwald, so it doesn't count as attacking a ministry official, Wade corrected. Dumbledore let out a breath of relief, then frowned and began to admonish him. How could you act so rashly? After what you did, how could Grindelwald possibly let you go? Taking the prize right in front of him like that. Even if it were Dumbledore himself, he would be furious in such a situation. Because he couldn't beat me anymore, so he had no choice but to talk, Wade said evenly. For a moment, Dumbledore was at a loss for words. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in him. The thought of someone as proud as Grindelwald being forced to bow his head to a boy like Wade almost made him laugh. But the urge to laugh quickly faded, replaced by deep concern. Grindelwald won't let this go, Dumbledore said with a frown. You were too impulsive. Even if he regained the Elder Wand, I could still keep him in check. There was no need for you to take such a risk. No need to worry, Professor. I made a deal with him over it and took over the task of designing the challenges, Wade said, pulling out a magical contract. Dumbledore stared at the contract in astonishment. You mean, not only did you take the Elder Wand from him, you also took control of the most important part of his plan, the trial design. That's right. Dumbledore fell silent for a long moment before finally asking, Grindelwald, was he in his right mind? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, Compulsory Wizarding Education Law. Grindelwald is perfectly clear-headed, Wade shook his head. He knows very well that you've been stalling for time. Otherwise, Mr. Newt Scamander wouldn't have just inspected his setups, declared them unqualified, and left. That's why he's willing to hand the design over to me. This way, he can start his educational reform plan sooner. Since you've signed a contract with him, there's indeed no way to delay things anymore. But that's fine. At least now, he won't come after you over the Elder Wand, Albus Dumbledore said calmly, letting out a sigh of relief, a faint smile returning to his face. Wade asked in surprise, Professor, you're not blaming me for disrupting your plan to delay him. Your safety is the most important thing, Wade, Dumbledore said with a smile. And in truth, delaying him doesn't serve much purpose. We've been stalling partly to irritate Grindelwald, but also to give the students more time to train before attempting the challenges. Their strength is still somewhat lacking, and I worry they might face danger during the trials. But now that the design is in your hands, I feel much more at ease. Professor, I can't reduce the difficulty too much, but I can redesign and strengthen the rescue measures, Wade said seriously. That will be enough, Wade. Dumbledore said, clearly pleased. In Grindelwald's original designs, the challenges were filled with dangerous dark creatures and magical beasts, while rescue measures were almost non-existent. Unless you were completely incapacitated, no one would come to save you before the very last moment. Once you entered a challenge, there was essentially no option to give up. Either you cleared it and walked out, or you were carried out. Under such conditions, the likelihood of students facing life-threatening danger increased greatly. Even the best rescuers could make mistakes. If they failed to reach a student in time, that student would be finished. Grindelwald's initial harsh philosophy was to let students suffer more injuries. Only by fearing injury would they strive to become stronger and pursue power. Sometimes, shaping ideology worked this way, subtle and gradual, without the need for constant speeches. But now that Wade controlled the design of the challenges, he could fully enhance the rescue measures. The contract only required that the difficulty not be lowered. It said nothing about rescue systems. This way, at least there would be no cases where severely injured students failed to receive timely treatment. The chances of students facing fatal danger could be minimized as much as possible. There's something I've never quite understood, Professor, Wade said. What is it? Dumbledore asked. Wade frowned slightly. If Grindelwald's approach were made public, how could parents possibly agree? No one would want their child to undergo such dangerous trials. And if there were casualties, how would Hogwarts face the anger of the parents? How would the Ministry of Magic deal with public outrage? Even a single student death or serious injury could force Hogwarts to shut down, couldn't it? Hearing this, Dumbledore's expression turned difficult to read. Wade could see the conflict in Albus Dumbledore's expression. The British Ministry of Magic, along with the ministries of several neighboring countries, recently passed a new law. To be honest, I initially thought it was quite a good law. Dumbledore said slowly. What law? The Wizarding Compulsory Education Act. Within Hogwarts' recruitment range, all underage witches and wizards must attend Hogwarts for their education. Preventing a child of the proper age from enrolling is a violation of the law. After the law was passed, subsidies for disadvantaged students were also increased, and the timing of this law was before Grindelwald presented his educational reform plan to me. Dumbledore explained. Wade drew in a sharp breath. He had to admit, this move from Gellert Grindelwald was ruthless. First of all, very few people knew the details of the educational reforms. Even those who had heard of it only had a vague idea, without knowing the specifics. So before proposing the reforms, Grindelwald had already arranged for this law to be quietly introduced. Hardly anyone had time to react. In fact, most people thought the law was excellent. It ensured that many young wizards who previously couldn't attend school due to various circumstances could now receive an education. Financial aid was also increased, allowing many poor students to live better lives. Especially for special cases like Phileas Flitwick, enrollment had become much easier. If this law had been implemented earlier, Dumbledore wouldn't have needed to put in so much effort to get Flitwick admitted. As a result, the Wizarding Compulsory Education Act passed smoothly. But this seemingly beneficial law, when combined with Grindelwald's upcoming educational reforms, became a problem instead. Because it effectively blocked any path for parents to withdraw their children from school. Refusing to let a child continue attending Hogwarts would be illegal. What about transferring schools? Wade asked. Transfers are allowed, of course, but they require an application, and until that application is approved, the student must continue studying at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said gravely. Wade took another sharp breath. An application. As if that would ever be approved easily. All it would take was a few excuses to drag the process out for 10 days or even half a month, until people gave up. He had seen tricks like this plenty of times before coming to this world. Albus Dumbledore continued, it was only after I received Grindelwald's educational reform plan that I realized the connection between the two, but by then it was already too late. It was also at that moment that I understood just how deeply the British Ministry of Magic had been infiltrated by him. Under normal circumstances, it would take 1 or 2 years for the ministry to pass a new law, but this time it was done in a very short period. Wade finally understood. If the ministry has been controlled by Grindelwald, then public anger won't affect their decisions at all. As long as the ministry holds firm, Hogwarts won't be forced to shut down even if students are injured or killed. In the original course of events, when Myrtle was killed by the basilisk, Hogwarts nearly closed not because of public pressure, but because of pressure from the ministry. Now that the ministry was effectively in his hands, who could force Hogwarts to shut down? At the same time, Wade also understood why Dumbledore was so conflicted. He was blaming himself. If he hadn't been so wary of power, if he had accepted Headmaster Dippet's suggestion and entered politics earlier, perhaps he could have prevented all of this. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, Dumbledore, that puts my mind more at ease. But now, with the ministry already deeply infiltrated, even if Dumbledore wanted to step into politics, there was little he could do. The feeling of knowing he had the ability to stop it, yet being unable to act, weighed heavily on him. That was why, upon hearing Wade's question, Dumbledore had reacted with such self-reproach and hesitation. Wade couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration. That old man, he really thought everything through. He sealed off every possible escape. As expected, Grindelwald after changing his approach is far more dangerous than before. Dumbledore sighed, gripping the Elder Wand tightly. If it truly comes to that, then I will have no choice but to. Wade quickly pressed down on his hand. It won't come to that. Not yet. At the very least, the design of the challenges is in my hands now, isn't it? With Grindelwald's intelligence, he would certainly have anticipated that Dumbledore might resort to desperate measures. Wade didn't believe he had made no preparations at all. So even if Dumbledore were willing to risk everything to eliminate him, success was far from guaranteed. And if Dumbledore failed after going all out, the situation would only become worse. Yes, that is indeed good news. Dumbledore's tense expression finally eased a little. At this point, Minerva McGonagall, who had been listening for a long time, finally managed to understand part of the situation. Although she still couldn't make sense of the 2 Grindelwalds mentioned earlier, she grasped the latter half. Wade, since you're the one designing the challenges, can you remove those dark creatures? McGonagall asked urgently. She simply couldn't imagine her young students facing such powerful dark creatures, utterly helpless. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of dark creatures wasn't just their aggression, but the fact that many of their attacks carried potent dark curses. With the slightest mistake, those students might be left with scars they would carry for life. And even scars would be considered fortunate. If they were crippled, losing an arm or something similar, that would last a lifetime. Ordinary disabilities weren't a big issue in the wizarding world. Regrowing lost limbs was possible. But that only applied to normal injuries. If the damage was caused by dark curses, regeneration was impossible. In the Harry Potter books, the legendary Auror Alastair Moody was a perfect example. Years of fighting dark wizards had cost him an eye and a leg. Because those injuries were inflicted with dark magic, neither his eye nor his leg could be restored. Even the horrific scars on his face could not be removed. Wade thought for a moment before saying, although Grindelwald requires that the difficulty not be reduced too much, it's not completely impossible. First, we can make some adjustments to the dark creatures he prepared. For example, we can seal or weaken the curse effects of their attacks, or reduce their overall combat strength. Alternatively, we could replace some of the more dangerous creatures with combat constructs. What if Grindelwald finds out? Minerva McGonagall asked. There's no need to hide it. We should approach him openly and discuss it, Wade said. That's right, we can talk to him, Albus Dumbledore nodded. But, how could he possibly agree? McGonagall asked in surprise. Wade explained, Professor McGonagall, Grindelwald may be a villain, but his goal isn't to harm students. That would serve no purpose for him. His educational reform is meant to gradually strengthen the combat ability of the new generation of wizards, not to create a large group of crippled individuals who can't fight. So he will agree. McGonagall hadn't fully adjusted her thinking yet, so when she first heard of Grindelwald's plans, she had instinctively assumed he intended to harm the students. Now, hearing Wade's explanation, she finally felt relieved. What Wade said made sense. Grindelwald's plan could not be about harming students. That would be meaningless to him. "I'll go speak with him," Dumbledore said. "I'll go. After all, I'm the one designing the challenges now," Wade replied. "Then I'll be there as well," Dumbledore said, picking up the Elder Wand with a serious expression. "As you said, my presence alone serves as a deterrent. If I stand by, he won't be able to think calmly." "That makes sense." Wade nodded. When the time came, as long as Albus Dumbledore stood to the side, Grindelwald would have to devote at least most of his attention to him. That old man was always on guard against Dumbledore making an unexpected move. After Wade finished his report, Dumbledore picked up the Elder Wand Wade had brought and asked, "Wade, this wand, you should know its legend." "Yes. I've read the tale of the three brothers," Wade replied. "Then you understand the nature of this wand, so it has acknowledged you as its master?" Dumbledore asked. Wade nodded. "I took it directly from that Grindelwald. By the rules, I'm its master now." "Good." Dumbledore handed the Elder Wand back to Wade with a pleased expression. The moment Wade took it, he once again felt the immense power contained within the wand, along with a faint sense of affinity, as if the wand itself relied on him. "With this, your strength will increase further." "That puts my mind more at ease," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Professor, may I take a look at your wand?" Wade asked after a moment's hesitation. "Of course." Dumbledore passed his Elder Wand to Wade. Wade accepted it. This was his first time holding the Elder Wand of this world. It felt warm in his hand, and at the same time, he sensed an identical surge of immense power. However, unlike the wand that had acknowledged him, Dumbledore's Elder Wand gave him a clear sense of rejection. In truth, if Wade had not already obtained a wand that had submitted to him, he wouldn't have noticed such a subtle difference. It was a rejection hidden beneath the surface. Wade was certain that while he could feel its power, he would not be able to wield it to its full extent. He nodded inwardly. No wonder Lord Voldemort had always believed himself to be the master of the Elder Wand. Having never held one that truly acknowledged him, he could only sense its strength, not its resistance. However, although the two Elder Wands from parallel worlds looked identical, they were in fact two different wands. At the very least, they recognized different masters. Wade had thought there might be some overlap between them. Perhaps Dumbledore's wand would show some reaction to him as well. But the truth proved that even identical objects from parallel worlds still had their differences. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 349, A Good News. While Wade compared the differences between the two Elder Wands, Dumbledore had already given Minerva McGonagall a rough account of what had happened earlier. Even with her exceptional intelligence, the concept of parallel worlds was something she had never encountered before, and it took her quite a while to barely grasp it. "In that case, Wade has accomplished something extraordinary tonight," McGonagall said excitedly. "Just think, if Grindelwald had regained the Elder Wand, the consequences would have been severe." And Wade stopped him. Wade simply shook his head modestly. "Just luck." In truth, Wade felt that whether Grindelwald had regained the Elder Wand or not wouldn't have made much difference. After all, even with the wand, the only person he feared was Dumbledore. Without it, given his strength, the only one he still feared was Dumbledore. Although Wade was strong, he was still unable to overpower Grindelwald. He lacked real combat experience, something that could only be honed over time. Dumbledore's special training with him was meant to address exactly that. If Wade, still inexperienced in actual combat, faced Grindelwald, then unless he could overwhelm him in magical power, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. Even with the Elder Wand boosting him significantly, it would likely take a few more years before Wade could completely suppress Grindelwald in terms of magical power. Of course, if his ancient magic could advance again now, those years of growth could be skipped entirely. Unfortunately, all known ancient magic hotspots had already been absorbed by Wade. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to find another method. At that moment, Wade suddenly recalled the patchwork-like ancient magical energy that appeared when multiple dark creatures gathered together. Perhaps, if he wanted to advance his ancient magic, this was the direction he needed to explore. And it just so happened that the design of the challenges was now in his hands. That meant all the dark creatures under Grindelwald's control were now effectively at his disposal. It seemed that experiments on refining ancient magical energy would have to be arranged soon. He wondered if his senior had recovered yet. Otherwise, she would be the best person to handle this experiment. After all, in this world, unless an ancient sage traveled through time to the present, no one understood ancient magic better than she did. Let me take another look at that contract. Albus Dumbledore took Wade's magical contract again and examined it carefully, worried that his student might have been taken advantage of. Wade casually returned the Elder Wand to him. "Tomorrow, we'll go talk to that old man," Wade said. "All right, tomorrow it is," Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. By now, Minerva McGonagall had finally come to accept that Wade's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary young wizard. Someone who could take the Elder Wand from a wizard like Grindelwald was anything but ordinary. So her resistance to Wade involving himself in dangerous matters had lessened. She looked at him seriously and said, "Wade, you're not fighting alone. If there's anything you need my help with, don't hesitate." Wade's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Of course," McGonagall nodded. Wade was facing Grindelwald. Strictly speaking, besides being her student, he was also her comrade now. How could she not support him? "Well, I actually do need your help with something," Wade said awkwardly. "What do you need?" McGonagall asked immediately. Wade hesitated for a long moment before speaking in an embarrassed tone. Well, about that, can I stop doing transfiguration homework from now on?" "McGonagall." Dumbledore pressed a hand to his forehead. "Oh. Wade." 20 minutes later. Wade returned to the dormitory with a light, carefree stride. He hadn't expected that going out tonight with Tom to catch snakes and take the cat for a walk would lead to such a huge gain. This was the Elder Wand. By Wade's rough estimate, casting spells with it increased their power by about 20%. No wonder Dumbledore could now rely purely on magical power to overwhelm Gellert Grindelwald without worrying about technique. From that perspective, Grindelwald's spellcasting technique was indeed inferior to Dumbledore's. After all, according to the original course of events, even with the Elder Wand, Gellert Grindelwald still failed to defeat Albus Dumbledore, who had not yet resolved his inner conflict. Of course, even in that history, it wasn't easy for Dumbledore to defeat Grindelwald wielding the Elder Wand. In truth, for Wade, the Elder Wand wasn't even his greatest gain tonight. The biggest gain was, from this day forward, he no longer had to do homework. In the dormitory, the other students were already asleep, and Tom was curled up on his bed, having just drifted into a hazy sleep. What had happened tonight had indeed frightened the young Tom. When Wade took the Elder Wand, the look in Grindelwald's eyes had been terrifying. "That lunatic might not be afraid, but whether you're afraid or not, could you at least not drag me along when you decide to take risks?" However, just as Tom finally managed to push aside his tangled thoughts and fall half asleep, he was suddenly shaken awake. "What is it? Has Grindelwald come after us?" Tom grabbed his wand and sat upright. "What do you mean come after us?" "I've got good news," Wade said excitedly. Once Tom woke up fully, he realized it was Wade who had shaken him, and his irritation flared immediately. He put his wand away and snapped, "Are you out of your mind? I just fell asleep." "Fine, what's the good news?" "The good news is, from now on, I don't have to do homework anymore," Wade said proudly. "What? Really?" Tom asked in delight. "Of course. Completely exempt. Special permission from Dumbledore," Wade said smugly. "Wait, you said you don't have to do homework, not that we don't have to, right?" "That's right." "So, that doesn't include me." "What are you thinking?" "Of course you still have to do your homework properly." Tom's smile froze. "Then why did you wake me up?" "To tell you the good news, of course." Tom drew in a sharp breath. Sometimes, having a friend like this was truly exhausting. He silently turned over and lay back down. "Tom. What's wrong, Tom? You don't look very happy, Tom. Go away. Are you poisoned or something? Why wouldn't I be upset? Don't you have any self-awareness? You not having homework has nothing to do with me. I just managed to fall asleep." "Yes, Vinda Rogier, I've handed over the design authority. There's no need to look for a magizoologist anymore, save your effort. Before long, the same newt who ignored us just days ago will be helping me design the challenges. I may not be able to command him, but naturally, someone else can. I must say, that little Wade can accomplish things we cannot." In the office, Gellert Grindelwald was giving instructions to his subordinate. "Understood." Abernathy still had some doubts, but he never questioned Grindelwald's orders. "How has Vinda been lately?" Grindelwald asked. "She hasn't been doing well," Abernathy replied. "You know she wants to work for you." "I see." Grindelwald gave a noncommittal response. Abernathy hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Sir, I still think Vinda is better suited for these matters than I am. Besides, things have calmed down now." Grindelwald glanced at him, and Abernathy immediately fell silent, realizing he had said too much. After a long pause, Grindelwald finally spoke. You're not wrong. It's about time Vinda's holiday came to an end. As for you, you've had a difficult time these past days. You may return to your previous duties. A faint smile appeared on Abernathy's face. Understood. I'll inform Vinda immediately. Click. The office door was pushed open. Wade and Albus walked in one after the other. Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, looking at the two of them before him. Albus glanced at Abernathy and said in a low voice, "Leave." Abernathy's expression stiffened immediately. "Go on, Abernathy. After all, this is their territory. They don't even need to knock before coming in," Gellert said with a smile. Abernathy gave a respectful nod to Grindelwald, then turned and left. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 350, damn it. She's a witch. You idiot. Grindelwald's gaze fell on Wade. It seems you were quite prompt in claiming your credit. I assume Dumbledore has given you some very satisfying rewards because of it. Wade didn't respond. He simply looked at Grindelwald with a faint smile, which only made his irritation flare. Having the Elder Wand taken right from under him, how could he not be angry? Even with a deal in place, the frustration in his heart wouldn't fade so quickly. After all his years in the wizarding world, when had Grindelwald ever suffered such a silent loss? Oh, the last time he had been thoroughly outplayed also seemed to involve this little brat. So what exactly are you here for? Grindelwald finally asked, unable to hold back. Director, we're here to negotiate, Wade said at last. Negotiate? Yes, about making some minor adjustments to the challenge design. Wade replied with a smile. Grindelwald turned to glance at Dumbledore and immediately understood. With him here, there's nothing to discuss. Grindelwald pointed at Dumbledore. If we're going to talk, it'll be just you and me, Wade. This is a deal between us. Dumbledore acted as though he hadn't heard a word. He pulled a chair over in front of Grindelwald's desk and sat down. Wade did the same, dragging over a chair and sitting beside him. There is something to discuss, Wade said with a smile. I said, with that old man here, there's nothing to discuss, Gellert Grindelwald replied, unmoved. Albus Dumbledore sat to the side, staring at him as if looking at a corpse. Grindelwald couldn't focus at all. At his level, the pressure from Dumbledore's gaze was anything but ordinary. Especially for a wizard like Grindelwald, he was extremely sensitive to such an aggressive presence. Even knowing that Dumbledore wouldn't attack him now, his instincts as a powerful wizard still caused his body to tense up. How was he supposed to think calmly under that? Dumbledore silently placed the Elder Wand on Grindelwald's desk. Can we talk now? Grindelwald looked at the wand in front of him, and a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Fine, we can talk, but only a little. I'll listen to your suggestions, but I won't make any decisions today, he said cautiously. Wade calmly placed the Elder Wand he had taken onto the desk as well. What about this? Can we go into more detail now? Grindelwald looked at the two identical wands before him, his lungs practically ready to burst with anger. This was a blatant threat. Was this negotiation? No. This was making demands. If it had only been Dumbledore, that would be one thing. But now Wade was here as well, and his strength wasn't far behind. Two Elder Wands, combined with Dumbledore and Wade both exerting their full presence, made Grindelwald feel as if he were sitting on needles. And these two Elder Wands were both his. Both of them. You two damn thieves. Fine, we can talk. Gellert Grindelwald forced a smile. Just say what you want. On the condition that the difficulty isn't reduced, I want to remove any dark creatures that carry lethal curses, Wade said with a smile. Agreed, Grindelwald replied immediately. We also need to improve the rescue measures. Agreed, Grindelwald nodded again. I want to replace some of the more ferocious magical and dark creatures with combat constructs, Wade continued. Why? We both know what you're aiming for. So tell me, would your hypothetical enemy use dark creatures and magical beasts to fight us? No, fine, I agree, Grindelwald said, nodding once more. Everyone knew that in the future, Grindelwald intended to go to war with Muggles. And if Muggles were the assumed enemy, there was no need for so many dark creatures and magical beasts. Anything else? Grindelwald asked. Not for now. Of course, if we think of anything else, we'll come back to discuss it with you, Wade said with a smile. Good, one more thing. Those dark creatures and magical beasts you no longer need, We'll take care of them properly for you. You don't need to worry about that, Wade replied with a smile. Grindelwald's lips twitched slightly. Who asked you to take care of them? He had spent money on those creatures. That was his money. But judging from Wade's attitude, he clearly intended to take them for himself. Grindelwald had initially wanted to object, but after a moment of thought, he gave up. Anything else? He asked again. No, Wade said with a smile. Then get out of my office, you two damn thieves. Did Grindelwald really lose his composure? In the Great Hall, Tom asked while stuffing food into his mouth. Using Wade's method, Tom had finally managed to get the house elves in the kitchen to prepare new dishes. His appetite had improved quite a bit because of it. No. He was pretending, Wade said. At the moment, he was eating pasta with a fork while flipping through a book. A figure like him wouldn't lose control so easily. I've got to hand it to you. You actually dragged Professor Albus Dumbledore along and went to rob Grindelwald, Tom said with admiration. Wade immediately denied it. Watch what you're saying. We were just properly handling those excess magical and dark creatures. What robbery? Besides, I need to design the challenges. Who knows if I'll need those creatures later. Yeah, you're the most upright person there is, Tom said perfunctorily. He glanced at the book in Wade's hands and added, Are Muggle novels really that interesting? What Muggle novel? Wade replied casually. The one in your hand, Tom said, pointing at the book Wade was flipping through. Wade turned it over, revealing the cover. On it was written A Tale of Two Cities, by Charles Dickens. Oh, this one. It's good. I like it, Wade said, continuing to read. Tom simply couldn't figure Wade out. The time he spent reading Muggle novels far exceeded the time he spent reading books on spells. Yet he still knew so many spells. What Tom didn't know was that the so-called Muggle novels in Wade's hands were actually magical books in disguise. To others, it looked like he was reading Muggle fiction, but in reality, he was quietly studying. The true nature of A Tale of Two Cities was actually a book on ancient runes, those words that carry magic. This was the first new book. More precisely, when Wade woke up this morning, he suddenly remembered that he still had a system, so he casually opened the shop to take a look. This book was listed there, sitting alongside several dragon eggs, priced at 5,000 merit points. It was absurdly cheap. Although it didn't contain all ancient runes, it included many that Wade had never seen before. For someone like him, who had recently been studying alchemy and combat constructs, it was extremely useful. So even while eating, he was rapidly memorizing and learning. Of course, some of the runes in the book were already familiar to him. But many were completely new. With his exceptional memory, Wade's mastery of ancient runes was improving at a rapid pace. At the same time, new ideas about combat constructs were gradually taking shape in his mind. Bang! A loud explosion rang out from inside a dilapidated wooden hut. Ah! Damn it! My eyes! What happened? Amid curses, a cloud of black mist drifted out through the window. The mist settled a short distance from the hut, then reformed into a beautiful woman. It was Nagini, whom no one had seen for quite some time. Damn it! She's a witch! You idiot! Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 351, Holy ***T. What the hell have you done this time? But, how is that possible? She was clearly a Muggle woman. Two men in black wizard robes staggered out of the wooden hut, shouting as they came. One of them was clutching his eyes in pain. Open your eyes and look properly. She's holding a wand. You damned woman, you tricked me. Nagini shrugged. You were the ones who tried to trick me first. One of the men said angrily, How did we trick you first? I thought you were a Muggle woman, so I just wanted to. So what? Because I'm a Muggle, I should be lured here and used as a test subject. Nagini cut him off coldly. You fucking bitch. Avada. Bang. Ah. The wand in the wizard's hand exploded instantly, making him scream in agony. Nagini raised her green wand slightly, and the two ferocious dark wizards were immediately hoisted upside down. The other wizard's wand slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Run! The injured wizard shouted and tried to apparate away. But performing apparition without a wand was difficult. He was just a fraction too slow, and both of them were knocked unconscious. TCH, still too slow, Nagini muttered, frowning. If my teacher were here, I'd definitely get scolded again. If those two had still been holding their wands, they would have escaped. Even without them, they had almost managed to get away. It showed that her response was still not fast enough. These dark wizards, even if their minds were somewhat unstable from studying dark magic, were still quite powerful. Not just anyone could perform wandless apparition. Nagini stepped forward, took out two red collars from her robes, and tossed them lightly ahead. The collars locked onto the two men's necks, then vanished from sight. After that, she gave a slight flick of her wand, and the two dark wizards regained consciousness. Ha! You fucking bitch. One of them had just woken when a wand slipped out from his sleeve and pointed straight at Nagini. It was his hidden wand. But before he could cast anything, he collapsed again, writhing on the ground in agony. The other wizard, who hadn't even had time to act, suffered the same fate. Nagini stood to the side expressionlessly and took out a small pocket watch to check the time. A full 2.5 minutes passed before she snapped her fingers. Only then did their agonized screams begin to subside. "Still want to fight?" Nagini asked with a smile. "What did you do to us, you fucking bitch, ah?" Before he could finish cursing, the wizard began howling in pain again. The other one wasn't spared either. "Spare me. I didn't insult you." Nagini shrugged. "Your friend did. You suffer with him. I won't dare again. If he curses again, I'll tear his mouth apart first." Nagini remained unmoved. She waited another 2.5 minutes before snapping her fingers once more. This time, the two dark wizards no longer dared to resist. They trembled as they prostrated themselves before her. "Have you submitted?" "Yes, yes. We submit. From now on, we'll follow your orders." The two of them no longer dared to resist at all. The pain was simply unbearable. It struck both body and soul at the same time, far more terrifying than the Cruciatus curse. And while enduring it, they were constantly plagued by nightmares. Very few dark wizards could withstand it. "Good." Nagini raised her hand, and a leaf drifted down from a nearby tree. As it landed in her palm, it gradually transformed into a slip of paper. "Go to this address. Someone will meet you there. Don't even think about running. Otherwise, you know the consequences," Nagini said coldly. "Yes. We wouldn't dare, we'll go right away." The two dark wizards supported each other and fled in panic. Only after they had left did the cold expression on Nagini's face begin to soften. It wasn't that she had become cold-hearted. It was that during these days of fighting dark wizards, she had come to fully understand the cruelty of human nature. She had personally witnessed the miserable fate of muggles used as experimental subjects by dark wizards. No matter how gentle a person was, seeing such things would harden them. If not for her mysterious teacher's order to capture them alive, she would have long since torn those beasts apart. Nagini casually tossed out a fireball, setting the foul, smoke-filled wooden hut ablaze. Only then did she take out a piece of parchment and examine it carefully. "All right, the Held brothers are dealt with. Next is Northern Europe." Salazar Slytherin flew northward under a disillusionment charm. Frowning, he avoided a formation of Muggle aircraft and began descending to a lower altitude. He had been wandering outside for a long time, searching for the places where he had once encountered the ancient sage. But 1,000 years was far too long. The passage of time had reshaped the land, and with the destruction of war, many places no longer even had the same terrain. This made his investigation extremely difficult. These damned Muggles, why start wars for no reason? And if you must fight, why all this senseless bombing? After searching fruitlessly for many days, Salazar Slytherin gradually lost his patience. Suddenly, he recalled the strange tomb he had once explored. "I wonder if that place has changed. It didn't seem to have much to do with the ancient sage, but there are no leads right now anyway, and since I'm already here, maybe I should take another look. Just from the outside. As long as I don't go in, it should be fine." Having made his decision, Slytherin didn't hesitate and turned in midair, changing direction. Hogwarts. Tom carried a plate of fruit he had just taken from the kitchen and came to the area outside the Slytherin common room. He looked around, and only after confirming no one was there did he quietly open the door to the Slytherin study. But when he entered, he found that Wade wasn't there. TCH. Always ordering people around. "I brought it for you, and you're not even here," Tom muttered in annoyance. Suddenly, he heard a series of rustling sounds coming from the laboratory. "So you're in the lab." Tom tossed the fruit plate onto the desk and casually grabbed a bunch of grapes, biting into them. He walked into the laboratory while eating. However, the moment he stepped into the laboratory, the grapes in his hand slipped to the floor in shock. Within the area Wade had designated for experiments, a swarm of palm-sized paper figures were running about in groups. These paper figures were extremely crude, looking as if they had been casually cut from parchment, yet their bodies were covered with all kinds of strange ancient runes. And now, they were moving with incredible agility, busily working throughout the lab. Tom watched as one of the paper figures held a knife and skillfully cut potion ingredients, and he couldn't help rubbing his eyes again. "Oh. Tom, don't just stand there. Did you bring the fruit platter I asked for?" "You won't believe it. These paper figures can actually eat fruit to replenish their magic," Wade shouted while wiping sweat from his forehead. Tom took a deep breath. "Holy shit. What the hell have you done this time?" "Holy shit. Thank you so much everyone for the support on the new FIC. Red Heart. But don't forget, the new week just started and Power Stones have reset. I need your help again. Please drop power stones and add to collection right now for the boys, ultimate multiversal lifeform. It helps a lot to climb this week's power ranking. You guys know what to do. Search it up or click my pen name works. Thank you Heartsuit. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, did he just create new life? Paper figures. Living paper figures. Wade reached down and grabbed one that had just passed by his feet, then smiled and stuffed it into Tom's hand. Well, I can certainly see that. The paper figure was covered in some suspicious transparent slime and struggled continuously in Tom's hand. Tom grimaced in disgust and threw it back onto the ground. The little figure sat there, shook its head, then stood up again and rejoined the group, resuming its work. As it moved, the strange slime on its body was gradually absorbed into it. So how exactly did you do this? Tom asked, flicking the slime off his hand, not noticing what had just happened to the paper figure. Making paper figures move wasn't anything unusual. Tom was sure that any second year with decent transfiguration skills could manage it. But making so many paper figures work in such an orderly manner, with such agility, was not something just anyone could do. That's rather complicated, Tom. It's hard for me to explain clearly. You just need to know that different ancient runes can form countless combinations, and each combination produces a different effect. I have to say, it's truly fascinating, Wade said with a smile, watching the paper figures scurry about. Tom asked, at most, they're just more agile constructs, but why did you say they can replenish magic by eating fruit? Calling them constructs isn't entirely accurate, because only living beings can restore energy through food, Wade replied with a smile. You mean, these paper figures are alive? Tom was startled. At least half of them are. Wade walked over to a box covered with a black cloth and pulled the cloth away in one motion. Tom stared at what was revealed beneath it, his eyes widening in shock. Beneath the black cloth was the culture vessel Tom had previously intended to help Wade set up here. Now, the once empty, transparent vessel was filled with a clear, unknown liquid. Inside it, a mass of crimson, vein-like filaments filled the entire container. The filaments wriggled slightly within the liquid, looking like a tangled cluster of worms. Tom stared at the contents and felt his stomach churn. It was disgusting. Among those worm-like strands, paper figures were tightly entangled. As time passed, the red filaments slowly sank into their bodies. What is this? Tom asked, forcing down his nausea. Wade shook his head. I just made it. I haven't even named it yet. But you can think of it as a kind of organism that can parasitize constructs. It has no consciousness. It only reacts instinctively when stimulated, contracting or expanding, like a mimosa plant. So as long as I inscribe the right ancient runes on the paper figures to stimulate specific parts of this organism and trigger those instinctive responses, I can make the figures move. It's like how a nervous system controls human muscles. You could say the rune combinations on the paper figures act as their brain. Of course, a living organism still needs food, and it seems to like fruit. As he spoke, Wade picked up the bunch of grapes Tom had dropped. He also grabbed a paper figure that was moving sluggishly, clearly weakened. When he brought a grape close, a small red tendril extended from where the figure's mouth would be. The tendril pierced the grape, and the fresh fruit shriveled rapidly. In moments, it turned into a dry, black residue. Watching this, Tom gradually understood what Wade had done. The two combat constructs you replicated before moved because of the magical cores you collected. What you've done now is replace the magical core with a living organism to power them. Exactly. Wade snapped his fingers. You've hit the key point, energy. Constructs need energy to move. Magical cores can provide plenty of it, but they're far too expensive and difficult to produce. Mass production is almost impossible. So why not use another method to supply energy? Wizards use magic and ancient runes to make constructs move like living beings, so why not take it a step further? What could be more like a living thing than an actual living thing? Tom sighed. So that's why your paper figures are so agile. Wade, you're insane. Thanks for the compliment, Tom. Wade smiled. In fact, I should thank your ancestor. Most of the techniques I used for this kind of biological modification are derived from his rather terrifying experiments. Tom raised an eyebrow. Slytherin. Humph, he was insane too. Compared to him, I'm still not that crazy. After all, stuffing a piece of devil's snare into a culture vessel is far more humane than stuffing a living person into one, though are you sure it's alright to speak ill of your own ancestor like that, Tom? Wade said. But it's the truth, Wade. If it were me conducting the experiment, I'd at least knock the subject unconscious first, Tom said expressionlessly. Wade hesitated before asking, and how is that any different from your ancestors' methods? Of course it's different. It makes me a kinder person, Tom said solemnly. Ha, I knew it. Your whole family line, all the way through, is full of such good people, Wade said, placing the paper figure back on the ground. It's just the people around you who can't see that. Tom ignored the sarcasm and steered the conversation back to the organism in the vessel. This thing used to be a devil's snare. I can't see a single trace of it. Yes. I can't create life from nothing. In theory, that's something only gods can do. So I can only modify what already exists, Wade said, looking at the mass in the vessel with satisfaction. And it seems the results are quite good. Tom observed the paper figures bustling about under command for a while before speaking again. These paper figures of yours are impressive, but compared to true constructs, they still fall short. Real constructs don't get tired, yours need to be fed, and they can grow fatigued. Living things get tired, don't they? Wade grinned. You've got a sharp eye, Tom. You spotted the biggest flaw of these biological constructs right away. But there's nothing that can be done about that, what you've made is already very good. Unless you can find a source of energy that can supply power endlessly, Tom said with some regret. I do have some ideas about that. Wade said calmly. You know of such an energy source? Tom asked in surprise. Just some ideas. I still need experiments to verify them. What energy are you planning to test? Tom asked curiously. There's a kind of flame, said to never go out. Gobrathian fire? Tom blurted out. Wade lightly pinched his fingers together, and a small cluster of Gobrathian fire appeared, hovering at the tip of his index finger. I still need to run some tests. First, I have to understand why this flame can keep burning indefinitely. In theory, energy must be conserved. I need to find out what price it pays to keep burning. If the cost isn't too high, then it could completely replace biological energy and become the core power source for constructs. A hint of excitement appeared on Wade's face. If it works, that would indeed be a major breakthrough, but is it really worth getting that excited over? It's just an improvement in construct technology, Tom said, puzzled. Wade had achieved significant progress in construct techniques before, yet he had never been this excited. The smile on Wade's face grew even brighter. Tom, think a little broader. If this succeeds, using it for combat constructs will only be one of many applications. This is energy. A new form of energy. If we master this, we might be able to usher in an entirely new era. Tom still didn't fully understand, but from Wade's tone, it was clear that this technology could soon flourish in his hands. Are all the creatures in here? In the Forbidden Forest? Wade looked at the large tent before him, putting in considerable effort to keep the corners of his mouth from rising too obviously. At that moment, Grindelwald's capable subordinate, Abernathy, stood nearby. Only after hearing Wade's question did he reply, this is just part of them. The rest are spread out in other areas of the Forbidden Forest, each about half a mile apart. That's to avoid what happened last time. Excellent. Wade smiled. Do you have a detailed list? Abernathy took out a prepared list and handed it over. Wade glanced at it, and the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Set aside another tent. Some of the dark creatures here aren't suitable for student trials. Keep those stored separately for now. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, Thief. Thief. Catch the thief. Hearing this, Abernathy grumbled inwardly but still followed the instruction. After all, obeying Wade's command for the time being was part of Grindelwald's orders. He immediately called over several followers and gave them the task. Once it was done, he turned back to Wade. Is there anything else you need us to do? Yes, there is. Wade took out a brand new list from his pocket. Please acquire all the materials on this list as quickly as possible. What is this? Abernathy took the list and glanced at it, his face nearly turning green. The materials were rather expensive, including goblin-forged metals, mithril, and the like. These are materials needed to construct combat constructs. Some dark creatures aren't suitable as sparring partners, so in order not to lower the difficulty of the trials, I've designed several types of training constructs. Wade said with a smile. Abernathy hesitated. I'll need to seek approval first. Of course. After that, just go ahead and purchase them. No need to look at me like that, it's not like I'm spending your money. If your master is pushing reforms, didn't he apply for funding from the ministry? Wade looked at him suspiciously. Funding? Oh, of course it's already been applied for, Abernathy replied quickly, nodding. Good. Otherwise, I'd start questioning your professionalism. Oh, and bring me a few tables and chairs. Wade took out a stack of documents and began comparing them with the list Abernathy had provided. After ordering people to fulfill Wade's request, Abernathy turned and hurried out of the Forbidden Forest. Before long, several followers brought over tables and chairs. Wade sat down, reviewed the materials for a while longer, then took out a blank sheet of parchment and began sketching. After more than 10 minutes, he beckoned a few of the followers over again. Follow this diagram. Store the magical and dark creatures from the list for now. Once I finish setting up the trial tents, move them in. The followers worked efficiently. After hearing the instructions, one of them immediately took the parchment and set off to carry out the task. Wade stretched and glanced toward the castle. Abernathy wouldn't be back anytime soon. So he didn't delay further and headed toward the newly arranged tent. He could take this opportunity to extract experimental materials from the dark creatures that had been removed from the trials. In a vast underground stone chamber, a group of dark wizards stood in a crooked line across an open space, their expressions blank and their eyes lifeless. Beside them, a group of goblins with equally blank expressions moved about, busy with their tasks. A figure slowly appeared in the air like a projection, looking down at the people before her with indifference. She raised her pale hand and beckoned lightly. A goblin stepped forward. The goblin carried a tray, upon which lay a row of alchemical devices resembling wristwatches. Each of you take one and leave Britain. Your task is to record every location outside Britain that causes your watch to react. Report back once a month. Understood? Yes. The wizards answered in dull voices, and the goblin finished distributing the watches. She turned to the goblin and said, "When Nagini brings more people, instruct them the same way." The goblin nodded and returned to work. The wizards who had taken the watches then disapparated one by one, vanishing from the chamber. She looked at the now empty stone hall, her cold voice echoing within it. "Wade, I only hope you understand. I must gain my freedom as soon as possible." Grindelwald was in a foul mood, and he had been for quite some time. Ever since those two bandits had come to his door and forced a series of outrageous terms on him. Not long after that, Wade came again and took another large sum of money from him. And this time, Wade hadn't even come in person. He had simply sent his own people to collect it. Even though the money came from ministry funds and not his own pocket, Gellert Grindelwald still felt deeply irritated. Wade had been in charge of designing the trials for a full month now. Not only had there been no updates, but he didn't even allow anyone to enter and inspect his work. As a result, Grindelwald had no idea how far the progress had gone. However, the fact that Wade was still alive and well, without being punished by the magical contract, meant that he probably hadn't tried anything underhanded. Grindelwald tossed the document in his hand aside and strode out of his office. He couldn't wait any longer. Today, he had to see exactly how far Wade had progressed. As he walked, his expression remained dark, an oppressive aura surrounding him. The young students in the castle turned and fled the moment they saw him. Just like that, Grindelwald left the castle, passed by the Black Lake, and entered the Forbidden Forest. The tent where Wade worked had been set up at the edge of the forest by Grindelwald's followers. Wade only came here during his free time outside of classes. Since he no longer had to worry about schoolwork, he had far more time than the other students. After completing the tent, Wade had set up numerous protective spells around it and forbade anyone from entering. For over a month, no one knew what he had been doing inside. Walking along the forest path, Grindelwald soon saw the clearing ahead, standing out starkly among the trees. TCH. You even made the tent invisible. Then why not disguise the clearing as well? Afraid you won't be able to find your own tent. Grindelwald muttered sarcastically, then reached out and flicked his hand. In the next moment, the concealment magic was undone, and a green tent appeared before him. Outside the tent stood a wooden pole, from which hung a strange Halloween-style lantern. The lantern was red, with a large eye taking up nearly a third of its front. The eye rolled around, scanning everything in its surroundings. As Grindelwald approached, the eye immediately locked onto him. The next second, a slit opened beneath the eye, and it burst out with an extremely loud shout. "Thief! Thief! Catch the thief!" Grindelwald's face darkened. Who the hell was a thief? He had people build this tent. The funding was approved by him. And now he was the thief. At that moment, figures flickered in the surrounding woods as several followers rushed out. But the instant they saw Grindelwald's expression, none of them dared say a word. They vanished back into the forest at twice the speed they had arrived. Seeing that everyone had fled, the lantern quietly shut its mouth. As Grindelwald passed by the pole, he heard it muttering softly. "Well, I did my best. Wade probably won't blame me, who knew they wouldn't catch the thief and just let the real one walk right in." Grindelwald suppressed the urge to tear the ridiculous lantern apart and pushed aside the tent flap. As for the sign outside that read, "No entry," he ignored it completely. Contrary to his expectations, the inside of the tent was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. And the moment he stepped inside, he felt the temperature drop noticeably. What is that brat up to in here? Why does it feel so eerie? Is he hosting a gathering for ghosts? Grindelwald took out his wand and lit up the surroundings, trying to find a switch. Since everything was pitch black, Wade was clearly not here. Grindelwald intended to take a proper look at what the boy had been doing all this time. However, to his surprise, the light from his wand could only illuminate a range of about 2 meters. Beyond that, the light simply could not reach, as if it were being swallowed by the darkness. So Grindelwald cast a spell on his eyes to grant night vision. But even with the night vision charm, he still couldn't see through the thick darkness ahead. Clearly, the darkness was magical in nature. Not bad, Grindelwald said, somewhat pleased. If the trials Wade designed could create an atmosphere like this, it would be quite effective. It would be excellent for training the student's psychological resilience. After all, in battle, what mattered most was never technique or powerful spells. What mattered most was one's mental state. If a person was too nervous, even casting a spell properly would become difficult, let alone displaying any technique. At this point, Grindelwald had no idea whether he was standing in a corridor or in the center of the tent. He couldn't see any walls at all. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed a faint outline ahead, and behind it seemed to be a wall. Grindelwald immediately approached it cautiously. As he entered the 2-meter range, the light from his wand finally fell upon the outline. Grindelwald finally saw clearly. It was a suit of armor, standing quietly against the wall with a sword in hand, just like the decorative armor in Hogwarts Castle. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 354, Wade's House of Horrors. He examined it carefully. It wasn't a construct, just an ordinary suit of armor. That boy, did he steal this from the castle? Does Dumbledore know you're doing this? Grindelwald chuckled, shifting his gaze away from the armor and continuing forward. As his attention moved on, he failed to notice the faint red filaments that slipped out from the gaps in the armor before retracting again. As he walked on, he realized the space had turned into a corridor. Along the sides stood more than a dozen suits of armor like the first, and as he went deeper, plants began to appear beside them. They looked like ordinary flowers and greenery, nothing like the dangerous devil's snare. After about 5 minutes, he still hadn't reached the end. The further he went, the stranger it felt. Why would Wade build such a long corridor inside a tent? Something's not right. Grindelwald immediately turned around and headed back. But to his surprise, behind him was a solid stone wall. Well done, boy. Quite the trick, he said in approval. He raised his wand, and an invisible ripple of magic spread outward from him. A smile appeared on his lips. I see. Then, with confidence, he strode straight toward the wall. Just as he was about to collide with it, his body passed right through. When he emerged, he found himself in a familiar place once again. The beginning of the corridor. Grindelwald stared at the same suit of armor on his left, recognition flashing in his eyes. So it sent me back again. Excellent. A maze like this is perfect for a trial, Grindelwald said with satisfaction. If even he could get lost, those students would have no chance. At the moment, Wade hadn't placed any dark creatures or other hazards inside. Once those were added, the difficulty of this maze would increase significantly. Since this corridor was a dead end that created the illusion of an endless loop, he decided to try another path. With that in mind, Grindelwald turned to the left. Sure enough, as he approached, another corridor appeared on that side. Not bad, the maze is good, though the difficulty is quite high. It would be more suitable for 6th or 7th year trials. Grindelwald stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Danger. This was the instinct he had honed through years of battle. Without time to think, Grindelwald bent sharply to dodge. A long sword swept past his back and struck the wall with a heavy clang. His shield charm activated instantly. Clang. 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 The moment the shield formed, it was struck several times in rapid succession. Only then did Grindelwald realize that the suit of armor that had been standing quietly against the wall in the other corridor was now attacking him relentlessly with its sword. How is this possible? It was just a suit of armor. And there was no trace of magic at all. Grindelwald was utterly perplexed. Some of the armor in Hogwarts could move, and a few could even hum tunes. That was because they carried certain enchantments. But these suits of armor. Grindelwald had already checked them. There wasn't the slightest trace of magic on them. He was certain he hadn't misjudged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have carelessly exposed his back to them. Of course, Grindelwald was no ordinary wizard. Swish, swish, swish. Several spells flashed out, and the suits of armor were instantly blasted apart, their pieces scattering across the ground with a clatter. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the corner of his eye caught something strange. From within the scattered armor pieces, countless fine red threads were extending outward. These threads connected the fragments together. And with a series of clinks and rattles, the armor reassembled itself. Oh! Now this is interesting. Grindelwald watched with curiosity, making no move to interrupt. Clearly, these red threads were the reason the armor could move. What kind of magic is this? Why can't I detect it? His curiosity deepened. He blasted the armor apart again. After breaking it down, he followed up with a freezing spell. The spell proved effective. The armor, which had begun to reassemble, was completely frozen in place. In truth, if he weren't concerned about damaging Wade's intriguing creations, Grindelwald would have simply burned them all to ashes. It had to be said that these armor-like constructs, while unable to threaten a wizard like him, could still cause plenty of trouble for students. Good. At least those galleons weren't wasted, Grindelwald muttered. He stepped closer to the fallen armor and began examining the red threads. After a moment, he realized with surprise that the red threads were not some new form of magic, but living organisms. So they're using living creatures to control the armor constructs. This boy, truly a genius. With biological control, the constructs carried almost no magical signature. That meant many wizards would overlook them and be caught off guard. After a moment of admiration, Grindelwald stepped back into the corridor and continued forward, curious to see what else awaited. More armor, he said, freezing the suits along the corridor with a spell. Just as he was about to change direction, compartments suddenly opened beside the armor. Each one held a potted plant. Grindelwald recognized them. They had been placed beside the armor in the previous corridor as well. I knew it. No way they were just ordinary plants. The moment he finished speaking, the plants began to change. The flowers, originally the size of teacups, rapidly expanded to fill the entire opening of the pots. Their centers split open into gaping mouths filled with sharp, barbed teeth. In the next instant, those barbs shot toward Grindelwald like a torrential storm. That's all. Grindelwald activated his shield charm. The barbs failed to break through his defense. But after a while, he noticed something was wrong. His once impenetrable shield was slowly being eroded. Poison. Not bad. Grindelwald cast another powerful freezing spell. In an instant, the strange flowers stopped attacking. It's enough to deal with students, but not someone like me, unless you put a dragon in here, Grindelwald said with a light chuckle. The moment he finished speaking, the temperature around him suddenly surged. He looked up in surprise and saw a massive fire dragon clinging to the corridor wall, staring at him. Wait, that's not right. Where did you get a dragon from? With a roar, blazing dragon fire poured down toward him. Grindelwald raised his hand to block it. Even for him, a dragon's attack was not something to take lightly. Dragons might be considered manageable threats, but their attacks were deadly. It usually took dozens of well-trained wizards to subdue an adult dragon. He felt the pressure on his hand growing heavier and knew he had to take the initiative. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful spell to subdue the dragon, the space around him suddenly twisted. The dragon vanished. The darkness receded. Grindelwald blinked, only to find himself standing inside an ordinary circular tent. On the ground lay a suit of armor and a strange potted plant. And Wade stood nearby, holding open a bag, drawing in a dense black mist. What exactly is going on? Grindelwald asked in shock. Was everything I just saw an illusion? Hey, at that moment, Wade had already collected the black mist and was tightly tying the mouth of the bag. It's an illusion, but not entirely. Wade pointed at the suit of armor and the potted plant. At the very least, those are real. So, what exactly happened? Grindelwald asked seriously. An illusion that even he couldn't see through had clearly caught his attention. I wonder if you've read Shakespeare's Hamlet, 1,000 readers will see 1,000 different Hamlets. So, if this is a trial, why can't 1,000 challengers face 1,000 different trials? Wade smiled and gestured to the bag in his hand. This is a mist created by combining magic extracted from a boggart with a few additional spells. Whatever enemy you imagine encountering, it will manifest. The environment works the same way. I call it the Lost Mist. However, it's still incomplete, so I haven't used it in the trials yet. For now, I'm just using it to guard the place, though I didn't expect even you to fall for it. That's quite an honor. Grindelwald suddenly felt extremely awkward. Thinking about how he had just been enthusiastically clearing the trial while Wade watched from the side. Goodbye. He turned and left immediately, as if he had made up his mind about something. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, aha. Old thief. You again. Wade secured the bag containing the lost mist at his side. From what he could see, the mist was extremely useful. This special mist, derived from a boggart and refined with nightmare magic, could both attack and defend. It was a rare trump card. At first, Wade had no idea how powerful it truly was. But after Grindelwald unknowingly helped him complete a test today, he finally had a clear understanding. If even Grindelwald could be deceived by it, then there were probably very few people in the world who could resist it. Moreover, when Grindelwald had been affected by the lost mist, Wade hadn't even been controlling it deliberately. If it could achieve such results without control, then its effectiveness under active manipulation would be even greater. It could be said that the lost mist greatly enhanced Wade's nightmare magic. Now, even though his mastery of nightmare magic wasn't yet deep, he could already use the mist to create illusions in reality. Of course, the mist had its drawbacks. It was difficult to produce, expensive, and like an obscurus, it required periodic absorption of magical energy. Otherwise, it would gradually lose its effect and become ordinary mist. Ordinary magical power was not enough. At present, only purified residue worked best for Wade. But even his supply of purified residue was limited, barely enough for his own use. If only this thing and an obscurus could directly consume unrefined residue, but they were surprisingly picky. Wade sighed. Looks like I'll have to speed up research on the converter. I wonder how her progress is going. At this stage, the converter's purification efficiency was still too low, and the loss was too great. As for the converter used to purify residue, his senior had already given him the blueprints long ago, and Wade had made several of them. At present, all the purified residue he had was extracted regularly from dementors. Thinking of this, Wade used nightmare magic to conjure a sheet of letter paper and wrote a few lines on it. When he finished, he softly cast a spell. Prior incantato. The letter instantly turned into a wisp of white mist and drifted out of the tent. This was the method his senior had left him to stay in contact. Whenever he needed her, he could send a message this way. It's been this long. She should have figured things out by now. Wade shook his head. He glanced around. Now that the lost mist had been withdrawn, the place was nothing more than a slightly larger tent. With his work finished, he didn't linger. After organizing the documents on the desk and putting them into his pocket, he turned and left the tent. Behind him, the suit of armor sheathed its sword, then bent down, picked up the strange potted plant, and followed him out. Take me with you. Take me with you, the big red lantern at the entrance shouted after him. You're really troublesome. With a casual gesture, Wade summoned the lantern. It floated down from the pole, shrank to the size of a fist, and hung from the armor's neck. Originally, it had only been a simple warning construct, but Wade found it too stiff. On a whim, he had replicated the magic used on enchanted portraits onto it. He had hoped to make it more intelligent, but it turned out to be nothing more than a noisy idiot. As Wade walked back toward the castle with a suit of armor trailing behind him, he attracted attention from everyone around. Some acquaintances even gathered curiously to watch. The small lantern hanging from the armor's neck opened its mouth and shouted, "The Grand Leader has arrived. Make way." Wade casually cast a freezing spell, sealing the lantern's mouth shut. Unable to speak, it could only roll its single eye around anxiously. As Wade made his way back to Hogwarts in such a conspicuous manner, Grindelwald quickly received the news in his office. He guessed that Wade had completed his task. But, after taking so long without finishing it, it was suddenly done right after he paid a visit. That was far too much of a coincidence. The lost mist. Could it be that he had already finished it long ago, and had only waited for him to lose patience and come over, just to help him complete his experiment? After being tricked too many times, even someone as shrewd and composed as Grindelwald couldn't help becoming suspicious. At the same time, Dumbledore also received the news. By the time Wade arrived at his office, he was already standing at the door, smiling as he waited. "A fine suit of armor," Dumbledore said with a smile. "If you like it, I can let it stand guard for you," Wade replied with a grin. "It's easy to maintain. Just pour a cup of water into the helmet every few days. Juice works even better." Dumbledore circled the armor with interest. "This is the biological construct you mentioned before." "Yes. Aside from using a living organism as its driving force, the rest is similar to ordinary magical constructs. As an enemy in the trials, its difficulty won't be too high." Wade waved his hand, and the armor immediately strode over to the door of Dumbledore's office, taking its position and entering duty at once. At the same time, the lantern hanging from its neck was finally unfrozen. Its large eye rolled around, shifting constantly between Wade and Dumbledore. "From today on, you'll guard the door for Professor Dumbledore," Wade gave the order. "As you command, Great Leader," the lantern responded at once. The armor seemed to echo it, striking its left chest with its right fist, producing a dull thumping sound. Wade found the pair rather noisy, but Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, especially with the talking lantern. He even chatted with it for a while. After entering the office, Wade handed a stack of documents to Dumbledore. "The trials are all complete. This contains all the documentation." Dumbledore took it and began reading. "Does Grindelwald know yet?" "I haven't told him," Wade said. "I wanted you to review it first before passing it on." "Pass it on to him. Let him come and collect it himself," Dumbledore said casually. Wade didn't press the matter. He pulled over a chair and sat down quietly to wait. Dumbledore took out a box of sweets from his drawer and pushed it toward him. Wade glanced at it. After confirming there was nothing outrageous like cockroach clusters, he cautiously picked one that looked less sweet and put it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, an overwhelming sweetness flooded his senses. After a while, Dumbledore finished reading the documents. Excellent. Very well designed. Much safer than Grindelwald's original setup, he said with satisfaction, setting the papers down. However, the firearms used by the combat constructs, are they truly safe? The guns are real, but the bullets are not. They won't cause injury, Wade replied. Of course, to meet Grindelwald's requirements, I filled the tips with a pain-inducing potion. The fragile casing breaks on impact, releasing the potion, so whoever is hit will feel quite a bit of pain. Other than that, there are no side effects. The pain lasts about 5 minutes. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. That's a very reasonable compromise. Wade then took out another set of documents and handed it over. This is the strategy guide for the trials. It details the weaknesses of the creatures and constructs I've included. Naturally, this doesn't need to be given to Grindelwald. Dumbledore immediately understood. With a smile, he placed the guide into his drawer. Very good. You've worked hard on this. I'll handle the negotiations with Grindelwald from here on. The magical contract you signed with him can be concluded as well. Wade readily agreed. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about what came next. With Dumbledore's intelligence and his deep understanding of Grindelwald, as long as Grindelwald intended to keep his word, the negotiations would proceed smoothly. By the way, Professor, I ran into some difficulties while studying alchemy. When you have time, could you take a look? Wade asked. Of course. But that will have to wait until I've dealt with this matter. You're not in a hurry, are you? Dumbledore said. Not in a hurry. Wade said as he handed over another sheet of parchment. The problem is written on it. I'll be going now. Very well. Wade stepped out of Dumbledore's office and let out a long breath. He had spent quite a bit of time over the past period working on those trials for Grindelwald. Now he could finally relax and focus on what he actually wanted to study. With that thought, he hurried straight toward the Slytherin study. Farewell, Great Commander Wade, the little lantern called out loudly behind him. Inside the office, Dumbledore heard it clearly. Smiling, he raised his wand and conjured a pure white phoenix. The white phoenix landed before him, tilting its head curiously. Dumbledore leaned in and whispered a few words to it. The phoenix then flew out of the window, heading straight toward Grindelwald's office. While waiting, he picked up the parchment Wade had left behind and began reading. Dumbledore was, after all, a master of alchemy. Naturally, he intended to help resolve Wade's questions. But as he read, he gradually became absorbed. A Gobrathian fire energy core. Interesting. Outside, Grindelwald approached Dumbledore's office with a stern expression. Compared to coming in person, he would much rather have had the documents delivered to him. However, the moment he reached the door, the little Halloween lantern began shouting again. Aha! Old thief! You again! Here to steal something. Sir Armor, draw your sword. With a sharp motion, the armor unsheathed its blade and pointed it at Grindelwald. Grindelwald's face darkened. Wasn't this thing supposed to be at Wade's tent? Why was it here again? Shut up, he snapped, ready to silence it with a freezing spell. Come in. There's no need to argue with a small construct. Little one, let him enter. Dumbledore's voice drifted out from the office. The lantern snorted and fell silent. The armor scratched its helmet, then sheathed its sword and stepped aside, clearing the way to the office. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, do you know when a beast is most terrifying? Since Wade completed his magical contract with Grindelwald, a week had quickly passed. It was the weekend. Wade was holed up in the laboratory within the Slytherin common room, observing a snake egg inside an incubator. What a pity, out of 10 eggs, only this one remains, Wade said helplessly. So this is the snake egg you produced using the basilisk's flesh and blood? Tom's voice came from behind him. It's not produced, it's cloned. Of course, due to the basilisk's unique nature, the cloned individual can never truly reach the same level of strength. Still, it's a fairly successful experiment, Wade replied, sounding quite pleased. Tom neither agreed nor disagreed. And mentioned that Grindelwald plans to announce on Monday that an additional exam will be introduced for all year levels at the end of the term. Oh. Wade raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems Grindelwald has become more cautious now. Given Grindelwald's original temperament, he would have directly implemented educational reforms at Hogwarts. The trial-based training would certainly have been forcibly incorporated into the students' regular curriculum. But now. Grindelwald had quietly placed this trial training into the end-of-term examinations instead. In this way, the public and the students' parents, unaware of the details, would simply assume it was just another added exam, and naturally would not oppose it too strongly. Still, when had Grindelwald's methods become so restrained? It seems his determination is even stronger than I imagined, Wade said with a sigh. Even if it takes more time, he's willing to adopt a gentler approach that avoids offending others. It looks like Grindelwald truly wants to move forward. Isn't that the method you taught him? Tom could not help but say. I didn't teach him that. I only showed him a path. Now it seems the current Grindelwald is even more dangerous. Wade smiled faintly. Tom, do you know when a beast is most terrifying? When? Tom asked. Wade's smile deepened. When it learns to hide its claws and fangs. Tom felt a slight chill at those words. After confirming that Wade did not seem to be directing the remark at him, he finally let out a quiet breath of relief. And that exam, are you planning to take part? Tom asked. The trial stages were all designed by me. What would be the point of me participating? Wade shifted his gaze back to the snake egg. By the way, how are they doing now? Tom naturally knew who Wade was referring to and immediately replied, following your instructions, the club members train their combat skills whenever they have time. As for the first years, the most outstanding are Phileas and Alastor. And nearly lost to Phileas because she was careless. Good. In that case, there's no need for anyone to worry about Grindelwald's exam. As for you, Tom, I want you to take the 7th-year trial. 7th year. Tom was startled. That's the highest difficulty. I'm only in my 2nd year. Tom, do you think it's still appropriate for you to take the 2nd-year trial? Wade looked at him calmly, a faint smile on his face. Under that gaze, which seemed to see straight through him, Tom grew visibly uneasy. It's not appropriate. Fine, I'll take the 7th-year trial. Very good. I'll inform the professors. When the time comes, you can go directly. Wade turned back once more, looking at the snake egg. Tom's mood also shifted from ease to tension. The 7th-year trial was something even he would have to face with full concentration. After all, no matter how talented he was still young. Compared to 7th-year students, he held no advantage in magical power, and might even be at a disadvantage. A challenge that even 7th years would find difficult. To be honest, Tom did not have much confidence in himself. After all, he was not like Wade, starting at full strength from the very beginning. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the incubator ahead. Tom, it's about to hatch. Wade's delighted voice pulled Tom back to his senses. Tom stepped forward and looked into the incubator. Wade handed him a pair of alchemical glasses to put on. After all, this was a clone of a basilisk. Even if its eyes were not as powerful as the original, they still carried some degree of lethality. At that moment, the cracks on the snake egg inside the incubator spread further. In the next second, a piece of the shell fell away, and Wade and Tom saw a small snake head emerge. Monday. The students quickly noticed a new announcement on the school notice board. All students, including the 7th years about to graduate, were informed that an additional practical combat exam would be added at the end of the term. At first, most students were rather displeased. Exams were already exhausting, and now there was another one. Who would willingly accept that? However, when they reached the end of the announcement, everyone became excited. They discovered that the results of the practical exam could compensate for grades in other subjects. For example, if a student failed potions, they could use their practical exam score to make up for it, turning a failing grade into a pass. And for those who had already passed all their subjects, the score could be converted into house points and added to their house, directly influencing the outcome of the house cup at the end of the term. As for the graduating 7th years, if they passed this exam, it would be added to their academic record. If they later wished to enter the Ministry of Magic or take the Aura examination, their performance in this test could even lower the entry requirements accordingly. With that, the students' earlier resentment toward the added exam vanished, replaced instead by anticipation and determination. The Gryffindor students were especially excited. They shouted about claiming the House Cup this year while throwing themselves into extra training. The Slytherin students, naturally unwilling to lose to their long-standing rivals, also began pushing themselves harder. Even many Ravenclaw students who had not previously joined the Smash Club quickly submitted applications in recent days. Ravenclaw would not fall behind anyone. Previously, they had felt that dueling had little to do with academic results, so they had shown little interest in the club. But now, extra training was a must. As a result, the number of members practicing dueling in the club suddenly surged. Seeing the club become lively once more, Wade had Tom approach Professor Slughorn to request several additional activity rooms. At the same time, he subtly guided the direction of the students' training. Otherwise, if they continued training aimlessly like this, it would be difficult for even a third of them to pass the challenge when the time came. Naturally, Grindelwald was aware of Wade's little maneuvers, but he did not stop him. After all, his goal was not only to temper the students' will, but also to give them the strength to defeat hypothetical enemies. And who were those hypothetical enemies? Muggles, of course. That was why Grindelwald did not oppose Wade replacing his dark creatures with humanoid puppets. Because Wade's humanoid puppets fought exactly like Muggles. Moreover, what Grindelwald appreciated most were the modified bullets. To avoid enduring that kind of pain again, those little brats would surely become even more eager to grow stronger. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Sneak the Modified Snake. Soon, exam week arrived. The practical combat exam was scheduled after all the written exams. Although Wade was exempt from assignments, he still could not escape the exams themselves. However, none of the exam content posed any difficulty for him. During the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall even directly declared that Wade had achieved full marks. At last, the exhausting exam week came to an end, and the practical exam was set for the weekend. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wade. After finishing his exams, he went straight back to immersing himself in the laboratory. As for Tom, he was dragged by Professor Slughorn to line up in front of the seventh-year trial tent, his expression full of bitterness. Inside the laboratory, Wade extended his hand, and a small green snake crawled onto his wrist. It was the little basilisk he had cloned earlier. Tom had given it a name, Sneak. When Wade asked why he had chosen such a name, Tom only said he had picked it at random. It really was random. It was just the word snake with a letter changed. He might as well have called it Snake. Compared to a true basilisk, the little basilisk Sneak was indeed far weaker. First, it could not grow to the immense size of a real basilisk. At most, it would reach only 2 or 3 meters in length. Second, the magic in its eyes could only petrify people, and only in a simple form. It was not the kind of petrification that required mandrakes to reverse. The good news was that the little basilisk could control this ability on its own. Finally, its venom was not as potent as that of a true basilisk. Of course, that was only in comparison to a basilisk. Compared to ordinary venomous snakes, its poison was still extremely strong. Here, Sneak, have something to eat. Wade took out a syringe, already filled with nutrient solution. He slowly injected the nutrient solution into Sneak's mouth. Hiss. Sneak flicked its tongue and quickly opened its jaws, biting onto the syringe. Clearly, the nutrient solution Wade had created was extremely enticing to animals. I trust you're not planning to raise a basilisk at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. Wade turned around, and Sneak on his hand also stared at Dumbledore with caution. Haha, of course not. I wouldn't dare do something that dangerous. This is a small snake I cultivated, modeled after a basilisk. At that moment, a glint flashed in Sneak's green eyes. Sneak. Stop. Wade hurriedly tried to stop it. But Sneak still ended up meeting Dumbledore's gaze. However, Dumbledore remained standing there, as if nothing had happened. Clearly, the young Sneak's petrifying gaze could not harm Dumbledore in the slightest. So it isn't a basilisk, that's good. If you can cultivate a snake with properties similar to a basilisk, but without the same level of danger, that would be a good thing. Dumbledore smiled again. Sneak continued to watch Dumbledore warily. For it, Dumbledore was the first person who could withstand its gaze. A dangerous individual. Yes, that's precisely why I created it, Wade nodded. Professor, why aren't you watching the practical exam today? The headmaster is overseeing things there, so it should be fine. Dumbledore pulled over a chair and sat down, then looked around the laboratory with interest. Since the laboratory had been set up, this was his first time visiting it. Of course, Wade knew Dumbledore could come at any time, so he would never conduct any improper dark experiments here. As for why I came to see you, it's because of the alchemical problem you gave me last time. Dumbledore took out a notebook from his robes. Professor, have you solved the energy core problem of the everlasting Gabrathian flame? Wade asked excitedly. In truth, it was quite a difficult problem even for me, Dumbledore said honestly. However, I happen to have a good friend whose achievements in alchemy far surpass mine. So I sent your problem to him. He found it very interesting and sent back some possible solutions today. Hearing this, Wade immediately knew things were settled. Dumbledore's close friend could only be the legendary alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Wade eagerly took the small black notebook from Dumbledore's hand, pulled over a chair, and began flipping through it. Dumbledore paid it no mind and instead wandered leisurely around the underground laboratory. At one moment, he examined the devil's snare thriving in one corner. The next, he went over to amuse himself with the energetic little roosters. He even picked up the small basilisk, Sneak, to take a closer look. Faced with a powerful wizard whose petrifying gaze it could not affect at all, Sneak instinctively felt a fear akin to encountering a natural predator. Let alone biting him, it did not even dare to move, trembling as it allowed Dumbledore to lift it and examine it from every angle. It was only a little snake. How could it possibly dare to challenge such a formidable opponent? Dumbledore continued to stroll about at ease until he accidentally stepped on the tail of Tom the cat, who was lying nearby taking a nap. Maho! Tom clutched his tail and sprang up. Just as he rolled up his sleeves in anger, ready to pick a fight with whoever had stepped on him, he looked up and saw Dumbledore smiling warmly. Hey, hey. Tom instantly changed his expression, forcing an awkward grin, then quickly dragged over a chair and invited Dumbledore to sit. Oh, thank you. Dumbledore looked at Tom with interest. Dumbledore knew a little about Tom, but he had not expected the cat to possess intelligence so close to that of a human. Little Tom, I hear you can write? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Tom nodded repeatedly. Dumbledore then took a sheet of paper and began chatting with Tom through writing, clearly enjoying himself. During their exchange, Tom enthusiastically introduced his good friend, the mutated venomous geranium, Comrade Venomtooth. While the man and the cat were chatting happily, Wade had already finished reading the notebook. It had to be said, Nicholas Flamel truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary alchemist. Wade had only posed a question, yet Flamel had already fully understood what he intended to achieve. However, the solutions he had sent were not complete. They only resolved a small part of the problem, and raised even more new lines of thought. Strictly speaking, it only provided Wade with many new ideas rather than directly solving the problem for him. It felt very much like teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish. For example, Nicholas Flamel reminded Wade to first determine what the Gabrathian fire actually used as fuel when it burned. This was the foundation. Only by understanding that could he properly develop its energy source. After that came some alchemical knowledge, along with an address. Finished reading. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Tom is truly fortunate to have a good friend like you. Finished reading. Dumbledore asked, turning back when he heard Wade stop flipping the pages. Oh, yes. Wade looked at the notebook thoughtfully. Are you a little disappointed? Neither I nor my friend directly solved your problem, Dumbledore said with a smile. Not at all. I was seeking guidance in the first place, not expecting immediate results. And now, I've already gained a great many valuable suggestions. Wade's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, that's also my old friend's habit. Did you notice the address at the end? He only leaves his contact address for students he takes a liking to. When I first met him, it also began with an address like that, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. This address. You just need to send a letter there by owl. Even I don't know where he actually lives, Dumbledore shook his head. Then your friend, is he the legendary alchemist, Nicholas Flamel? Wade asked. Oh. You've heard of him as well. Dumbledore asked pleasantly. Wade sighed. To be honest, anyone who studies alchemy would know his name. His standing in alchemy is like the name Dumbledore in the wizarding world. Ah, to be honest, I haven't blushed like this since Minerva praised my hat, Dumbledore said with a cheerful laugh. You deserve that praise, Professor, Wade said with a smile. Well, enough of that, it seems Nicholas has been a great help to you. Very much so, Professor. Wade's eyes were bright. In that case, you should correspond with him more often. In fact, Nicholas quite enjoys speaking with young people. He once told me that chatting with the young makes his aging mind feel young again, Dumbledore said happily. Wade nodded. I definitely will. Being able to discuss alchemy with Nicholas Flamel was an excellent opportunity, and Wade intended to make full use of it. Wade picked up a pocket watch beside him and glanced at it. Oh, Tom should be entering the trial soon. I'd like to go and watch. Hearing this, Dumbledore also stood up. Yes, I was just thinking of going to take a look as well. After all, a second-year student attempting a seventh-year trial is something many would want to see. I believe that with his ability, passing the trial won't be a problem. As he spoke, Wade picked up a coat and draped it over his shoulders. Little Tom, are you coming? He asked. Tom the cat shook his head, stretched lazily, and made it clear he intended to go back to sleep. All right, I'm off then. Keep an eye on Sneak, Wade said. Tom spread his paws as if to say, but I want to sleep. Just put it in the box. Don't take off the blindfold on its head yourself, or lying on the floor won't feel so pleasant, Wade said, fastening a small blindfold onto Sneak. Tom nodded helplessly. After that, Wade and Dumbledore left the Slytherin common room and headed toward the Forbidden Forest. At this time, all the students in Hogwarts had already gone to the forest to take part in the trials. Aside from a few scattered ghosts, there was not a single student left in the castle. I wonder if that old man has found any useful clues, Wade said as he watched the ghost drifting past, thinking of that stubborn old wizard. Seeing that Wade seemed somewhat concerned, Dumbledore said, even if he hasn't found anything, he won't be in danger. As a great wizard who established Hogwarts during the turbulent era, his abilities are not to be underestimated. I think you can have a little more faith in him. I thought so too, but it's been quite a while. According to our agreement, he should have come back to replenish his magic by now, Wade said with a sigh. Hearing this, Dumbledore felt that Wade truly was a kind-hearted boy. Even though Slytherin had once attacked him, he was still worried about him. Don't worry. Perhaps he has found some kind of lead and has been delayed because of it. All right. The two chatted idly as they walked, and soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, many young wizards were laughing and playing within the forest. In the past, they had never been allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest, but now they could at least openly wander around its outskirts. Of course, these students laughing and playing were those who had not yet entered the trial. As for those who had passed or been eliminated, Wade and Dumbledore quickly spotted them. At the medical stations outside the tents, many silent students sat there, their faces filled with doubt about life. Because Grindelwald had adopted a softer approach, he had specially invited a number of healers from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries to set up medical points nearby. Are my trial stages a bit too difficult? Wade could not help but ask. But no one has suffered any fatal injuries, have they? Dumbledore replied with a sigh. Due to Grindelwald's proper and well-structured arrangements, there was nothing he could do to stop him. So the fact that Wade had already adjusted those dangerous trial stages into their current form was, in itself, quite an achievement. Heh. A cold laugh came from nearby. Wade and Dumbledore turned toward the sound and saw Grindelwald leaning against a large tree, watching them. And why is the director laughing? Wade asked with an innocent expression. Tisk, TSK. Grindelwald clicked his tongue as he looked at him, then replied perfunctorily, nothing. Only that old fool Dumbledore would believe Wade's harmless appearance and even smile at it with satisfaction. If Wade were truly that kind, he would stand on his head and wash his hair. No one understood better than Grindelwald just how ruthless and self-serving this little wolf cub was. Forget it. Dumbledore would never believe him anyway, so there was no point in saying anything. He would just wait and see what expression Dumbledore would have when he finally discovered Wade's true nature. Has my friend started his challenge? Wade asked again. Oh, you mean your poor friend Tom? Yes, it's almost his turn. The poor boy, only in his second year, yet forced to challenge a seventh-year trial. Wade, Tom is truly fortunate to have a good friend like you, Grindelwald said in a mocking tone. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, Tom having a close friend like Wade is indeed a good thing. In his view, Tom, who had once been dark and twisted by nature, had become at least somewhat normal now, largely thanks to Wade. So even though Grindelwald's tone was clearly sarcastic, he still felt the last part of his words was true. Grindelwald stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. I was mocking Wade, and you actually took it seriously. Then he saw Wade standing behind Dumbledore, casting him a meaningful look. Fine, fine. I'm done meddling. Dumbledore, when you suffer a great loss in the future, don't come looking for me. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. The love you showed the new FIC was truly something else. But the war isn't over yet. Hold the position. Keep the stones coming. Let's push the FIC even higher in the power rankings. The day has come, and the power stones have reset. Push it. Push it. Push it. The boys, ultimate multiversal life form. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 359, Tom's trial starts. Tom was indeed nervous, but not nearly as helpless as Grindelwald had made him sound. He had already read the reference books Wade had deliberately provided. So he had made thorough preparations for the creatures within the trial. At this moment, Tom had changed into athletic wear and stood at the entrance of the trial, stretching his muscles and finishing his warm-up. He looked at the tent in front of him, his gaze firm. Carlos Peel. Challenge failed. Suddenly, a Grindelwald supporter shouted from nearby. Not long after, a young wizard, charred black from head to toe, was carried out by several of them. This poor fellow stepped on an explosive snail halfway through, one of them said in a low voice. Explosive snail? What kind of creature is that? A healer from St. Mungo's asked, completely confused. Well, I've never seen this creature before either, just treat it according to the standards for magical creature injuries. Ah, isn't that a bit too careless? The healer looked utterly baffled. At that moment, Wade and Dumbledore arrived and happened to witness the scene. Wade could not help but touch his nose awkwardly. A species that would only be bred by Hagrid in the future, naturally, it had been created by Wade. Moreover, after his modifications, these explosive snails had become much more docile. They barely moved and appeared far less dangerous. Of course, that was assuming no one stepped on them, and no one used them as landmines. Hey, such a pure and kind nature, Grindelwald said with a smile. Wasn't this level of difficulty exactly what you demanded? Without it, you wouldn't even approve the trials. How can you blame Wade? Dumbledore said angrily in defense of his student. Grindelwald snorted and turned his head away. Go ahead and keep protecting your precious treasure. You'll regret it later. Ahem, just apply some dittany externally. There's no need for a healing potion, Wade said, already hurrying over to offer advice to the healer from St. Mungo's. Seeing this, Dumbledore looked thoroughly pleased once more. Grindelwald felt a headache coming on and could not be bothered to say anything further. There was no point, he would not listen anyway. Tom, how's your preparation? After giving his advice, Wade cheerfully went over to bother Tom. It's fine. Tom stopped stretching and began wiping his wand. Confident? Wade asked. Do I have a choice? Tom replied expressionlessly. Well, you'd better be, unless you want to end up like him. Wade pointed at the charred, little black figure nearby. So I don't have a choice, all right, go away. Don't disturb my preparations. Tom waved him off. Wade immediately turned and left, pulling over a small stool nearby and sitting down. As soon as he looked up, he saw Grindelwald watching him with a wide smile, as if saying, go on, justify it again. Sigh, I know Tom holds some resentment toward me, but I'm doing this for his own good. His combat ability is already outstanding, but he's reached a bottleneck. He needs some external stimulus to improve, Wade said with a sigh. Grindelwald could not help but glance at Dumbledore again. As expected. Dumbledore nodded as well. That's true. During these past days of training Tom, I've also noticed that his combat techniques have become somewhat rigid. Some bad habits are difficult to correct, perhaps only in the face of real danger can he change. Exactly. Professor, you really understand me. Better to bleed a little in training than lose your life on the battlefield. Wade said, slapping his thigh. Grindelwald. Tom Riddle. Someone at the entrance of the trial called out Tom's name. Clearly, it was finally his turn. Tom took a deep breath, pulled out a potion, and drank it in one go. Only then did he raise his wand and stride inside. A sharpening draft. It's a potion Professor Slughorn and I developed together. It can double a person's reaction speed, Wade said with a smile. You have something like that? Grindelwald asked in surprise. Of course, Wade replied with a smile. Then, how many galleons per bottle? Can you sell it to me? Grindelwald asked. Dumbledore immediately grew wary. Grindelwald, what do you intend to do? This potion could become an extremely important strategic resource. Dumbledore, you know what I intend to use it for, Grindelwald said coldly. Who are you trying to guard against? We cannot easily go to war with Muggles again, Dumbledore replied sharply. Grindelwald let out a cold laugh. I'm not starting a war. I'm simply making preparations, why are you so tense? Besides, with this potion, the casualty rate during Aura missions would be much lower. Don't tell me you haven't considered that. I'm doing this for the Ministry of Magic and for the Wizarding World. Dumbledore fell silent. For Aurors, whose duties were extremely dangerous, this potion was indeed very useful. But, he still could not fully trust Grindelwald. Grindelwald shook his head helplessly. When I ask for a potion for the sake of the Wizarding World, you suspect I'm planning something. Yet when this brat says he's doing it for the Wizarding World and for his friends, you believe him without question. Truly irritating. If you're interested in purchasing it, you can discuss it with my professor, Slughorn. I'm not very good at handling such matters, Wade said, breaking the awkward tension. Very well, I'll speak with your professor later, Grindelwald nodded. If you have anything else beneficial to the Wizarding World, you should bring it out sooner rather than later. I'm aiming for refinement. For example, this sharpening draft only lasts for an hour, and the enhancement is only twofold. I believe it can still be improved, Wade said thoughtfully. It was clear he was serious, which made Grindelwald inwardly uneasy. It had to be said, the boy was truly capable, and that temperament, he was very much one of their kind. Grindelwald could not understand why Dumbledore remained so completely taken in by him. Then again, the fact that Wade could keep Dumbledore convinced of his sincerity was a remarkable ability in itself. By now, Tom had already disappeared into the trial. A pity. It would have been nice if we could see what's happening inside, Grindelwald said regretfully. To be honest, he was quite curious about Tom's true strength. After all, even Dumbledore had personally trained him, and as a second year, he was attempting a seventh-year trial. Even if his talent could not match Wade's, it would certainly surpass most others. There's a way, Wade said, pulling a mirror out of his pocket. A two-way mirror. How can you see anything clearly with something that small? Grindelwald said, squinting at the tiny mirror. Of course you can see clearly. As Wade spoke, he flicked his wand, and the small two-way mirror instantly enlarged, dropping to the ground like a massive full-length mirror. At that moment, the view in the mirror hovered above Tom's head, following him as he moved forward through a long corridor. Who has the other mirror? Grindelwald asked. I placed a flying construct inside beforehand. Originally, it was meant to help those outside observe the challengers more clearly, in case rescue was needed. But two-way mirrors are too rare, and I only found this pair, so the idea couldn't be fully implemented. Since the flying construct was already made, I placed it in the 7th-year trial instead. As he spoke, Tom in the mirror encountered his first wave of enemies. 5 night constructs armed with long swords. They moved like the wind, their blades flashing like lightning. Of course, this posed no real challenge to Tom. In just a single exchange, all 5 night constructs fell apart. After all, he had already defeated the night constructs left behind by Slytherin. How could these inferior versions possibly trouble him? A sharp gleam appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. At Tom's age, possessing such combat ability, he could undoubtedly be called a genius. Winning Wade over might be difficult, but Tom was not entirely out of reach. From their earlier interaction, Grindelwald had noticed something. Tom still harbored considerable resentment toward Wade. There was an opportunity there. Meanwhile, Tom stepped past the wreckage of the night constructs and continued deeper inside. He remained extremely cautious. When he reached a patch of muddy ground, he did not hesitate. With a flick of his wand, he cast a freezing charm, turning the ground into a thick layer of ice. With that, the explosive snail traps hidden beneath instantly lost their effect. Tom calmly walked across the explosive snails, moving with more ease than many upper-year students. Next, he successfully saw through an ambush by a group of redcaps, then dodged a barrage of attacks from mutated venomous tentacula that fired poisonous spikes. After using Lumos to pass through a corridor filled with Devil's Snare, Tom finally encountered his first formidable opponent. It was a troll, and not just any troll, but one clad in full armor. Tom stared at the troll, covered head to toe in armor and wielding a heavy spiked club, his lips twitching slightly. Wasn't it supposed to be just an ordinary troll? Why the hell was it equipped? But at this point, there was no turning back. The armored troll was already charging at him, swinging its cold, gleaming metal club. Tom pressed his lips together and launched an attack. The goblin-made armor perfectly blocked all of Tom's spells. For a moment, Tom was forced into a difficult fight. When another of his spells was deflected by the armor and he narrowly avoided being smashed, Wade could not help but frown. Tom, use your head. Don't just try to overpower it. Grindelwald glanced at Wade. If it were you, how would you handle it? Me. I'd use a severing charm to cut its throat in one strike, Wade said. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 360, Riddle gets a riddle. Clearly, under this kind of pressure, your friend doesn't have that level of precision, Grindelwald said with a faint smile. I mean, if you only had Tom's current ability, what would you do? If I were him, the moment I saw that armor, I would know that offensive spells were pointless. So instead of wasting magic on them, I would cast a fire spell directly, Wade replied calmly. A fire spell? Why? Grindelwald asked with interest. Goblin-made armor has high magical resistance, but it also conducts heat very well. Under intense flames, the troll would quickly be unable to endure the heat of its own armor, Wade explained. Indeed. Even Grindelwald had to admit that in terms of adaptability in battle, Tom was not yet on Wade's level. Tom ultimately did not think of Wade's method. Because he had never intended to defeat the heavily armored troll in the first place. As the troll charged at him again, Tom simply closed his eyes and cast a flash spell at it. The sudden burst of intense light made even the 3 onlookers in front of the two-way mirror squint involuntarily. The troll charging toward Tom fared even worse. It let out a miserable howl, clutching its eyes, and began wildly swinging its club. But having temporarily lost its sight, the troll could not hit Tom at all. Only after the troll charged in the wrong direction and smashed a wall to pieces did Tom expressionlessly step past it and continue forward. Wade rubbed his still watering eyes. Not bad, at least we didn't have to lose a troll. In fact, that is the correct way to clear it, Grindelwald said with a smile. Not everyone is as aggressive as you. When you can simply bypass it, you insist on cutting its throat. If everyone handled the trials the way you do, I'd have to replace quite a few trolls. Wade shook his head repeatedly, clearly disagreeing. Even if it's a trial, this path remains open. If the troll isn't dealt with, what if it follows behind for revenge? What then? When Tom faces the next creature and the troll charges in again and strikes him from behind, do you think he could handle that? Grindelwald paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. When you put it that way, you do have a point. Eliminating threats at the root was indeed the proper choice. Although killing the troll would greatly increase costs, Tom as the challenger would not be the one paying. Naturally, he should act in whatever way benefited himself the most. Wade continued, Tom is still lacking some caution. Even if he couldn't defeat the troll, when leaving, he should at least have concealed his scent to avoid being tracked. At this point, even Dumbledore found himself nodding. When unable to defeat an opponent, one should at least know how to cover one's tracks after retreating. In that sense, although Tom was already outstanding among his peers, his adaptability in the moment still needed more training. Fortunately, as the troll gradually regained its vision, it had also grown tired from smashing the wall. It did not chase after him. After muttering a few words, it leaned against the wall and soon fell into a deep sleep. Tom, meanwhile, came to a halt, because in front of him lay an enormous creature. Its body was as large as an oversized lion, with massive paws, a long yellow tail, and a tuft of fur at the tip. Most striking of all, however, was that this giant beast had the head of a woman. Tom stared at the creature in shock. Just as he was about to find a place to hide and observe, the creature's long almond-shaped eyes had already shifted onto him. Young man, would you like to solve a riddle? Tom looked at the creature in astonishment. He had not expected it to speak. For a moment, he was so shocked that he forgot to respond. Outside the two-way mirror, Wade said in exasperation, Tom. I told you to study, and you went off chasing chickens instead. You didn't even recognize that this is a sphinx. If you answer correctly, you may pass through the door behind me. If you answer incorrectly, I will attack you. Of course, if you do not wish to answer, you may return the way you came, the sphinx continued. Tom looked at the creature's massive body, then glanced at his own comparatively slight frame. Then I'll answer the riddle, Tom said decisively. By his nature, in a situation like this, he would have preferred to turn around and leave. But having come this far, retreating now felt unacceptable. In the end, Tom steeled himself and decided to take the gamble. Very well. You have 10 minutes to think about my riddle. The Sphinx seemed delighted that someone was willing to play. Listen carefully. There is something that some try to avoid, and others try to deceive. But time reveals all, and we are destined to meet. Do your best to guess my name. When I truly have you, I promise you will know. What is it? After finishing the riddle, the Sphinx watched Tom intently. Timing starts now. After hearing the riddle, Tom's brows immediately knitted together. A trace of concern appeared on Dumbledore's face. Wade, do you think Tom can solve it? He probably can. Wade crossed his arms, his expression less than satisfied. Grindelwald wore the same look. Why do you both look like that? In my view, Tom's willingness to accept the challenge already shows great courage, Dumbledore said, puzzled. Grindelwald snorted. Courage? Not enough. That's true, Wade nodded. Tom still lacks the presence a true powerhouse should have. Exactly. Grindelwald rarely found himself agreeing with Wade. Dumbledore was momentarily at a loss as to what the two of them meant. Tom had bravely accepted the challenge, so how was that not enough courage? How did he lack the bearing of a strong wizard? At that moment, Tom inside the trial suddenly showed a flicker of realization and spoke. The answer is, death. Correct. You may pass. The Sphinx rose happily and stepped aside, revealing the door behind her. Tom relaxed slightly, cast a cautious glance at the Sphinx standing well to the side, then strode through the doorway. Excellent, he got it. Dumbledore said with a pleased smile. However, Wade and Grindelwald showed no particular reaction. You don't seem satisfied with Tom's performance just now. But he did very well, Dumbledore said in confusion. It was just passable, Wade said casually. To come up with the answer in under 2 minutes, Tom is already very impressive, Dumbledore said with a sigh. But he actually answered the Sphinx's riddle properly, Wade said in disbelief. Exactly. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. What's wrong with that? Isn't that simply how a Sphinx operates? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Wade frowned. Of course there's a problem. The Sphinx is so weak, why should we follow her rules? Haha, exactly. I'm stronger than her, so why should I listen? Things should be done according to my rules. Grindelwald burst into laughter and nodded. Dumbledore's expression stiffened as he shot Grindelwald a look, then continued, so that's how you think. Then what would you do in that situation? Simple. I'd give her a riddle instead. If she can't answer it, she steps aside, Wade said with a smile. Dumbledore could not help but laugh. And if she answers correctly? Then I beat her up and make her step aside anyway, Wade replied seriously. Puffed, bahaha. Grindelwald gave a thumbs up, then glanced at Dumbledore, as if to say, "See, this is the real Wade. Do you still think he's a good child?" "Well, although your approach is rather unexpected, it does make a certain kind of sense," Dumbledore said with a smile and a nod. Grindelwald's smile vanished. "Dumbledore, you're beyond saving. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Tom Riddle, trial cleared. But since you think that way, why not defeat her from the start? Why waste time solving riddles?" Dumbledore asked with interest. Wade drew in a breath. "That makes sense, Professor. It seems I still have room to improve," he said, looking at Dumbledore with admiration. "Ah, perhaps that is something you shouldn't improve. No matter how strong you are, you shouldn't approach things like that," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. Grindelwald frowned as he looked at Dumbledore. He was beginning to suspect that Wade had slipped him some strange potion. This brat had revealed so many flaws, yet you still don't think there's anything wrong with his nature. While Grindelwald was silently grumbling, Dumbledore suddenly said, "Wade, you should hold on to your kindness and not be led astray by certain people. Some individuals have rather questionable values, you mustn't learn from them." "Ah. I see." Grindelwald suddenly came to a realization. So in Dumbledore's eyes, if this little brat Wade showed any issues in his values, it would all be blamed on me. In other words, no matter how many flaws Wade revealed in the future, I could always serve as the perfect shield, taking the blame in Dumbledore's place. Good, very good, just what one would expect from you, Wade. If that was the case, what more was there for him to say? Looking at it this way, all his previous attempts at warning Dumbledore had probably been seen as trying to drive a wedge between teacher and student. Fine, from now on, I would no longer interfere. Dumbledore. At this moment, in the two-way mirror, Tom, after successfully passing the Sphinx's trial, used fire to drive back a large group of zombies. However, his steps finally came to a halt at the entrance to the final stage. In the last challenge, there were 10 combat constructs. Of course, if they had been ordinary constructs, Tom would have already charged in. But, the equipment of these 10 constructs was modeled entirely after Muggle soldiers. Tom quietly observed the 10 constructs ahead and felt his vision darken. Among them were 2 machine gunners, 3 grenadiers, and 5 riflemen. And the 3 grenadiers were also armed with submachine guns. There was no doubt that if Tom chose to charge directly, he would first be hit by hundreds of specially modified bullets, and then blown into the air by grenades. Although the bullets and explosives had been adjusted to avoid being fatal, going through something like that would still leave him bedridden in the hospital wing for several days. After all, he had already seen many older students being carried out earlier, groaning in pain. Without exception, they had all fallen at this final stage. Tom had no intention of being carried out like that. It would be far too embarrassing. Wade would laugh himself to death. Moreover, the potions infused into those bullets caused extremely intense pain. Tom had no desire to experience it. Frowning, he carefully examined the setup inside, not daring to step in. Fortunately, at the final stage, as long as one did not enter, the enemies inside would not attack, giving Tom ample time to observe and prepare. First, if he went in with the shield charm, under the barrage of those 2 machine guns, his protection would be no different from paper. And those grenadiers threw specially modified grenades with considerable power, not to mention the submachine guns in their hands, whose firing rate was hardly inferior to the machine guns. By comparison, the riflemen posed less of a threat. However, the machine gunners and grenadiers were positioned too far apart. He could not attack them all at once. As Tom hesitated, Grindelwald outside the mirror could not help but shake his head. They're just Muggle weapons. Is there really any need to fear them so much? A simple transfiguration would suffice. If I remember correctly, Wade didn't inscribe any magical defensive runes on those weapons, did he? For a wizard like Grindelwald, even if 100 Muggle soldiers surrounded him with machine guns, he could transform all their weapons into noodles in an instant. That's you. Tom's magical power isn't strong enough yet, Dumbledore said, frowning. In truth, although many students had been eliminated at this stage, there were still some who had passed. In other words, with sufficient magical power and fast enough reactions, it was entirely possible to clear it. However, Tom was challenging above his level. No matter how talented he was, in terms of magical power, he still could not compare to 7th years on the verge of graduation. That meant the methods used by the older students were not suitable for him. At this moment, Tom had also considered using transfiguration, but with his current ability, he was not fast enough. If he tried to force it, his spell would not reach the construct's weapons before the bullets reached him. Given his current level of magical power, even conjuring something like a wall of earth to block the bullets would be useless against such overwhelming firepower. In fact, under that kind of barrage, an earthen wall would be no different from paper. It simply could not provide Tom with enough time to evade. Tom had also considered using a flash spell, but the entrance was too narrow. At the slightest disturbance, the constructs would simply concentrate their fire on the doorway, and he would still be caught in it. In other words, with his current abilities, it was impossible for Tom to pass without being hit. After hesitating again and again, Tom finally took out another potion from his pocket and drank it. Could it be that you're planning? Wade stared at Tom in shock. What kind of potion is that? Grindelwald asked immediately. The potions Tom carried were undoubtedly related to Wade, and Grindelwald was quite interested in these new concoctions Wade kept producing. It blocks pain, it looks like he's planning to charge through, Wade said, frowning. That shouldn't be the case, Grindelwald shook his head. It's probably just in case he gets hit, so he won't be overwhelmed by the pain. However, before he could finish speaking, Tom had already rushed forward. Rat-tat-tat. The two machine guns opened fire instantly, followed by grenades. In just about 10 seconds, all 10 constructs were taken down by Tom. The guns in their hands had also been transformed into venomous snakes by Tom. In the end, Tom appeared at the exit, breathing heavily. Tom Riddle, trial cleared. Grindelwald looked at Tom's left arm and right leg, twisted at unnatural angles, and could not help asking, isn't that boy a bit too ruthless? Wade looked at Tom's miserable state and said coldly, he should be glad this is a trial, not a real battlefield. Dumbledore sighed. It couldn't be helped. For someone his age, this final stage is indeed too difficult. At that moment, the healers from St. Mungo's rushed over frantically. Tom's injuries were likely the most severe among all those hurt today. The weapons used by Wade's constructs, whether bullets or grenades, had all been modified. Before hitting the human body, they retained the full force of ordinary munitions. Only at the moment just before impact would the magic on them activate, greatly reducing their lethality so they would not penetrate the body. Even so, being struck at that speed would still cause significant injury. On top of that, the potions contained within the bullets would burst upon impact, inflicting intense pain on the target. In truth, Tom's method had been somewhat of a workaround. He had drunk a pain-numbing potion, then deliberately endured several hits to gain enough reaction time to eliminate all the constructs. Grindelwald watched as Tom lay expressionless on the stretcher, allowing the healers to tend to him, and could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Just as I thought, this boy is no ordinary one. That ruthlessness, very much like me. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 362, Chapter 362, hehehe. The hospital wing. Tom opened his eyes to a white ceiling. A strong medicinal scent filled the air. He tried to sit up, only to find that one leg and one arm would not move. Just as he was about to lift his head to take a look, a familiar voice came from beside him. You're awake. Congratulations, the operation was a success. We've successfully amputated it for you. Tom shot upright at once, only to see that although his left arm and right leg were tightly wrapped in bandages, they were still completely intact. Hey, Wade sat on a chair nearby, looking at him with a teasing expression. Was that supposed to be funny? Tom asked with a blank face. I thought you wouldn't be scared, Wade said, setting down the book in his hand. After all, you dared to take bullets with your arm and leg. I have to say, in this trial, you were the most impressive. Tom's ruthless determination to pass had shocked even Grindelwald, let alone the other students present. It could be said that after the news spread, Tom's reputation at Hogwarts had soared to its peak. Now, everyone at Hogwarts knew just what kind of person the quiet Prince of Azkaban really was. How long was I out? Tom struggled to pick up a pocket watch with his right hand and check the time. Not long, just about a day, Wade replied casually. Then why aren't my limbs healed yet? Tom asked, confused. If it were just fractures, the healers from St. Mungo's could have fixed them in an instant. But now, as Tom looked at his tightly wrapped left arm and right leg, a bad feeling rose in his heart. When you took my pain-numbing potion, didn't you read the instructions? Wade asked. No. Tom admitted, somewhat guilty. That's exactly the problem. Why do you think my professor and I haven't released this potion yet? Because it's still incomplete, Wade said helplessly. Although it can block most pain, once you're injured after taking it, your wounds can't be healed with magic. Why? Tom asked anxiously. Because to block the pain, the potion's effects concentrate entirely around your wounds. As a result, while the pain is suppressed, any healing magic is also blocked, Wade explained, spreading his hands. Then what am I supposed to do? When will the effects wear off? Tom asked nervously. They won't. So you'll have to recover the Muggle way, slowly, Wade said with a hint of regret. At least until my professor and I develop an antidote, you'll have to endure it. Tom collapsed back onto the bed, his face twisted. Shit. It's not so bad. At least you'll stay home over the summer instead of running around. You can spend some proper time with your family. Isn't that good? Wade said with a smile. Damn it, your trial design is disgusting, Tom muttered irritably. Looks like you're in good spirits. You should be able to take care of yourself. In that case, I'll be going, Wade said, standing up to leave. Just as he turned around, he saw Grindelwald walking toward him. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and a thick book. Looks like you're recovering quite well, Grindelwald said cheerfully. Tom glanced at him, then turned his face away. If Wade's trial was one of the reasons for his injuries, then Grindelwald's push for the so-called practical exam was the root cause. It must be said, for the first practical exam, your performance was the best, Grindelwald said with a smile. However, Tom still refused to look at him. Wade stood to the side, watching Grindelwald's performance with interest. Clearly, Grindelwald intended to win Tom over. But doing so right in front of him, was that really appropriate? I know your injuries won't heal quickly, so staying in the hospital wing might be rather dull. Therefore, Grindelwald tapped the thick book in his hand. This is a spell book I wrote in the past. Perhaps it can help pass the time. Hearing this, Tom could not help turning his head, silently staring at the book in Grindelwald's hand. Seeing this, Grindelwald smiled and placed the book into Tom's arms. Tom did not refuse. He propped up his pillow and began flipping through it. A very thoughtful gift, Director, Wade said with a smile. This book was far more useful than all the empty words Grindelwald had spoken earlier. It had to be said, Grindelwald had grasped Tom's preferences with remarkable precision. Those who perform well should always receive special rewards, Grindelwald said with a smile. Wade did not respond. He simply smiled at Grindelwald, then turned and walked out of the hospital wing. However, just outside the door, Grindelwald followed after him. I plan to hold a practical exam once every month starting next term, Grindelwald said with a smile. Once a month. Wade raised an eyebrow. Of course. And each time, I'll include rewards for those who pass. Only then will they understand the benefits that strength can bring, Grindelwald said confidently. A good idea, but I can't design new trials for you every month, Wade replied. Don't worry, I won't trouble you with designing the trials anymore, Grindelwald said with a smile. As long as the enemies are replaced with constructs, things become much simpler. There's no need to worry about which magical creatures and dark creatures can or cannot coexist. You were right, Wade. I've always been clear about who my enemies are. Oh. I see. If you need new combat constructs, you can come to me. The price is negotiable, Wade replied with a smile. Of course. But I think that thing you showed me before, the one called Mist of Loss, could you refine it further? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. With that, designing trials would become much easier, wouldn't it? With the Mist of Loss, the content of the trials could even shift according to the challenger's thoughts. They could hold practical exams every day without worrying about repetition. That's difficult. Wade said, looking troubled. I mean a very high price, Wade. You know me. When I say that, I won't treat you unfairly. But it really is difficult. Then name your terms. Director, are you perhaps underestimating the complexity of research? Wade shook his head. But I believe in your ability, Wade. Grindelwald patted his shoulder. I trust you won't disappoint me. Watching Grindelwald's departing figure, Wade clicked his tongue. The man was trying to get something for nothing. A high price. Then name a number. Besides, refining the Mist of Loss was indeed very difficult for Wade at his current level. At present, he could only use it as an offensive tool. Tom remained in the hospital wing for 7 days before finally being discharged. After several hours of effort, Wade and Professor Slughorn managed to develop an antidote. However, due to time constraints, Wade and the others could only produce an antidote that accelerated recovery. So even after being discharged, Tom still had to use a crutch. One arm remained in a cast, hanging across his chest. He looked utterly miserable. Yet when he entered the Great Hall with his crutch to attend the end-of-term feast, all the students erupted into cheers. Even older students who did not know him came forward to help, escorting him to the Slytherin table. Amid the crowd surrounding him, Tom heard countless words of praise. It left him somewhat confused. He had struggled with everything he had, broken an arm and a leg, and barely passed. He truly did not feel there was anything remarkable about it. So why were these people acting as if they had just seen a Quidditch star? You're amazing. You challenged a 7th-year trial and still passed. You know, many 7th years failed. And said as she helped Tom sit down. Only then did Tom begin to understand. In his own view, he had relied on a desperate method, trading injury for success, which felt embarrassing. But from others' perspective, it was a 2nd-year student bravely taking on a 7th-year trial and succeeding. As for the injuries, that was a 7th-year trial. For a 2nd year to be injured while attempting it was perfectly normal. In short, Tom's expectations of himself had reached a level others could hardly imagine. While everyone else thought he would fail, he had set his own standard as passing without injury. Looks like you've figured it out. Wade handed him a potion. This is the second version of the antidote my professor and I developed. It should help your injuries heal faster. Tom silently took the potion, but inside, he was still immersed in a strange sense of joy. So, I've already become this strong. And this feeling of being admired, it's not bad at all. Tom tightened his grip on the potion bottle, the surging emotion in his chest making his mood gradually grow excited. How is it? Have you experienced the wonderful feeling that comes with great power? Tom turned his head. Wade was watching his expression with interest. Tom quickly composed himself and put the potion away. It's not that wonderful. Tom muttered. If you press down the corners of your mouth while saying that, I might find it more convincing. Tom kept a straight face. Let's eat. I'm hungry. Hehehe, the new FIC has been a success so far, thanks to all of you. I can't express how much I love you guys. The new week has started, and the Power Stones have reset. I can only hope for your continued support. We can't lose. This is the critical moment to show WN, so it pushes the algo. My dear friends, my dear family, throw your stones at the new FIC and let's win. This is a critical moment. The boys, ultimate multiversal life form. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Wade Goes Shopping. King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. Wade waved goodbye to his friends with a calm smile. One by one the students gathered their trunks and owls, drifting away with excited families. Laughter and farewells filled the air for a while before the platform gradually grew quiet and empty. In the end even Tom disappeared through the barrier, moving carefully while leaning on his crutch. Only when no one remained nearby did Wade slip into a shadowed corner and apparate back to the safe house. Since he was alone and could travel instantly, there was no need to leave King's Cross the ordinary way. He had not returned for nearly half a year, yet the safe house showed no trace of dust or neglect. Toby had come back from time to clean every surface thoroughly. In truth, the safe house was no longer as essential as it once had been. Grindelwald had chosen a new direction and would not move against Wade and Tom lightly anymore. When Tom returned to Riddle Manor to recover, Dumbledore had raised no objection at all. Even Fawkes had left the safe house 6 months earlier and gone back to the old wizard's side. Only after Aurelius recovered had the Phoenix returned to him once more. By the time Wade stepped into the familiar rooms, Toby and Tom the cat had already beaten him home. They had also brought back most of the valuable items from his old laboratory. The small basilisk, Sneak, however, had gone with Tom. The young serpent clearly preferred the company of a parcelmouth who could speak with him directly and understand his nature. That evening Wade unpacked his belongings and experimental equipment with care, but he left everything packed away in the end. The safe house might look secure on the surface, yet it was not a space that only he could enter. His true laboratory could not be established in a place others could access. In other words, since he could no longer return to the somnolent wizarding tower, he needed a completely new hidden location that he could truly control. Wade was in no hurry. He rested peacefully for one night in the safe house and rose early the next morning, feeling refreshed and focused. Toby, how much money do we have on hand right now? He asked over a simple breakfast of toast and eggs. Replying to Master Wade, the last time Toby visited Gringotts there were 23,530 galleons in your vault, the house elf answered respectfully while standing beside the table. Toby did not have time to count the sickles and nuts clearly, but they are also there. Wade nodded with satisfaction. That is more than enough. Besides the several thousand galleons he had once exchanged for gold, a steady sum arrived in his vault each month without fail. The income came from the potions he produced together with Professor Slughorn. Although he spent heavily on rare ingredients and equipment, the growing volume of potions handed over for sale had steadily increased their earnings. Over the past year he had managed to save a respectable fortune that most young wizards could only dream of. He intended to buy a property in a wizarding district to serve as his new laboratory. The greatest concealment, after all, lay in plain sight. A shop in such an area would draw little suspicion from outsiders. Once he placed a Fidelius charm upon it, the place would become extremely secure and almost impossible to find. During the past year Wade had already mastered the intricacies of the Fidelius charm, and his magical power was more than sufficient for the task. In this era more than 20,000 galleons could purchase an excellent shop in Diagon Alley. Yet properties there were rarely sold. Every inch of land was precious beyond measure, and most owners preferred to lease rather than part with their holdings permanently. Therefore Wade's true target was not Diagon Alley itself, but the darker and more shadowy Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley belonged to dark wizards and those who dealt in forbidden knowledge. It offered all manner of dangerous and illegal items, and most ordinary witches and wizards avoided it entirely. Rare and dubious goods appeared there often, which suited Wade's needs perfectly for his future experiments. After finishing breakfast he took the galleons from Toby, pulled on a thick traveling cloak, and stood before the fireplace with purpose. "Toby, you and Tom may go about your business for the day," he said. The house elf nodded at once and tugged the reluctant cat upstairs with gentle insistence. Once they had vanished from sight, Wade drew a deep breath, took out a worn second-hand wand, and pointed it directly at his own face. His body gave a series of sharp cracking sounds as the disguise took hold. In moments his height stretched from just over 5.5 feet to nearly 6 feet. His features shifted completely and naturally. The cute boy with chubby cheeks and distinct blonde hair disappeared entirely, replaced by a middle-aged European man with a neatly trimmed beard and weathered skin. Wade turned to the full-length mirror and studied his reflection with great care, checking every detail from the angle of his jaw to the color of his eyes. Satisfied that the disguise was flawless, he pulled the hood of his cloak over his head, took a pinch of flue powder, and stepped into the green flames with confidence. The Leaky Cauldron's landlord, Tom, glanced at the newcomer with open curiosity as Wade emerged from the fireplace. He had never seen this bearded stranger before and clearly wanted to strike up a conversation. Yet Wade's cold expression and distant bearing made the old man think better of it and stay silent. Wade strode out through the back door into Diagon Alley without saying a single word. Tom clicked his tongue as the figure vanished into the crowd. Nothing strange about that, probably some American tourist passing through. Diagon Alley, the bustling heart of the British wizarding world, was already alive with activity even at this early hour. Witches and wizards moved between colorful shops under the warm morning sun, chatting and laughing as they examined window displays. Cloaked and hooded, Wade blended into the crowd without effort or drawing any attention. After walking for a short while he reached the narrow entrance to Nocturne Alley and stepped inside without hesitation. The narrow street felt noticeably darker and cooler even in daylight. Many figures moved about cloaked and hooded just like him, their faces hidden. In such a place, failing to hide one's face would have been far more noticeable and dangerous. Nocturne Alley seemed even livelier than Diagon Alley in its own twisted way. Oh, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 364, Merlin's Panties. You're robbing me. Nocturne Alley. Vendors called out their wares in low, rasping voices, and the air carried the mingled scents of heavy incense, old parchment, damp stone, and something faintly metallic that lingered on the tongue. Wade kept his expression cold and unreadable as he observed everything around him with sharp eyes. The shops here offered far more dangerous goods than those on the brighter main street. Dried human heads hung in windows, illegal magical creature eggs glowed faintly in crates, banned plant seeds were displayed openly, and stranger things were commonplace. He even passed several vampires locked inside iron cages, their eyes glowing with hunger. Their dark wizard captor shouted about their usefulness for dark arts experiments, his loud voice echoing off the crooked, narrow walls. Wade continued walking at a measured pace until he stopped before the largest and most lavishly decorated shop in the entire alley. Bulging glass display windows glowed with bright enchanted light. If not for the clearly sinister objects inside, one might have mistaken the place for an upscale Diagon Alley boutique. Gilded letters above the entrance spelled out the name in elegant script, Borgin and Burks. Wade pushed the door open without hesitation. A small bell jingled overhead to announce his arrival. A man behind the counter straightened up quickly, smoothing his greasy hair with quick, practiced strokes. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to purchase something, or perhaps to sell an item today?" he asked in a smooth, professional tone. Wade recognized Caractacus Burke at once. The man looked relatively young compared to later years, but the unmistakable greed and shrewdness in his eyes had not changed at all. "May I look around first?" Wade answered in a deliberately hoarse voice. He patted the heavily bulging coin pouch at his belt for clear emphasis. "Ha. Of course, of course." Mr. Borgin's eyes brightened immediately at the sight of a serious buyer. "Please do not touch the items freely. Most of them contain powerful and sometimes unpredictable magic, as you surely understand." As Borgin stepped out from behind the counter, Wade sensed the magic radiating from the man and noticed how he kept his right hand half hidden inside his sleeve at all times. Running a successful shop in Nocturne Alley clearly required more than mere salesmanship and charm. "I am well aware of the risks," Wade replied calmly. He began examining the merchandise with careful and deliberate interest. Mr. Borgin maintained a polite smile, yet he stayed watchful and close. He had never seen this particular customer before. Anyone who openly displayed a heavy purse of gold in this dangerous alley was either a complete fool or a wizard strong enough to fear no one. Wade studied a shriveled human hand inside an ornate glass case. He had not expected to see the hand of glory already on sale in this era. It must have sat unsold for many decades already. "That is the hand of glory, sir," Mr. Borgin said with a flattering smile. "Place a candle in its palm and in complete darkness only the holder will see the light. Quite useful for thieves, robbers, and those who prefer to move unseen. Wade stroked his false beard thoughtfully. He felt a flicker of genuine temptation for a moment. Still, he had other goals today. Besides, the item would remain unsold even decades later when Draco Malfoy visited the shop. There was no need to rush into buying it now. Not bad at all, he said casually, then moved on to the next display. Next to the Hand of Glory lay a deck of playing cards stained with old, dried blood. A glass eye on a nearby shelf seemed to stare back at anyone who glanced at it with unnatural intensity. Wade wondered whether Mad Eye Moody's future artificial eye had come from a similar dark source. On the wall hung a mask frozen in a terrifying, screaming expression. A long counter held piles of yellowed human bones, while rusted, sharp instruments dangled from the ceiling like grotesque wind chimes that occasionally clinked together. Then Wade's gaze fell on a large black cabinet standing at the back of the shop. His pulse quickened with interest. A vanishing cabinet. He had nearly forgotten this valuable treasure existed. The matching cabinet still stood at Hogwarts, and at this point in time Peeves had not yet smashed it to pieces. This could be an excellent opportunity to acquire something truly useful. This cabinet looks quite good, Wade remarked lightly. You can tell it has some considerable age to it. Mr. Borgin's eyes flickered with cunning intelligence. Hey, sir, I know you have already recognized exactly what it is. The meaning was clear, stop pretending ignorance. Wade smiled beneath his beard. Very well. I do know what it is. How many galleons are you asking for it? Mr. Borgin raised 5 fingers with a confident grin. This much. 50 galleons. Wade asked, testing him. The shopkeeper lowered his hand with a sharp laugh. Sir, do not joke with me. This is a vanishing cabinet, crafted with techniques now lost to time. It is completely undamaged. 500 galleons. Is that so? Wade chuckled softly. A vanishing cabinet is indeed worth that much in the right hands. Mr. Borgin rubbed his hands together, clearly excited by the prospect of a big sale. I can pay 500 galleons for one cabinet, Wade continued smoothly, but what about the other one that completes the pair? Mr. Borgin's expression faltered for the first time. The other cabinet. Vanishing cabinets always come in pairs, do they not? Wade pressed with a knowing look. Well. I only have this one, Mr. Borgin muttered. The other is probably damaged. I have no way of locating it at present. Wade understood at once. The cabinet at Hogwarts must already be faulty in some way. Once Peeves smashed it later, the damage would worsen significantly. That was why Draco would need so much time and effort to repair the pair in the future. In that case, Wade said with a cold smile, since you have only one, this cabinet is essentially useless for its true purpose. It is not worth 500 galleons. WL. It still holds considerable value as a rare collectible, Mr. Borgin argued quickly, his voice rising. Items like this are quite rare in this era, sir. Wade simply shook his head. Then what price do you propose? The shopkeeper asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Wade held up 5 fingers once more. 50 galleons. Mr. Borgin began hopefully. 5 galleons. Oh. Merlin's wet panties. Mr. Borgin exclaimed. You are robbing me. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 365, Chapter 365, open up. This is a robbery. No. No. 5 galleons is absolutely impossible. Mr. Borgin said angrily. To be honest, he himself would haggle fiercely when acquiring goods, but this fellow in front of him. He clearly looked wealthy, yet his bargaining was even more ruthless than Borgin's own. Mr. Borgin was beginning to suspect he had run into a fellow traitor. But this vanishing cabinet has already lost its function. It's useless to me, Wade said with a regretful expression. Mr. Borgin patiently explained, it's not entirely useless, respected sir. First of all, the craftsmanship of this cabinet is exquisite, and it's quite old. Even as an ordinary antique cabinet, it shouldn't be worth only 5 galleons. Secondly, look at the patterns, the finish, it's a work of art. And although we can't locate the other cabinet right now, you can't deny that there must still be a connection between them. If one day you find the other through that connection, that's pure profit for you. Normally, Mr. Borgin would not waste time talking like this with an ordinary customer. But Wade had already demonstrated his means the moment he entered, patting that bulging purse of gold. With so many galleons, if he could only get 5 out of it today. Mr. Borgin felt he would not be able to sleep tonight. Besides, the cabinet had cost him more than 5 galleons to acquire. Wade pretended to think for a moment before asking hesitantly, then what price are you offering? Let me be clear, if you're still asking 500 galleons, I'll turn around and leave. Mr. Borgin hesitated as well. He knew that for a pair of vanishing cabinets, 500 for one would not be unreasonable. But the problem was, he only had one. 400. You're treating me like a fool, shopkeeper. We can negotiate step by step, Mr. Borgin said with a grin. 50. Come on, a bit more. 350. 50. 300. 50. Sweat began to form on Mr. Borgin's forehead. In truth, a single vanishing cabinet was indeed difficult to sell. Only collectors who did not lack galleons would be interested. But such collectors were few, and they would hardly set foot in Knockturn Alley. Moreover, selling it for 50 galleons would already bring Mr. Borgin a considerable profit. He kept raising the price only in hopes of earning a bit more. Wade saw through this clearly, so no matter how Borgin raised the price, he remained firm at 50 galleons. Since Borgin was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to sell, there was no need for Wade to hurry. Selling it to you for 50 galleons really puts me in a difficult position. Mr. Borgin's face twisted in discomfort. At least add a little more. Wade stroked his chin, then smiled. You know, as a piece of art, while it has sufficient age, it lacks a certain heritage. Once it loses its practical function, its value can only reach about 60 galleons at most. Ah. And what do you mean by heritage? Mr. Borgin asked. Wade smiled. If you could prove it once belonged to a famous figure, for example, if it were Slytherin's cabinet or something similar, then it could be sold for 100 galleons. Mr. Borgin's eyes widened. So it could be done like this. Noted. I'll use that trick next time I sell something. How about you add just a little more? Mr. Borgin made one last attempt. This is my first time in Britain. Since I've come into your shop, it's a matter of fate. Let's make it 60 galleons, but I have a small request. You only need to sell me a piece of information as well. Mr. Borgin was overjoyed. He had thought he would only get 50 galleons, but now he would earn an extra 10. What kind of information is worth 10 galleons? Though pleased, he remained cautious. It's not that the information itself is worth 10 galleons. It's just something I happened to think of. As I said, this is my first time in Britain, and I plan to develop here. So I need a place to settle, preferably in Knockturn Alley. Since you can run such a large shop here, you must be quite capable. I assume this request won't be difficult for you. Wade asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mr. Borgin relaxed immediately. 10 galleons for a piece of information, he had thought it might be something dangerous. In the end, it was only about finding a place to stay. It also made sense. Only someone planning to establish themselves in a new country would carry so many galleons. Perhaps he had come to Knockturn Alley today precisely to look for a place, and buying something in the shop was just incidental. I understand, but are you looking to buy a shop, or a residence? Mr. Borgin asked cautiously. His caution stemmed from the fact that this man clearly knew his trade. If he intended to open a similar shop in Knockturn Alley, helping him find a location would only create trouble for himself. If that were the case, he might as well not sell the cabinet at all. I'm looking for a residence. Preferably something spacious, Wade said with a smile. Of course there is. No need to look elsewhere. I just happen to have an old house in Knockturn Alley, Mr. Borgin said with a broad smile. Since it was not for opening a shop, he felt at ease. And since it was about buying a house, he was confident he could transfer every last galleon from this middle-aged man's bulging purse into his own pocket. That's good. In that case, could you take me to have a look? Of course. May I ask your name, sir? Wade answered without hesitation, John. John Wick. The house Mr. Borgin brought Wade to was located at the far end of Knockturn Alley. In Wade's view, the place was not small, over 100 square meters, with 2 floors. However, the condition inside was far from ideal. The moment the door was opened, a swarm of pixies flew out, nearly colliding with Mr. Borgin's face. Dilapidated, decayed. That was Wade's first impression of the house. No one has been here for a long time, so it's a bit messy, Mr. Borgin said with an awkward smile. And these 2 patches of blood. Wade pointed to the clearly visible dark stains on the ground floor. Oh, the previous owner had enemies come to settle a score. They ended up killing each other and bled out on the floor. It was half a year before I discovered them. You know, that's Knockturn Alley for you. Mr. Borgin shrugged. Half a year. Wade's expression darkened. In fact, if the previous owner hadn't owed me money and I hadn't come to collect it, they might still not have been discovered, Mr. Borgin said. That explains how the house ended up in your hands, Wade replied. That's how property works in Knockturn Alley. It's not like Diagon Alley, where there are deeds and ownership papers. Here, whoever takes it owns it. There's never been any such thing as a deed, Mr. Borgin said casually. But Wade could hear the warning in his words. First, under such brutal rules, the fact that this house was still in Mr. Borgin's possession meant no one dared to take it from him, which spoke to his strength. Second, it was to make Wade understand the rules of Nocturne Alley. Without strength, one should not try to establish a foothold here. And I, Borgin, am not afraid of anyone trying to take what is mine. Originally, Mr. Borgin had expected this Mr. Wick to retreat or at least become cautious. But instead, he saw an extremely pleased expression appear on the man's face. You said just now, as long as I can take something, it becomes mine, correct? Wade asked with a smile. Why, yes. Mr. Borgin suddenly felt the air around him grow colder. Does that rule apply only to houses? Wade asked, his expression almost expectant. No, of course not. It applies to anything, Mr. Borgin replied, glancing involuntarily at the pouch where Wade kept his money. If this John Wick did not seem so dangerous, he might have already. So that means anything includes people as well? Wade asked, grinning. In theory, yes, but you're not planning to take people as well, are you? Mr. Borgin took a couple of steps back, tightening his robes. The weather was warm, yet he felt a chill spreading through the air. Relax, Mr. Borgin, I'm not interested in you, Wade said, turning his attention back to the house. As Wade's gaze shifted away, the oppressive feeling pressing on Borgin vanished instantly. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By now, if he still could not judge the strength of the men before him, he would never have survived running a shop in Nocturne Alley. In this regard, his instincts had never been wrong. Then, are you satisfied with the house? Mr. Borgin's tone became unconsciously more flattering. Very satisfied, Wade said with a smile. Then, how about 200 galleons? Originally, Mr. Borgin had intended to ask for 2,000 galleons out of habit. But after meeting Mr. Wick's gaze, he immediately lowered the price from 2,000 to 200. Because his instincts told him there was a deadly threat. 200. That cheap? Wade looked at Mr. Borgin with pleasant surprise. Ahem, just making a friend. Mr. Borgin forced a smile. Very well. Since you're showing me respect, I'll pay for it, Wade said with a smile. Mr. Borgin was startled. In other words, if he had not shown goodwill just now, this man would really have taken it by force. After completing the transaction, Mr. Borgin stood at the door, letting out a long breath before heading back toward his shop. This man must be a lunatic. And I was actually thinking of robbing him earlier. That was far too close. Before he had gone far, he suddenly heard a loud bang behind him. Turning around, he saw Mr. Wick kick open the door of a neighboring house. Open up. This is a robbery. Mr. Borgin turned his head away. I knew it. He's a madman. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Terror of John Wick. When Mr. Borgin returned to his shop, he could still hear the sounds of fighting not far away. But the noise soon faded completely. In Nocturne Alley, those who vanished because of such conflicts were quickly replaced, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. When Mr. Borgin noticed that Mr. Wick was standing in the street, stretching lazily, he understood that a few familiar faces in Nocturne Alley had disappeared for good. Poor fellows, but that's the way of Nocturne Alley. To survive here, one needed not only strength, but also an understanding of how things worked. If he had dared to make a move against Mr. Wick earlier, Borgin and Burks might well have been renamed John Wick's shop by now. Wade was busy breaking through the adjoining houses and clearing the scene. Many dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were watching from the shadows, but none dared to act for the moment. After all, everyone had seen just how formidable he was that morning. Even Old Rep, a wizard of considerable strength, had not been his match. The unfortunate man had not even managed to complete a single spell before being struck down and reduced to charred remains by a powerful atmospheric charm. There were no good people living in Nocturne Alley, so Wade felt no hesitation. He quickly cleaned up the aftermath. In truth, house elves were best suited for this kind of work. But Wade had no intention of letting anyone know about this place, not even his own house elf, Toby. After all, although Toby was completely loyal, many things in the magical world were beyond one's control. If someone were to forcibly use legilimency on Toby, this location could still be exposed. The possibility was small, but Wade was not willing to leave any loopholes. Once the cleanup was nearly complete, Wade began casting the Fidelius charm around the entire property. The secret keeper would be none other than himself. The Fidelius charm was an extremely complex advanced spell. The incantation alone was long enough to fill an entire foot of parchment. The casting process had to be completed in one continuous flow, and required ample magical power. Thanks to Wade's exceptional memory, even a spell of such length did not trouble him. 10 minutes later, the area he had designated seemed to vanish from Nocturne Alley. This disappearance was not physical. The houses were still there, but passers-by would feel no interest in them at all. It was as if they were simply passing by an ordinary tree. It was as though the entire building had been erased from everyone's awareness. Unless Wade personally led someone inside, even if a person stood directly beneath the address and stared at it, they would never realize this was the place they were looking for. Only after confirming that the Fidelius charm had taken effect did Wade let out a breath of relief and begin clearing out the clutter inside. As for the belongings left behind by the dark wizards, anything useful was kept, while the rest was piled together and vanished with a single spell. With the aid of magic, the tedious cleanup took only an hour. After that, Wade spent another 30 minutes renovating the entire house. Soon, the windows, walls, and floors were completely restored. He also used the extension charm to expand the space even further. Once everything was prepared, Wade began setting out his valuable instruments one by one. Good. From today onward, some interesting experiments can be carried out here, Wade said with satisfaction. By the time everything was finished, it was already evening. Wade operated out of the house. When he returned to the safe house, he had already restored his original appearance. Everyone in Nocturne Alley who had seen him would only remember John Wick, not Wade. This ability to alter one's appearance directly through transfiguration required an extremely high level of mastery. Grindelwald had once used the skill to infiltrate the Magical Congress of the United States. For Wade, who had studied the techniques of many transfiguration masters for so long, it was no difficulty at all. He tossed his coin pouch, which had barely changed in weight, to Toby. He had originally expected to spend a large number of galleons, but the few hundred he had used were quickly recovered after dealing with a few dark wizards. Who would have thought that Nocturne Alley could be such a wonderful place? The people there were all so talented, and they spoke so nicely, ahem. Wade planned to produce a batch of goblin collars. Whenever he needed manpower, he could simply capture them. After all, Mr. Borgin had said that even people could be taken. Master Wade, you have received some mail today. While Wade was having dinner, Toby respectfully brought over the day's post. Since this was the safe house, all mail was delivered to the All Post Office in Godric's Hollow. Toby checked it every day to see if there was anything for Wade. Wade flipped through the letters on top. They were greetings from various friends. He set them aside for the moment and focused on a small box at the bottom. The box was wooden, and the delicate lock on it caught his attention. So far, he only knew one person who used goblin metal to craft locks. Wade reached out and grasped the goblin-made lock. A trace of ancient magic flickered at his fingertips. Click. The lock opened smoothly. Wade opened the box and saw a cube made of goblin metal. Its surface was covered with dense, obscure ancient runes. Beside the cube lay a thick book. When Wade opened it, he immediately recognized his senior's handwriting. Only then did Wade realize that the cube was the latest version of the residue converter. And this thick book was actually the blueprint for it. On the title page, he found a note left by his senior. We and the goblins can only go so far. This is as far as we can take it. The rest is up to you. As for what you mentioned before, about purifying the ancient magic within dark creatures, that is not something that can be completed in a short time. While you wait, you can try researching it yourself. Wade stroked his chin, quietly studying the blueprint in his hands, a faint sense of unease rising in his mind. Limited ability. Impossible. His senior was far too proud to say something like that. If she truly said it, then it meant she and her goblins were working on something else. Something more important than the residue converter and the purification of ancient magic. The conversion of residue could indeed alleviate her condition, but the effect was slow and could never truly cure it. Which meant, she was now attempting to research something that could completely eliminate her condition. But if that were the case, why had she not told him the truth? Wade tugged at his hair in frustration. And on top of that, she had sent this box by all instead of using nightmare magic. Strange. This was far too strange. However, Wade was no longer the same as before. He now possessed a vast amount of alchemical knowledge and had even established contact with Nicholas Flamel. He was fully capable of continuing the research based on his senior's work. Wade placed the book back into the box for the time being, then took out a mass of unrefined residue, preparing to test the new converter. Suddenly, he felt the container holding the Obscurus begin to tremble violently. Wade frowned, put the residue away, and released the Obscurus. The Obscurus slowly spread into the air, then came to a halt, resembling nothing more than an ordinary patch of black mist. Wade used nightmare magic to enter its mental space, taking control of all its senses. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pang in his chest, as if something had happened to someone important. Wade withdrew, his expression turning grave. For the Obscurus to feel something like this, there could only be one possibility. Slytherin might have encountered some kind of trouble. The magical garment Slytherin wore had been created by Wade using magic split from the Obscurus. To the Obscurus, it was no different from its own offspring. From the moment it was created, the garment had maintained a close connection with the Obscurus itself. Otherwise, Wade would never have been able to use the Obscurus on his own body to communicate with Slytherin back then. Now, although the distance was too great to establish direct contact, a faint sense of connection still remained. You really don't make things easy. Where has that old man gone now? Wade muttered, lightly brushing the mist before him. The Obscurus drifting in the air suddenly stirred, and a thin strand of black mist extended northward like a thread. Don't tell me that Oldman went to Northern Europe. There was no other choice now. Toby, I'll be heading out on a long trip tomorrow. Whoosh, whoosh. It was already noon the next day. Wade wore a pair of windproof goggles and rode a broomstick, speeding north. With the war ongoing, all international flu connections had been shut down. In other words, there was no normal way to reach Northern Europe. So Wade had gone to Diagon Alley to acquire the latest model of broomstick and was now flying north, guided by the Obscurus. For long-distance travel, a broomstick was still necessary. The journey was far too long. Even Wade could not rely on a flying charm the entire way. Of course, a thestral-drawn carriage would have been another option, but he did not have one, and it would be far too conspicuous. Damn it, old man, when I drag you back, you'd better make it worth my while. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, even being the Dark Lord costs money. Brooms of this era were ultimately nowhere near as fast as those of later generations. Moreover, although the broom had a cushioning charm so it would not dig into him, after flying for an entire morning, Wade still felt sore all over. Right now, all he wanted was to find a place to rest properly, and then modify this damned broom while he was at it. Otherwise, he was worried that before he even arrived, that old Slytherin fellow would give out first. However, he had already left the British Isles long ago, following the Obscurus's guidance and flying northeast. So beneath him now was the North Sea. There was no way for Wade to rest on the water. He had no idea how much time had passed. Just as he was about to give up and push on until Norway or Denmark before finding a place to rest, he finally spotted a small island on the sea. The island was tiny and uninhabited, just right for Wade to take a break. He landed, stretched lazily, and his whole body immediately crackled with a series of pops. Damn. I really need to start exercising more. Using a broom for long-distance travel was a bit reckless after all. Wade frowned and pressed a hand to his lower back. Thinking about it now, his preparations had been far too hasty. At the very least, he should have gone to Nocturne Alley to buy a flying carpet. Flying carpets were banned in Britain but perfectly legal in other countries. As long as he flew out of Britain on a broom and then switched to a carpet, the speed might not be as fast, but it would at least be far more comfortable. Claiming that flying carpets are Muggle handicrafts, so enchanting them is illegal, what a joke. Don't Muggles have brooms in their homes? You can't enchant a Muggle handicraft, yet you can enchant a Muggle cleaning tool. What a ridiculous rule. In a Muggle household, which is more common, handicrafts or brooms? Muggles use brooms for cleaning, while wizards mostly use cleaning charms. Oh, damn it, this is nothing more than a monopoly by broom manufacturers. Wade muttered his complaints without pause, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly set up a temporary tent on higher ground and casually cast several protective spells, such as Hominum Revelio and similar wards. Soon, his tent was concealed. Even if another wizard happened to pass by, they would not be able to see Wade's temporary campsite. He checked his watch. It was already noon. He took out a set of cooking utensils and a bag of ingredients from his suitcase, tossed them outside the tent, and then went back in to begin modifying the broom. The utensils began moving on their own the moment they hit the ground. Before long, the sounds of cooking drifted in from outside. Inside the tent, Wade quickly dismantled the broom into a pile of parts. Improving a broom had never been a simple task. Otherwise, those who sold brooms would have long since started producing faster models. So, with Wade's current level of alchemy, trying to improve a broom in a short time was unrealistic. However, if the goal was simply to squeeze every last bit of potential out of a broom without caring whether it would be ruined afterward, then there was still a way. In any case, Wade had brought several brooms with him. Losing one or two would not be a big problem, though it would cost him quite a few galleons. After observing for a while, Wade came to understand the basic principles behind a broom. So the principles behind brooms are this simple. Then why are they sold at such high prices? Damn. Is this what a monopoly looks like? This kind of business must be controlled by pureblood families. No, when I get back, I should get into this as well. The truth was, Wade was rather short on money at the moment. Even aspiring to be a Dark Lord required funding. The 20,000 galleons in his Gringotts vault might sound like a lot, but it had taken him a long time to save up. And if he really went all out on alchemical research, it would be spent very quickly. Alchemy materials were far more expensive than potion ingredients. The main reason Hogwarts did not offer alchemy classes was precisely because the materials were too valuable. For potions, students could still gather the required ingredients for the term in Diagon Alley. But how were they supposed to obtain alchemical materials? Not every student had the kind of wealth the Malfoy family possessed. Wade had only dared to touch alchemy after earning some money from selling potions. After making up his mind, he pushed aside all distractions and decisively picked up his carving knife, beginning to inscribe ancient runes onto the internal components of the broom. After several hours of work, Wade carefully reassembled the broom's core. By now, the core components were densely covered in ancient runes. He slowly released his hand, then took out the Elder Wand and lightly tapped it against the core. Silver light began to illuminate the runes in sequence, like circuits coming to life. As all the runes lit up, the core component slowly floated into the air. Excellent. It worked. And it didn't explode, Wade said cheerfully. Well, as long as it didn't explode. After hastily finishing his now slightly cold lunch, Wade quickly packed up and set off again. After all, he had no idea what danger that old Slytherin fellow had encountered, or how much longer he could hold on. The modified broom was indeed several times faster than before. However, the faint trembling of the handle constantly seemed to cry out in protest, as if on the verge of collapse. The owl Dawn swept past the treetops and, with a final dive, landed outside Tom's window. Tom set down his quill and looked at the owl in confusion. Coo. Dawn dropped a note from its beak onto the table in front of him. As Tom picked up the note, he casually pushed a nearby plate of biscuits toward the owl. Coo. While the owl ate, Tom quickly skimmed through the contents of the note. Why are they here? Tom struggled to his feet, then reached for the cane beside him. He glanced at the long staircase, then at the window. Forget it. In the next moment, a mass of mist wrapped around him and carried him swiftly out through the window, landing outside the woods. If not for the fear of being seen flying by the Muggle servants in the house, he would have simply gone out the front door. Tom set the cane on the ground, then drew his U-wand and gave it a light tap. The cane quickly transformed into a somewhat crude wheelchair. After sitting down, Tom tapped the wheel with his wand, and the wheelchair began to move on its own. From a distance, however, it looked as if he were propelling it himself. Thinking of how far away the front gate was, Tom frowned. Sometimes having such a large estate was not exactly convenient. Fortunately, he did not need to make his way slowly all the way to the gate. As soon as he emerged from the small grove and reached the main path of the estate, he spotted a group of youths gathered in the distance. They were the core members of the Smash Mutual Aid Society. When Lord Riddle learned that these youths were Tom's classmates, he understood who they were and quietly dismissed all the servants. As a result, there were no Muggle servants or guards anywhere near them. Seeing this, Tom dropped the act. He tapped the wheel again, and the wheelchair accelerated, speeding forward rapidly. Hey! Tom's over there. Henry was the first to spot Tom racing toward them in his wheelchair from afar. The group moved to meet him, saving Tom quite a bit of effort. I didn't expect your family to be this rich. This estate is huge. Alfred blurted out the moment they met. Why are you here? Tom did not answer and instead questioned them directly. Wade told us to come. Didn't he tell you? Henry asked in confusion. No. Tom sighed. Since you're here, come with me. Head to my cabin. Don't stay outside. The servants and guards at my home are all Muggles. At his words, the group of youths immediately gathered around him and began heading toward his cabin. With them around, Tom no longer needed to secretly use magic on the wheelchair himself. Grace McLagan stepped forward and took over pushing the chair. What did Wade send you here for? Tom asked, unable to hold back. He told us to come gather at your place when we had time. You can guide us in practicing magic, Flitwick said with a cheerful smile. Now that Tom was sitting in the wheelchair, he was slightly shorter than Flitwick, which inexplicably put him in a rather good mood. After all, this was the first time he had ever had to look down to speak to someone. I'm already like this, and he still wants to squeeze more work out of me. Tom closed his eyes in indignation. Wade says this is called putting the capable to work. Among us, you're the strongest, aren't you? Grace replied. Tom almost laughed in anger. He's far more capable than I am. Why don't I see him working harder? Oh, damn it. When he told you to come here to practice magic, did he even consider that magic isn't allowed outside school? The group looked at one another, until Charlie Prince finally spoke. Wade said you'd have a way. Tom was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fine, I do have a way, but you must never tell anyone. He understood now. These core members were the foundation Wade intended to rely on in the future. So this was his plan. Have Tom teach them how to remove the trace, and strengthen them as much as possible. Where's Wade? Isn't he here? And asked curiously. The others also looked at Tom. They had all assumed Wade would be present, but when they saw Tom coming out alone, struggling along in his wheelchair, they realized their respected leader was not here. "How would I know where you went?" Tom said irritably. "He told you to come, yet didn't even send me a letter." The group soon entered the woods and arrived at Tom's cabin. The cabin was not large, but even with all of them inside, it did not feel cramped. "All right, everyone, gather around and take out your wands. I'll teach you how to remove the trace. But let me remind you once more, this must remain absolutely secret. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic will come knocking. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Wade goes to the Soviet Union. A streak of light tore through the night sky, plummeting downward. Boom. Cough, cough. Wade stepped out of the smoke, coughing. In his hand, he held half of a charred broom. After several hours of high-speed travel, his modified broom had finally been pushed beyond its limits and drained of every last bit of potential. Fortunately, Wade knew the flying charm, or he would have been killed in the fall. But who could have expected the broom to explode after he had already landed safely? Luckily, Wade reacted quickly and immediately cast a shield charm to cover the burning broom. Although the shield charm was ultimately shattered by the blast, Wade himself was not seriously injured. Moreover, the remains of the broom were not completely destroyed in the explosion. Aside from the parts that had burned away, he collected all the remaining fragments. These were valuable experimental materials. Wade intended to study the traces left on the wreckage to develop a new type of broom. After quickly cleaning up the scene and storing the remains, Wade turned and vanished into the air. Before long, voices could be heard in the distance. The explosion had been quite loud, drawing many muggles over. Especially in these times of war, people were extremely sensitive to the sound of explosions. However, Wade had already dealt with everything at the scene, and the muggles would find nothing. He soon arrived at a nearby town. Since it was already night, there were hardly any people outside. Even those on night patrol could not see Wade under his disillusionment charm. Wade stopped in front of a sign and took a look. He did not recognize the writing. However, when he saw the familiar red flag in the center of the square, he immediately knew where he was. This modified broom really was fierce. After only a few hours of travel, it had carried him all the way from the North Sea to the Soviet Union. Since he was here, it would be unwise to show himself in front of muggles, or he might run into trouble. Wade could only look for a place among wizarding settlements. Wizards remained uninvolved in muggle wars, so staying in a wizarding community would not be a problem. Of course, he could also camp out in the wilderness, which might be even safer. Without much thought, Wade chose the second option. After all, in his current situation, he had no idea where any wizarding settlements might be. He quietly lifted into the air with the flying charm and headed toward the forested hills outside the town, hoping to find a secluded place to set up a temporary camp. That patch of woods looks good. Maybe I can pitch a tent on the hilltop. Wade immediately lowered his altitude and flew over. He needed a proper rest, and then he would modify another broom. However, the moment he flew into the forest, the scene before him changed drastically. The previously deserted woodland transformed in an instant into a small town. Looking at the strange, irregular buildings, Wade immediately realized he had accidentally entered a wizarding settlement. What was that saying again? Searched high and low, only to find it without effort. Since there was a wizarding community here, Wade no longer needed to set up a tent himself. He landed directly on the street. Dim street lamps cast a yellow glow, bathing the road in dull light. Unlike the dark, silent muggle towns outside, this street still had quite a few people walking about. They were all speaking Russian, which Wade could not understand. From their clothing and appearance, it was clear they were all wizards. There were still a few shops open along both sides of the street. Only then did Wade feel at ease enough to cancel the disillusionment charm. He kept his head down, pulled his cloak tighter, and walked along the street without drawing attention. After all, there were other wizards dressed in a similar manner. It was just that people could not help but feel that this wizard was a bit too small in stature. After wandering for a while, Wade finally stopped in front of a small tavern. There was a signboard outside with part of the text written in English. It said the tavern not only served drinks but also provided lodging. Without hesitation, Wade pushed the door open and walked in. Clang! The bell above the door rang. He stepped inside and casually removed his cloak. The tavern was about the same size as the Leaky Cauldron. However, the patrons inside were completely different. The moment Wade entered, he saw a group of burly men sitting around, bare-chested, downing vodka in large gulps. Very classic. After giving them a brief glance, Wade walked to the bar and took a seat. The bartender was a bald old man, who looked somewhat surprised when he saw him. Foreign wizards were rare in a place like this, let alone a young wizard with such a striking face and hair. The old man first said something to him in Russian, which Wade did not understand. He scratched his chin, then asked in broken French, "Êtes-vous français ou Canadien?" Wade guessed he was asking if he was French or Canadian, so he just nodded. Remembering the sign outside with English on it, Wade said in English, "I can actually speak English." "Ah, that makes things easier." The old man let out a sigh of relief and replied in English. "French is too hard to learn, but I can manage a bit of English." The old man's English carried a heavy accent, but Wade could understand him well enough. "Then let's speak in English. I'd like something to eat. Do you have a menu?" "All right, kid, where are your parents?" the old man asked as he handed over a worn menu. "Oh, it's just me. My parents aren't here." The old man looked surprised. In times like these, who would let their child wander around alone? But considering the distance between countries meant little to wizards, he soon made sense of it. Perhaps the boy had simply run off on his own. At that moment, Wade stared at the Russian text on the menu, at a bit of a loss. "Oh. I forgot." The old man swapped it for an English menu. "Before the war, quite a few British wizards passed through here, so I kept an English menu. Though I've rarely seen any wizards from Canada." After Wade placed his order, the old man turned and handed the slip to the kitchen. "What would you like to drink?" he asked again. What do you recommend?" Wade replied casually. The old man chuckled. "You can't exactly drink vodka, so your options are limited. How about you go home and drink milk, little kid?" The old man was rudely interrupted. A drunken burly man staggered over and sat down beside Wade, a malicious grin on his face. "Andrews. What are you doing?" the old man snapped at him. Old Paul, this has nothing to do with you." Andrews shot him a glare, then turned back to Wade and mocked him in accented English. "What's a little monkey like you doing out here instead of drinking milk at home?" After Andrews finished taunting him, his companions behind him burst into laughter. "What does that have to do with you, you drunk pig?" Wade sneered. "What did you say?" Andrews roared, his large hand sweeping out to grab Wade. "Andrews! Stop!" Old Paul shouted angrily. He would not allow anyone to cause trouble in his tavern, especially not someone trying to bully a child. However, before Old Paul could even draw his wand, Andrews was sent flying backward, smashing through several tables and chairs before slamming hard into the wall. Old Paul stared in shock toward the scene, then looked back at Wade. He had thought the boy's guardian had arrived, but now it seemed that was not the case. "Sorry for damaging your tavern." Wade smiled and placed 5 galleons on the counter. "Ah, that's too much," Old Paul said instinctively. "Oh, that's for what comes next. The fight isn't over yet." Wade smiled as he turned to face Andrews' companions behind him. By now, Andrews had been helped up by his friends. He glared viciously at Wade, wand already in hand. Boom. The fight erupted instantly. Though they had been drinking, their strength was unexpectedly decent. When they attacked Wade together, they all used nonverbal spells. However, that was nothing to Wade. During the second half of the term, he had practically been beaten up by Dumbledore every night. Over time, he had gradually become able to hold his own against Dumbledore when the latter fought using only magical skill. Compared to Dumbledore, this group was nothing. Faced with the various curses flying at him, Wade casually blocked them all. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not even take a single step back. At this moment, not only Old Paul, but everyone in the tavern was stunned. No one had expected a wizard of his age to handle multiple opponents so effortlessly. While Andrews and the others were still in shock, Wade's counterattack arrived. Levi Corpus. Moments later. Old Paul sighed as he looked at the burly man hanging upside down. "This is rather embarrassing, Andrews, so what was the point? As far as I remember, you're not the type to bully a child." I was bullying him." "Well, it does look like you're the one being bullied now," Old Paul added. Andrews had sobered up by now, his face flushing red. "Sorry, Mr. Paul, may I have a word with him?" Wade asked politely. "Oh, of course, just try not to make things worse, all right?" Paul said, his tone carrying a hint of caution. He had already guessed that this was likely a powerful wizard who had taken Polyjuice Potion for some reason. Otherwise, how could he be this strong? So Old Paul was genuinely worried that this ruthless person might kill someone in his tavern. "Hey, you drunk pig, why did you provoke me for no reason?" Wade asked. Andrews turned his head away without answering, but the person beside him spoke up. After all, no one wanted to keep hanging upside down, especially after drinking. In heavily accented English, the man said, "Earlier today, he got beaten up by someone who looks a lot like you, so when he sees someone like you, he gets angry." "Someone like me?" Wade asked in surprise. "Yeah, although he had black hair, he looked quite similar to you, like if you were to age and..." "Oh, I see." Wade understood. No wonder this brute had shamelessly tried to bully a child. It turned out he had been beaten by a wizard who looked like him earlier that day. Wade stroked his chin, then flicked his wand lightly. The men across from him all dropped to the ground at once, landing in a heap. He could not help but feel a bit curious about this wizard. If he were not in a hurry to go and aid that old Slytherin, he might have gone to meet him. "Hey, do you know that wizard's name?" Wade asked casually. "No, but I think I heard him say his surname was Reynolds." "Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 369, Chapter 369, Andrew's story. A surname of Reynolds, ah. All right then." Wade paused, then asked again, "After you were beaten, do you know where he went?" "No, by the time we came to, he was already gone," the men replied honestly. Wade did not press further. A guy looking like him, and bearing that surname, there was a 99.9% chance that person was not someone to be trifled with. "You should count yourselves lucky to still be alive," Wade said, waving a hand as he returned to his seat at the bar. Seeing that Wade did not intend to make things difficult for them any further, the burly men quickly helped each other up and hurried out. As for the other wizards who had been watching the spectacle, they all settled their tabs and left one after another. In no time, the tavern was empty. Old Paul said nothing. The few galleons Wade had put down earlier were more than enough to cover the damage. Besides, he had been about to close for the night anyway. Wade took the mug of butterbeer old Paul handed him, took a sip, and then said leisurely, "They can leave, but you. Andrews, you're not going anywhere." One of Andrews's feet had already stepped out the tavern door. Hearing this, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. His companions, upon hearing that Andrews had to stay, immediately fled without hesitation, afraid they might be kept behind as well. Andrew stared in shock as those who had been calling him brother just moments ago abandoned him, despair written all over his face. By now, Andrews was completely sober. Even old Paul suspected this boy might be a powerful wizard disguised with polyjuice potion, so how could Andrews not have his own suspicions? In any case, he knew he could not win. Since this person was keeping him here, it probably meant he was finished. Just as Andrews's mind was in turmoil, torn between making a desperate run for it or submitting quietly. "Come here." Wade beckoned to him. Under Wade's casual gaze, Andrews instinctively shrank back. In that brief moment, he felt as if he was not being watched by a person, but by a venomous snake. He abandoned any thought of running and slowly walked over to Wade. "An unemployed drifter wouldn't have your kind of skill." Wade set down his knife, his sharp gaze settling on Andrews once more. "I'll give you one more chance. Don't try to lie to me again." Andrews could not help but take another sip of fire whiskey. He could not understand why a boy who looked so harmless could exert such overwhelming pressure. Even if he was powerful, his presence should not have been this terrifying. It felt as though he was facing not a boy, but a forceful minister for magic, damn it. "I'll ask you again. What do you do?" Wade repeated. "I." Andrews glanced around and, seeing that no one was listening, lowered his voice. "I don't have a fixed job, but sometimes I go out with others, into the wild to find magical creatures, and then poaching. Smuggling." Wade said, taking a sip of butterbeer. "Both." Andrews admitted dejectedly. Wade nodded. No wonder he had been reluctant to say it. Poaching and smuggling magical creatures were serious crimes in any country. After all, magical creatures were an important source of materials for wizards, and most species had been growing increasingly scarce in recent years. Under Wade's knowing gaze, Andrews felt his weak resolve being pierced. "I didn't want to do this either. But, when a person is desperate and destitute, they don't think that far ahead." Wade let out a quiet acknowledgement before smiling. "So you weren't originally in this line of work?" "Of course not. I used to be an Auror. After graduating from Durmstrang, I joined the ministry. Everyone said I had a bright future. But I was framed. No one was willing to believe me." Andrews grew increasingly agitated. "By the time I got out after 10 years in prison, everything had changed." Wade quietly watched Andrews's eyes. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "You're not lying, Mr. Ivanov. In that case." He raised the glass in his hand. "I have a drink, and you happen to have a story. Why not tell it to me?" He turned toward old Paul, who was pretending to be busy in the distance. "Mr. Paul, another drink for him." With things already at this point, even if Andrews did not want to revisit those painful memories, he had no choice but to recall them. The story itself was not complicated. A talented young Auror with a promising future, not long out of school, already on track to become the youngest captain in the Auror office. But during a mission to protect an important witness, something went wrong. The witness was killed. Clearly, someone within the Auror team had leaked the information. After the investigation, Andrews, whose account had somehow gained thousands of galleons, was arrested. Overnight, a promising young Auror became a corrupt official who had taken bribes and leaked information to dark wizards. Then came 10 years in prison. Talent, potential, all of it came to nothing. Crude. The method used to frame you was really quite crude. So you ended up like this without even knowing who your enemy is? Wade asked. I don't know. I really don't. Andrew said painfully, downing the fire whiskey in one gulp. You were about to become a captain back then, right? Wade asked. Yes. If not for what happened. Then who took your place as captain? Wade continued. Brusky Yuriev. And what position does this Mr. Yuriev hold now? Heh. Andrews let out a bitter laugh. He's already the head of the Auror office. Wade smiled. Judging by how upset you look, do you think that if you hadn't gone to prison, you would be the head of the Auror office now? I do think so. Back then, he was inferior to me in every way. If I had stayed, how could my achievements possibly be lower than his? Andrews raised his glass gloomily, only to find it empty. Old Paul picked up the bottle and poured him another drink. At some point, Old Paul had moved closer. Perhaps the urge to hear gossip was a universal human trait. Is Yuriev a pureblood? Wade asked Old Paul. The Yuriev family is a well-known pureblood family. Some say they existed even before the Muggle Tsars came to power, Old Paul replied. Wade pointed at Andrews. What about him? Ivanov is a Muggle surname, and Andrews is an orphan, Old Paul answered. Why are you asking all this? After a few more drinks, Andrews grew bolder and started questioning Wade. Of course, to figure out who framed you, Wade said with a smile. Andrews's eyes widened. Then, have you figured it out? Wade smiled. Generally speaking, when someone is framed, you only need to look at who benefits the most to have a good idea of who did it. After all, no one harms another person for no reason. There has to be some gain involved, of course, there are exceptions, people who do it for their own twisted amusement. You mean Yuriev framed me? Andrews asked in shock. 1,000 galleons, that's a huge sum. To spend that much just to frame someone isn't something just anyone can do. No wonder no one believed you back then. Aside from pureblood wizards who come by money easily, who else could it be? But, just for a squad captain's position. He would spend 1,000 galleons to frame me. That. Andrews looked utterly confused. A squad captain. He's now the head of the Auror office, Wade said with a smile. In fact, those 1,000 galleons were not just used to frame you. Think about it. After they were confiscated from your vault, whose pocket would they end up in? This. Andrews finally understood. That was the price on your life. You should be grateful you're Muggle-born. The purebloods didn't consider you important enough, otherwise, do you think you would have walked out of prison alive? Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 370, Genius. That's just the threshold to seeing me. So I should be grateful that they didn't even treat me like a person. Andrews almost laughed in anger. Old Paul sighed. At least you're still alive, aren't you? Damn it. Andrews's eyes turned red. Just because he had stood out too much, and his background was not good enough, they could destroy his life at will. Gripping his glass, Andrew said word by word, I don't know what you want me to do for you, but, before that, I only ask that you let me take one last shot at this. Wade raised an eyebrow. You want revenge? If it were you, wouldn't you take revenge? Andrews asked with a grim smile. Me? In truth, I wouldn't let myself end up in such a situation. Of course, if I were unlucky enough to suffer what you did, I'd split even the worms in their home in half. Then you should understand how I feel. If you let me take my revenge, I'll do anything for you. Andrews's eyes were bloodshot. That's an empty promise, Mr. Ivanov. If you go for revenge, there's a high chance you won't come back, isn't there? Wade unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, savoring it slowly. Then let me finish what you need first, and you can let me go afterward, Andrew said coldly. Wade studied Andrews's gray eyes in silence, then suddenly smiled. I originally just wanted you to act as a guide for me. But, your experience and your abilities have caught my interest. How about this, I'll help you get your revenge, and then you work for me. I can take revenge on that pureblood fool myself, Andrew said coldly. But you won't make it back. If I take him down with me, I don't lose, Andrews replied. Wade smiled. Of course it's a loss. Trading your life for his is a terrible deal. If it were me, I wouldn't trade one for one with someone like that. I'd take my revenge, and then I'd go on living well afterward. Otherwise, how would I justify those 10 years in prison and the bright future you once had? At least you didn't have a childhood sweetheart taken by him, or else. I did. Andrews's face was filled with bitterness. That really did happen. Wade silently set down the chocolate wrapper. Ah, poor Mr. Ivanov. You really have every misfortune stacked against you. But as I said, I can help you take your revenge cleanly, and after that, you can continue living well. All I ask is that you follow me from now on. Who exactly are you? I don't believe someone who looks barely in their teens could have this kind of strength. Andrew stared at Wade. Wade grinned. When you first graduated, didn't people call you a genius? Yes, they all said I was a genius among geniuses. Even in his current state, Andrews could not hide the pride in his voice when recalling those days. I'm different from you, Mr. Ivanov. Being called a genius is merely the threshold to meet me, Wade said with a smile. Both Andrews and old Paul frowned. That sounded far too arrogant. I know what you're thinking. You think I've taken polyjuice potion or something similar to look like this, don't you? Wade asked. Andrews and old Paul were both seasoned enough to immediately grasp his implication. Are you saying this really is your true appearance? Andrews looked at Wade in shock. When he had fought Wade earlier, he had clearly felt how powerful this boy was. He had long assumed Wade was a powerful wizard concealing his true form. But now, this person was saying this was his real appearance. That he was truly just a boy of 12 or 13. Then with strength like that, calling himself a genius among geniuses in front of him felt somewhat. Are you still in school? Andrews's words came out unsteadily. I study at Hogwarts. Just an ordinary second-year student who's a little stronger than others my age, or even stronger than many adult wizards. Oh, I'll be a third year in 2 months. Andrews and old Paul both leaned back at the same time. As absurd as it sounded, they were beginning to believe it. In fact, judging from the strength he had shown, a wizard this powerful had no need to tell such a ridiculous lie. Just like the wizard with the surname Reynolds he had encountered during the day. That man had completely overwhelmed them and did not waste a single word, simply knocking them down and leaving. But a nearly third-year student with such overwhelming strength, what did he want with subordinates? If you could tell me a bit more about yourself. Andrews said hesitantly. Wade ignored the question and said directly, put your revenge aside for now and serve as my guide for a while. That's settled. Of course, you can try to run, but I've already remembered you, Mr. Ivanov. I trust you'll make the right choice. He then turned to old Paul. Do you have any rooms available? I'd like to stay here tonight. Of course, old Paul replied. Good. I expect to see you here tomorrow, Mr. Ivanov. With that, Wade stood up, picked up his belongings, and followed old Paul upstairs to the guest rooms. Andrews watched his back, feeling utterly helpless. Whether it was the wizard with the surname Reynolds from earlier or this boy barely in his teens, he could not defeat either of them. Which meant that, despite Wade's pleasant smile, he had no real choice. When old Paul came back downstairs, he found Andrews still sitting at the bar in a daze. Head home, lad. I'm about to close up, old Paul said. Do you think I can trust him? Andrews asked. Old Paul smiled. I'd say you might as well. After all, how could things get any worse than they already are? That's true. Andrews sighed. Old Paul poured him another drink. I can't afford it, Paul. This one's on me, Andrews, for your unfortunate story. Early the next morning, Wade came downstairs looking refreshed. At a glance, he saw Andrews already sitting at the bar. He had changed into a new set of clothes, and his messy hair and beard had been trimmed. You look much more presentable today, Mr. Ivanov, Wade said with a smile. I hope you can live up to my trust, Andrews replied coldly. In truth, I rarely disappoint my friends, of course, that depends on whether you can truly become one, Wade said as he walked to the bar. Paul set a breakfast in front of Wade. Room includes breakfast, sir. A very smart marketing strategy, Mr. Paul, Wade said with a smile. Bring one for Mr. Ivanov as well. It's on me. I've already eaten elsewhere, Andrews said. Wade took a bite of his fried egg. Then that's your loss, Mr. Ivanov. Mr. Paul's breakfast is quite good. I still don't know your name, Andrews said. And, since I'm acting as your guide, shouldn't I be paid? Old Paul quietly broke into a cold sweat for him. Last night, this brute had attacked the boy and been completely overwhelmed, and now he dared to ask for payment. Yet Wade showed no anger. My name is Wade, as for payment, it's only natural to be paid for work. How about 2 galleons a day? Both Andrews and old Paul were taken aback. In this era, a galleon held considerable purchasing power. A wage of 2 galleons a day was already extremely high. With things in chaos everywhere, where else could one find a job that paid 14 galleons a week? Don't look so surprised, Mr. Ivanov. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it well. It's a simple principle, and one I understand better than most, Wade said with a smile. Wade knew very well that Andrews Ivanov was worth the price. Although he had spent 10 years in prison and had only been released recently, during their fight the previous night, Wade had clearly sensed that his strength surpassed that of most elite aurors. He truly had the makings of a captain. 2 galleons a day to recruit a wizard at the level of an auror captain was a bargain. Deal. Andrews agreed without hesitation. Anyone would be foolish to turn down such a high salary. In fact, if you keep paying me this rate, even if you don't help me get my revenge, I'd still be willing to work for you, Andrews said in a low voice. Wade nodded. I can tell you've been poor for too long. At those words, a trace of bitterness surfaced on Andrews's face. Once, in his prime, he had treated money like dirt, but now. Even so, even if Wade had not offered such a high wage, he would still have chosen to trust him for the time being. After talking with old Paul last night, he realized the man was right. Could things really get any worse than they already were? This boy was powerful despite his age, and his manner, speech, and way of handling things all marked him as anything but ordinary. Perhaps the family behind him was also extremely powerful. If he wanted to bring down the Uriev family and reclaim everything he had lost, this might be his last chance in life. We leave in half an hour, Wade said. Understood, boss. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 371, Chapter 371, Do Wizards Count as Magical Creatures? Half an hour later, Andrew stepped out of the tavern first, carrying Wade's suitcase. Wade followed shortly after, dressed from head to toe like a young gentleman. He glanced at the sun outside and casually placed a top hat on his head. When Andrews turned around and saw Wade's flashy outfit, he could not help frowning. With his trained eye, he could naturally tell that these clothes were not transfigured. Every stitch seemed to radiate the shine of galleons. Boss, dressed like that, you're practically asking to get robbed. Robbed? You know I'm not worried about that. Wade shrugged. But it's still troublesome, Andrews said. In truth, I'm dressing like this for your sake as well, Mr. Ivanov. If I didn't, how would people know that Andrews Ivanov has found himself a respectable job? Wade said leisurely. Is that really important? Andrews asked in confusion. Of course. Before today, you were just an ex-convict fresh out of prison, a poacher, a smuggler. Even old Paul saw you as a hopeless wreck. But from today onward, things are completely different. If you want revenge, you first need a respectable identity, and now, I'll be the one giving you that identity, Wade said with a smile. Andrews fell into thought. At that moment, Wade noticed an old, worn Thestral carriage parked outside the tavern. The 2 Thestrals pulling it were painfully thin. In Wade's impression, Thestrals were always somewhat skeletal in appearance, but to be this emaciated was quite rare. It was enough to show just how difficult Andrews's life had been. This is your carriage? Wade asked. Yes. I noticed you didn't seem to have any transportation. This is the carriage I used for work, Andrews said awkwardly. By work, he naturally meant illegal poaching and smuggling. In fact, those 2 Thestrals might not have been obtained through legitimate means either. You're very observant, Mr. Ivanov. Staying in a place like this has truly wasted your talents, Wade said with a smile. Andrews neither agreed nor disagreed with the praise. Boss, get in the carriage. Tell me the destination, and we can set off. The destination? I don't have one. I can only give you a direction. A direction? Yes, a direction. You just need to keep heading that way. As he spoke, Wade pulled a small compass from his pocket. Andrews took it, only to discover strangely that the needle was not pointing north, but northeast. So we just travel in this direction? Yes. Then it seems you don't really need a guide, Andrews said. How could I not? Without a guide, where would I get a carriage to ride in? Wade replied. As he finished speaking, he noticed more people appearing on the streets. Quite a few were already casting curious glances their way. Clearly, Andrews was somewhat well known in this town, though likely not for good reasons. Once Wade saw they had attracted enough attention, he somehow produced a brand new set of clothes from nowhere. I'll wait here for 5 minutes. Go change into these in the carriage, then throw away those rags you're wearing. If you can't even dress respectably, who would believe you've regained a respectable identity? Wade tossed the clothes over. Andrews hurriedly caught them. He had also noticed the curious looks from the passers-by, and Wade's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. So Wade had not been lying about helping him get revenge. In fact, he had already started making preparations. For a moment, complicated emotions welled up inside Andrews. Understood, boss. Andrews shouted loudly before climbing into the carriage. Wade glanced at the people around them before turning back toward the tavern. Old Paul was standing at the entrance, watching him. "Mr. Paul, I hope you won't forget our agreement," Wade said, touching the brim of his hat. Old Paul's wrinkled face broke into a broad smile. "Of course, Mr. Lee." Not long afterward, Andrews emerged from the carriage. Clothes really did make the man. With a new outfit and his beard and hair properly trimmed, Andrews looked far more handsome now, resembling Tom Hardy. He moved his arms awkwardly for a moment, though it was simply because he wasn't used to this style of clothing. In truth, the outfit fit perfectly, as though it had been tailored specifically for him. Clearly, it was a set of self-adjusting robes, the kind that was always extremely expensive. Feeling the admiring looks from passers-by, Andrews instinctively straightened his back, as though regaining a bit of the confidence he once had. "Boss, please get in. And take this. Give your poor Thestrals a drink. Otherwise, I suspect they'll collapse halfway through the journey." Wade handed Andrews 2 bottles of nutrient potion. Andrews accepted them and was about to feed the Thestrals when Wade suddenly leaned his head back out of the carriage door. "May I make a few small modifications to your carriage? No offense intended, but the condition inside is rather terrible." Andrews nodded. He had used this carriage for poaching and smuggling, so strange odors were only natural. It was not surprising that someone like Wade would find it unpleasant. Still, he distinctly remembered cleaning it thoroughly that morning. Perhaps rich people simply had more sensitive noses. After feeding each Thestral a mouthful of nutrient potion, Andrews prepared to board the carriage. But the moment the 2 Thestrals drank the potion, their bodies suddenly began trembling uncontrollably. Andrews was startled. Surely the potion the boss had given him was not poisonous. He. At that moment, the 2 Thestrals raised their heads and let out loud neighs. Andrews stared in shock at the pair, now visibly restored with vitality. What kind of potion was this? It had actually revived 2 sickly Thestrals back to health, and they no longer looked as thin as before. Damn, with such incredible effects, how valuable must this potion be? And the boss had casually let him feed it to 2 magical creatures. Andrews looked again at the remaining bottles of nutrient potion in his hand and could not help swallowing. "Mr. Ivanov, that nutrient solution is for magical creatures. Humans absolutely should not drink it." Wade's voice drifted out from inside the carriage. "Ah, of course. Why would I drink it? Though, do wizards count as magical creatures?" Andrews muttered as he slipped the potion back into his pocket, only then realizing how spacious the pockets of these clothes were. Good heavens. Even a casually gifted set of clothes had an undetectable extension charm on the pockets. Truly the style of a great pureblood family. Andrews wasted no more time. Climbing onto the driver's seat, he snapped the reins, and the carriage shot into the sky, gradually disappearing into the clouds. The moment the carriage left, the onlookers who had been secretly watching hurried over, asking who that wealthy-looking boy was. "Oh, that young man comes from a pureblood family. Rich and influential. Andrews got hired by him and finally turned his life around. Do you know what kind of job it is? 14 galleons a week. SSS, he really turned things around. Damn it. Why did I run away last night? If I'd stayed, maybe the rich young master would have picked me instead of him." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Before long, the news that Andrews Ivanov had struck it lucky and completely turned his fortunes around spread throughout the town. Old Paul weighed the galleons in his hand and returned to his tavern with a pleased smile. With a Thestral carriage, the journey immediately became far more comfortable. Inside the carriage, the once cluttered compartment had already been reorganized by Wade. He had also expanded the entire interior with an undetectable extension charm, making it 5 or 6 times larger than before. After that, he used transfiguration to turn the useless junk into simple furniture. Now, the inside of the carriage looked more like a proper room. Since he no longer needed to travel by broom and now had someone acting as his driver, Wade finally had free time during the journey. He took out the pile of broom fragments and began piecing them back together. It was an extremely difficult task. The explosion had reduced most of the broom to ash, while the remaining parts had shattered into scraps. Even so, Wade still managed to determine the source of the problem. The issue lay with the sensing component. The sensing component was a crucial part responsible for responding to the wizard's control. It tightly connected the control assembly and the operating core. Once it malfunctioned, the broom could not only lose control but also overload the operating core, causing fires and similar accidents. That was exactly what had happened to Wade's broom. Under his modifications, the operating core had already been pushed to the brink of collapse. Oh dear, this is tragic. Half of the sensing component is gone. The broom Wade had purchased was no ordinary model. Every single component was extremely expensive. Looking at the sensing component with only half remaining, Wade felt a pang of pain. There was no doubt this thing was ruined, but it had once been worth dozens of galleons. That alone could have paid Mr. Ivanov's wages for several weeks. It could no longer be used in a broom, but perhaps it still had some other use. Throwing it away would be too wasteful. Wade stared at the half-destroyed sensing component for a long while before his eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. Moments later, he enthusiastically threw himself into work once more. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 372, Three-Dimensional Defense Device. To avoid being robbed and attracting unnecessary trouble, Andrews drove the Thestral carriage at full speed for an entire morning. After all, his boss's actions in the town that morning had been rather high-profile. Having spent so many years as a thug and troublemaker, he understood those people's way of thinking far too well. Even if his boss clearly came from an extraordinary background, desperate criminals would not care about that. All they would see was that the boy was carrying a great deal of money. By nearly 2 in the afternoon, Andrews noticed that even the Thestrals were beginning to tire out, so he finally chose a secluded place to land. The Thestral carriage touched down, and Andrews removed the disillusionment charm covering it. "Boss, we can get down and rest for a while," Andrews said, knocking on the carriage door. "All right, let's take a break." Wade sensed Slytherin's location and found that it was not far away anymore, so he agreed. He jumped down from the carriage and surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the location was quite good. The ground was elevated, and dense shrubs covered the area below. That meant the people in the camp could easily observe the outside, while those outside would have difficulty spotting the hidden campsite. It was enough to show that, when sober, this brute Andrews was actually rather careful. "I'll make something to eat first, then we'll continue on our way. Your nutrient potion is remarkable. The Thestrals should recover their strength quickly." Andrews seemed to understand that Wade's business was urgent, so he had no intention of lingering. Afterward, he climbed into the carriage, preparing to take out ingredients and cook something. The moment he stepped inside, Andrews froze in shock. He went in and out of the carriage twice before finally confirming that he had not entered the wrong one. "This is what you call a few small modifications," Andrews said helplessly. "It's just an undetectable extension charm and a little transfiguration. Doesn't that count as a few small modifications? Come down, no need to busy yourself. I already have food." Wade drew his beach wand and tapped a nearby tree stump. The stump instantly transformed into a smooth table. At the same time, the roots buried deep underground stretched upward and became 2 elegant wicker chairs. "Your transfiguration is incredible. Are you really only 13? Andrew stared at Wade in shock. "That only has to do with talent, not age. Mr. Ivanov. Weren't you called a genius because you could easily accomplish things your peers couldn't? You said peers, boss, your level is already beyond most adult wizards." Andrew sat down in the wicker chair and leaned back comfortably. Wade swept his left hand lightly across the tabletop, and 2 steaming plates of steak appeared before them. "Where did you even take that out from?" Andrews asked in astonishment again. "Magic allows our lives to be more comfortable and more elegant, at the small cost of putting some thought into storage. Mr. Paul made this breakfast earlier. It tastes quite good. Honestly, for a wizard as capable as you. I really can't understand how you ended up living so poorly. I just lost too much. I completely lost the motivation to keep living," Andrews said dejectedly. "Do you have anything to drink? You can only drink this." Wade placed a cup of coffee in front of him. All right. No alcohol during work hours, I understand." Andrews picked up the bitter coffee and drank it in one go, as though swallowing the bitterness of his own life. "You said you lost too much, so your life no longer has any goals or motivation." Wade cut into his steak leisurely. "Yeah. That's the behavior of a coward. How could you possibly have no goals or motivation? If it were me, I'd never let myself rot into a useless wreck. I'd personally reclaim everything I lost, piece by piece. Even if it took the rest of my life, even if I died along the way." Hearing this, Andrew stared blankly at the empty coffee cup in his hand, his emotions in turmoil. Compared to himself, the boy before him seemed far more like a true man. "All right, don't overthink it. I already promised that I'd help you reclaim what you lost. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, I still need your help with an experiment." The 2 ate in silence, quickly finishing their meal. Wade stood in the clearing and handed Andrews an exquisitely crafted watch. "Put it on," Wade ordered. Looking at the watch, Andrews hesitated, though he also felt a sudden sense of realization. How could someone from a great family like Wade possibly trust a drifter picked up halfway down the road without reservation? If he guessed correctly, once he put on this watch, he might lose his freedom forever. He had heard of such things before. Some pure-blood families like to use certain methods to control wizards and turn them into loyal enforcers. Andrews looked at Wade staring at him from across the clearing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and put the watch on. Without Wade, the rest of his life would probably rot away in that nameless little town anyway. Since he had already chosen to follow Wade out of there, then so be it if he was controlled. As long as he could reclaim what he had lost. However, after putting on the watch, Andrews felt nothing unusual, which left him puzzled. Just as he was still confused, Wade suddenly drew his wand at incredible speed. A stunning spell was already flying toward Andrews. Andrews was shocked, but Wade's casting speed was far too fast, and it had come as a sneak attack while he was completely unguarded. So aside from taking the stunning spell head-on, Andrews had no other choice. He simply could not understand why this was happening. Just as he braced himself to be struck by the spell, the watch on his wrist suddenly let out a crisp click. A silver light burst forth from the watch. Clang. Wade's unavoidable spell had actually been blocked by the silver light. Only then did Andrews realize that the silver light emerging from the watch was a small silver metal plate. At that moment, the metal plate was slowly circling around Andrews's body. From across the clearing, Wade said, "Don't just stand there. Try dodging my spells." The moment he finished speaking, several more stunning spells shot out. As the spells approached again, the silver plate, which had been rotating slowly, suddenly accelerated and precisely blocked Wade's stunning spells. By now, Andrews had finally reacted. The watch was actually some kind of extraordinary alchemical device. Its effect was to automatically block spells for him. He remembered Wade mentioning during lunch that he needed Andrews to help with an experiment. So this was the experiment. Andrews reacted quickly. The instant he understood, he sprinted sideways, following the instincts of real combat. Even with his speed, several spells still slipped past his dodges. Wade's casting speed was simply too fast. Without that metal plate, Andrews would already have collapsed. Wade's attacks became faster and faster. Andrews went from calmly evading at first to eventually giving up on dodging entirely. He could no longer avoid them at all. All he could do was watch helplessly as the metal plate frantically blocked the incoming spells for him. Finally, Wade stopped attacking, and the metal plate, which had nearly spun itself into sparks, returned to the watch. What exactly is this thing? Andrews stared at the watch in shock. This thing was simply incredible. It was hard to imagine how difficult combat would become if every enemy possessed a watch like this. This is a reactive protection device I made using the sensing component removed from a broom. Judging from the results, it works fairly well. Wade removed the metal plate from Andrews's watch. The once smooth metal plate was now dented and battered. Clearly, after enduring Wade's relentless barrage, even ordinary stunning spells had been enough to deform it. Goblin-forged metal really does have extremely high resistance to magic. Ordinary spells can't pierce it at all. It seems only spells like the blasting curse could break through this little thing's defense. Wade said excitedly. He then took out a hammer and used a nearby stump to flatten the battered goblin metal plate back into shape. "This is yours now," Wade said after reinstalling the metal plate into the watch. You're really giving this to me?" Andrews was overjoyed. So the watch Wade had made him wear was not some device used to enslave people, but instead an incredibly useful alchemical item. Of course. I've already mastered the blueprint for this thing. I can mass-produce it anytime. Wade stroked his chin with a smile. In the future, every one of my companions will have one. Boss, this invention is truly incredible. If this metal plate were just a bit sturdier, perhaps even the killing curse wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Exactly. The killing curse can't penetrate physical defenses. So as long as we improve this metal plate further, we won't have to fear the killing curse anymore. Wade looked at the watch happily. Although watches modified from sensing components were rather expensive to produce, compared to human lives, a few galleons meant nothing. This thing would undoubtedly become one of his strongest trump cards in the future. He absolutely could not allow it to fall into others' hands. Get back in the carriage, we're setting off again. Oh, and hand me the watch. I want to study it some more and see if I can add more metal plates, having them only for defense still feels lacking. If they could attack as well. Andrews handed the watch over and said sincerely, "Boss, you really are a genius among geniuses." Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, didn't we agree not to go in? The Thestral carriage once again soared through the skies. Andrews dutifully sat in the driver's seat, following the direction indicated by the compass at full speed. By now, he was completely convinced by his new boss. In terms of speed, the Thestral carriage was far slower than a broom, but fortunately, they were already close to their destination. By the time night fell, Andrews noticed the compass needle suddenly shifting direction. That could only mean one thing. They had arrived. He quickly turned toward the carriage and shouted, "Boss, I think we're here." Wade opened the carriage door and stepped directly onto the driver's seat before looking down toward the ground. But it was already night, and much of the terrain below was difficult to see clearly. Wade sensed the obscurus for a moment, then pointed in one direction. Land over there. Soon, the Thestral carriage descended onto a hilltop. Wade jumped down from the carriage and casually handed the watch back to Andrews. He then put on a new one himself. Wade had personally assembled it during the journey, and now it was finally ready to be put to use. So, boss, can you tell me now? What exactly did you come here to do? Andrews asked while disguising the carriage. I came to save someone. I only know he's encountered trouble, but I still don't know exactly what kind of trouble, Wade replied. Is it dangerous? It could be completely safe, or it could be extremely dangerous. Wade put away his beach wand and took out the Elder Wand instead. So you came here alone without even knowing the situation? Andrews asked in surprise. From his perspective, Wade's background was obviously extraordinary. Someone of that status should not have been venturing into danger alone. Perhaps there were hidden protectors nearby. Andrews instinctively glanced around, but the dark forest contained nothing except swaying shadows. Forget people, there was not even a ghost in sight. You stay here and watch the carriage while I go investigate, Wade said as he drank a nightingale potion that granted night vision, followed by an agility potion that enhanced reaction speed. Wade's reflexes had already been enhanced before, and after drinking the potion. At this moment, he felt unbelievably powerful. Boss, let me come with you. Otherwise, I won't feel right taking the salary, Andrews said. Then come along. Wade did not really mind. Having another person as support was fine. As he spoke, he handed the nightingale potion and the agility potion over to Andrews. Andrews copied Wade and drank both potions. Oh, this stuff is incredible. Andrews stared in amazement at the suddenly crystal-clear world before him. He had seen nightingale potion before, but it was extremely expensive. He had never been willing to use it himself. And he quickly felt the effects of the agility potion as well. Enhanced reaction speed. That could play a huge role in battle. He had never seen a potion like this before. It was probably another treasured secret of his boss's family. Wade and Andrews silently moved through the forest. Thanks to the nightingale potion, they did not even need light. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of a cliff. Wade apparat to the opposite side, and Andrews quickly followed behind him. Suddenly, Wade stopped and looked toward the steep terrain ahead. Oh, this stretch won't be easy to cross, Andrews remarked. Mr. Ivanov, take this. Wade casually pulled out a broom and handed it to him. Oh, boss, just how much can you fit in those pockets of yours? Andrews accepted the broom. Wade replied, all I can say is that the undetectable extension charm is a truly magnificent spell. In the next moment, Wade suddenly lifted into the air and glided downward. Andrews was dumbfounded. He had seen it clearly. Wade was not using a broom at all. He was flying on his own. Ah. I think I've gone completely mad. Andrews hurriedly mounted the broom and chased after him. 10 minutes later, the two stopped in front of an unremarkable hill. Looking at the hill before him, Andrews could not see anything unusual, yet he inexplicably felt a chilling sense of unease coming from it. Wade's expression turned grave, because in his eyes, the magic surrounding the hill was filled with an extremely strange aura. And the obscurus garment on Slytherin was indicating that his location was inside this hill. Hey! Boss, this looks like an ancient tomb. Andrews could not see the magic, so while Wade was still deep in thought, he had already started investigating the surroundings. At that moment, he was standing beside a decayed stone block and shouting loudly. Wade walked over and examined the ruined stone. It seemed to have once been a statue. How do you know this is a tomb? When I was doing my old jobs, I explored quite a few ruins. A lot of ancient tombs have statues in this style outside them. Usually some kind of magical creature you can't even identify anymore, Andrews said awkwardly. Clearly, his former work had included more than smuggling and poaching. Grave robbing had probably been part of it too. Though in the wizarding world, that was actually considered the least serious offense among them. Northern Europe, ancient tomb. Wade muttered before suddenly recalling the strange tomb described in Slytherin's manuscripts. After returning from that tomb, Slytherin had become a hunched old man. Oh sure 3, that old man didn't go back in there again, did he? He suffered terribly even at the peak of his strength. He's half crippled now, and he still dared to enter. Didn't he write in his manuscripts that he'd never go back? Wade rubbed his forehead helplessly. How am I supposed to rescue him now? I don't want to come out looking like a little old man. The entrance is over there. Are we going in? Andrews pointed toward a half-open stone door nearby. No, we're not going in. As he spoke, Wade released the obscurus. The obscurus instantly dispersed into black mist and hovered before him. What? An obscurus? You're an obscurial. Andrews was utterly shocked. He had once been an outstanding Auror, so he was naturally familiar with dark creatures like obscuruses. I'm not an obscurial. I merely happened to save one, then remove the obscurus from his body. As Wade spoke, he used nightmare magic to merge part of his consciousness into the obscurus's awareness. The obscurus immediately began moving. Andrews rubbed his numb face. All right. An obscurial, supposedly beyond saving, had been cured by his boss. And now he could even control the extracted obscurus. The more he saw of Wade's absurd abilities, the more confidence Andrews regained in his own future. At that moment, Wade carefully controlled the obscurus and sent it drifting toward the doorway. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, oh no. What kind of cursed place is this? Andrews saw Wade close his eyes and control the obscurus into the ancient tomb. He immediately tightened his grip on his wand and stood guard in front of Wade. At that moment, the obscurus under Wade's control had already entered the half-open stone door. He instantly felt a chilling cold sweep through his entire body. For some reason, the obscurus's unique night vision had also stopped working. In his field of vision, he could not see anything at all. There was only endless darkness. Fortunately, Wade could still use magic while controlling the obscurus. The obscurus gradually took on a humanoid form, and a ball of white light floated above it. Only then did he finally manage to see the scenery within a 1-meter radius around him. Wade was completely numb. What kind of cursed place was this? This pitch-black atmosphere felt even more terrifying than his ancient magic lost mist. The lost mist also had the effect of devouring light. Just as Wade was thinking this, the surrounding magical fluctuations suddenly changed. The chaotic magic that had originally been as still as stagnant water now reacted to Wade's lumos like a stone thrown into a dead pond. In the next second, everything before Wade underwent a complete transformation. Wade discovered that he was standing in the middle of a vast grassland. Blue skies, emerald green plains, and Wade himself. To his shock, it was actually him standing on the grassland, not the obscurus. Moreover, he realized that the consciousness attached to the obscurus had lost contact with the real Wade waiting outside the tomb. Now this is something new. Looking at the boundless grassland, Wade eventually picked a direction and started walking. Because he could still vaguely sense the faint magical presence from the obscurus robes on Slytherin. Which meant that everything before him was most likely just an illusion, and this illusion could not completely sever its connection to reality. As for illusions, Wade was very familiar with them. So-called illusions used all kinds of strange phenomena to affect a person's mind and body, instilling fear and stripping away their will to resist. Therefore, Wade ignored the scenery around him and focused solely on moving forward. It was not that he did not want to fly directly into the air, but ever since arriving on this grassland, he had felt unable to use any magic at all. It was strange, but perhaps that itself proved that none of this was real. Even if it was only a fragment of consciousness attached to the obscurus, it was still no different from a wizard. And so far, in reality, unless a wizard lost consciousness entirely, it was basically impossible to completely strip them of their ability to use magic. Rumble. At that moment, Wade heard a series of thunderous noises coming from the distance. Very quickly, a massive herd of galloping wild horses appeared before him. If Wade did not get out of the way, he would definitely be trampled into a bloody pulp by the herd. Wade quietly observed the charging horses before him, his expression remaining calm. There were two possibilities. First, the horses were fake, merely illusions that could be ignored. Second, the horses were indeed illusions, but they existed to conceal another kind of enemy. If he ignored them, he might be attacked by whatever was hidden beneath the illusion. Wade's thoughts raced, and he quickly made his decision. His real body was outside the ancient tomb. What had entered the tomb was actually the body of the obscurus under his control. In other words, even if the obscurus suffered severe damage, it would not affect his real body at all. And even if the obscurus was heavily injured, it could slowly recover afterward. Therefore, in order to break the situation, Wade decided to gamble. So Wade acted as if he had not seen the herd at all and continued walking forward at an unhurried pace. He completely ignored the horses charging straight toward him. Whoosh! Just as the herd was about to collide with Wade's body, it instantly vanished. Even the dust kicked up by the hooves disappeared with it. It was as if those wild horses had never existed in the first place. At that moment, Wade sensed an extremely clear emotional fluctuation. Confusion. It was as if the owner of the illusion had suddenly become confused. Wade believed that if his real body had entered this place, he would never have sensed this emotional fluctuation. But what had entered was only a fragment of his consciousness, which was why he had managed to capture that trace of emotion so easily. Not long afterward, the endless grassland vanished. Everything around him returned to its original pitch-black state once more. It was as if everything Wade had just seen had never happened at all. Without changing expression, Wade continued moving in Slytherin's direction. A lighting range of barely over a meter did not allow Wade to see much more. Only now did he realize that he could not see the ceiling, and he could not make out the material of the floor either. Everything was simply pitch black. It was a profound darkness that made one's head spin just by looking at it. And the obscurus Wade was controlling could not identify the material of the floor either. Alright, this place really was bizarre. No wonder even Slytherin, at the height of his power, had gone through immense hardship just to escape. Back then, he must have been thoroughly disoriented by these illusions as well. But in the end, he still managed to escape, which proved he must have discovered some sort of flaw. So as long as Wade found Slytherin now, he could bring him out. As for why Slytherin could not escape now, Wade guessed it was because the robes had run out of power. Without enough magic left in the obscurus robes, Slytherin was basically a ghost incapable of doing anything. Even if he knew the method, he still could not escape. Wade looked at the pitch-black environment around him. Perhaps, this endless darkness was also part of the illusion. With that thought in mind, Wade used the magic within the obscurus to quietly seep the power of nightmare magic into the surrounding darkness. It was like hacking into a surveillance camera and stealing control of the enemy's vision. In the next second, Wade suddenly felt his field of vision expand explosively from its original 1-meter range. Wade discovered that he could now see many things. And Slytherin's blurry figure was also within his sight. Wade was overjoyed, yet this enormous field of vision still left him deeply shocked. Because even though his vision had expanded countless times over, he still could not see through the entire ancient tomb. It was as if, beyond the areas he could not see, there was still an enormous amount of space. Which meant, he was still only at the outer edge of the tomb. Oh, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 375, this tomb is alive. What kind of cursed place was this? There was nothing like this in the original story. Now that he had located Slytherin, Wade did not dare waste any more time. No matter how many questions he had, there would still be time to think about them after escaping. First, he had to rescue that old man. With that thought, Wade fully drove the obscurus and surged forward violently. Previously, because he could not see the path ahead clearly, Wade had been exploring very slowly. But now that he had effectively activated X-ray vision, what was there left to wait for? The obscurus's speed instantly rose to its maximum. Wade clearly sensed another wave of astonishment coming from within the tomb. And then, rage. The consciousness had originally wanted to probe Wade further, but now it finally realized that Wade had played it for a fool. An incomparably dense black mist immediately rushed toward Wade's direction. Damn it. Could this bizarre ancient tomb actually be alive? Sensing the changes in the tomb's magic, Wade became even less willing to stop. He had to escape before this thing fully reacted and figured out what was going on. Whoosh. The obscurus took only 10 seconds to arrive in front of Slytherin. Bloody hell. Slytherin was startled by the obscurus suddenly appearing before him. You are. It's me. No time to explain, get in. Wade directly controlled the obscurus to absorb Slytherin's entire ghostly form into its body. Then it instantly shot backward. The moment the obscurus disappeared, a dense and bizarre mist instantly flooded the place where it had just been. Slytherin in his ghost state was actually very similar to Wade's consciousness form, so Slytherin's consciousness quickly merged with Wade's inside the obscurus. Forget everything else. Just tell me how to get out of here. Wade urgently asked while constantly dodging the black mist that kept attacking from nowhere. After part of Wade's consciousness had entered the tomb while controlling the obscurus, it had already lost contact with his real body. And the path they had entered from had completely vanished. He had to get the escape method from Slytherin as quickly as possible. Just as Wade and Slytherin rapidly exchanged information, another stream of mist joined the pursuit of the obscurus. And within Wade's vision, he could see even more mist surging out from the depths of the ancient tomb in the distance. Ignore everything you see and head toward the areas where the magic is weakest. Hurry. The places with weak magic shift very quickly. If you're too slow, you'll miss them. From what I learned back then, the areas with the weakest magic are the direction of the exit. They're constantly changing. Slytherin rapidly conveyed the information. Communication between consciousnesses was incredibly fast. From the moment Wade picked up Slytherin to the completion of their exchange, only 5 seconds had passed. And 2 more streams of mist had joined the chase. Tracking the areas with the weakest magic would be extremely difficult for an ordinary wizard. Even Wade himself would struggle to detect them here. But right now, this was Wade's consciousness form. And nightmare magic was helping him see through everything like X-ray vision. So within the ancient tomb, amid the dense and bizarre magical power, Wade quickly found the weakest point of magic. Whoosh! The obscurus immediately surged toward it at high speed. But the moment they arrived at the weak point, it disappeared again and reappeared in another direction. Without hesitating, Wade controlled the obscurus and rushed after it. The facts proved that Slytherin's judgment had been correct. Although the pursuing mist was gradually increasing in number, not a single strand ever appeared from the weak points of magic. Whoosh! 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 After several sharp turns, Slytherin's voice rang out again. It looks like we're constantly turning, but we're actually moving in a straight line. A straight line toward the exit. Don't hesitate. Naturally, Wade understood this and kept the obscurus moving without pause. He had no idea what those strange black mists pursuing them actually were, but instinctively, Wade felt that if they were caught, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if this was only a fragment of his consciousness, it might still harm his real body. Under immense pressure, Wade pushed the obscurus's magic to its absolute limit. He even stacked an additional flying charm on top of the obscurus's innate flight magic. Whoosh! At last, Wade saw a trace of starlight. It seemed to be the place where he had first entered. However, the weak point of magic suddenly shifted again. Without the slightest hesitation, Wade ignored the exit that was right in front of him and directly turned back in the opposite direction. Even Slytherin was dumbfounded by that move. Yet in the next second, the trace of starlight vanished, replaced by a strand of eerie mist. Slytherin was speechless. It had actually been a trap set by the ancient tomb. Fortunately, Wade had not fallen for it. Finally, after another abrupt turn, Wade suddenly felt the space before him brighten. The dense magical power surrounding them, so thick it was almost tangible, abruptly disappeared. And the consciousness inside Wade's obscurus finally saw his real body and Andrew's. That fragment of consciousness also reconnected with his main consciousness at last. The instant the connection was restored, Wade's real body immediately received everything that fragment of consciousness had experienced. Run! With a wave of his hand, Wade stored the obscurus and the Slytherin inside it back into the goblin metal container. Then he grabbed the utterly bewildered Andrews and ran. Andrews was completely confused, but he still followed Wade and started fleeing. At that moment, the half-open stone door was violently blasted open. Clusters of bizarre black mist surged out. As the mist touched the ground, it transformed into blurry black shadows. And every one of those shadows turned to look at Wade and Andrews. In the next second, dozens of spells shot toward the two of them at once. Crack! Wade disapparated instantly. Andrews was a split second slower and was directly caught up by more than 10 spells. Just as he was about to be hit, his wristwatch suddenly burst with light. 3 metal plates rapidly flew out and instantly blocked all the spells. That brief pause bought Andrews the crucial moment he needed. Crack! Andrews also disappeared from the spot. Boom! Countless spells slammed into the ground where they had been standing, and the massive explosion startled flocks of birds into the air. Those bizarre shadows continued chasing after them, but once they reached a point roughly 100 meters away from the hill where the ancient tomb stood, they all abruptly stopped. The hollow gazes of the shadows collectively stared in the direction Wade and Andrews had escaped. After a long while, they gradually turned back into mist and drifted back into the ancient tomb. And the stone door that had originally been forced completely open slowly returned to its half-open state once more, like an exposed trap. On a distant cliff, Wade quietly watched the ancient tomb return to normal, a chill creeping down his spine. Meanwhile, Andrews lay on a nearby rock, panting heavily. Even now, he still had not fully recovered from what had just happened. Support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 376, Chapter 376, Scolding Slytherin. Boss, that was really close. Andrews dismantled the watch and took out the goblin metal plates inside it. At this moment, every one of the metal plates was dented and battered. Clearly, if those plates had not blocked the attacks just now, Andrews really would not have escaped. Boss, you saved my life again. Andrews had finally regained his senses. Looking at the metal plates in his hand and recalling what had just happened, his heart skipped a beat. Wade had created this watch, modified it into 3 separate metal plates, and then given it to him. If even one step in that process had been missing, he would already be dead. Those dozen or so spells that he had never even seen before. Andrews did not think he could have survived after taking all of them head-on. No, if you hadn't come with me, you wouldn't have been in danger. So don't talk about saving your life and all that. Alright, let's get out of here quickly. This place isn't safe. Wade no longer wanted to stay here for even a second. Andrews felt the same way. Although he did not know what Wade had encountered inside, that terrifying moment just now was already enough to fill him with dread toward this place. What was more, Wade, who was usually calm and composed despite his immense strength, was no longer acting so relaxed. That alone was enough to prove how bizarre this place was. Let's apparate back. Andrews had not even finished his suggestion. Crack! Wade had already disappeared from the spot. Seeing Wade leave, Andrews immediately apparatted away as well. He had no intention of staying here alone. 10 minutes later, the Thestral carriage soared high through the clouds. By now, they were completely far away from that place. Only then did Andrews finally feel somewhat at ease. He set down the reins and turned around to knock on the carriage door. "Come in, Mr. Ivanov," Wade's voice came from inside the carriage. Andrews walked inside. "My Thestrals know the way. They'll take us back to the town from earlier." "Good, Mr. Ivanov." Wade was sitting at the table making tea. "Come have a cup of tea and calm your nerves. You can just call me Andrews, boss." After this experience, Andrews no longer had any other thoughts in mind. Even though the boy before him was still young, he was the most remarkable wizard Andrews had ever seen. Not just anyone could create an alchemical item capable of saving a person's life within only a few hours. "All right, Andrews." Wade pushed a cup of tea toward him. Andrews took a sip. At first, it tasted somewhat bitter, but afterward there was a faint sweetness lingering in his mouth. Overall, it tasted quite good. He smacked his lips before asking, "Boss, are you going back there next time?" "No." Wade answered decisively. "Not unless there's an absolutely unavoidable reason. A person could satisfy their curiosity, but only on the premise that their life was not at risk." Although he was very curious about the truth behind that ancient tomb, his current abilities were still not enough to satisfy the curiosity. "Then, the person you wanted to save." Andrews looked at Wade hesitantly. Wade had come out alone, and earlier he had said he came here to save someone. So perhaps he had failed to rescue them. "It's fine. I've already rescued him." Wade took a deep breath as he spoke. "Huh. Then, where is he?" Andrews asked in confusion. "He's recharging, replenishing his magic. He should be about done by now." Wade shook his sleeve, and a metal sphere rolled out from his cuff. Clack. The sphere opened, and a mass of black mist surged out. Andrews nervously drew his wand. The black mist from earlier had genuinely frightened him. But this black mist was not the same mist from the ancient tomb. It was Slytherin wearing the obscurus robes. The old man stood atop the table, looking at Wade and Andrews before him. "Who's this guy?" Slytherin asked. "Get down first, you're standing up there making my tea go cold." Wade shooed Slytherin off the table. After Slytherin got down, Wade helplessly discovered that the steaming hot tea had already turned ice cold. Why were ghosts always so cold? Andrew stared at Slytherin in shock. Only now did he realize that the person Wade had gone to rescue was actually a ghost. Wade snapped his fingers. The teapot floated into the air, and a small flame appeared beneath it. "This is Andrews Ivanov. He's the guide I hired," Wade said. "Oh." Slytherin floated closer and carefully examined Andrews. Andrew swore that he had never in his life had a freezing cold ghost stare at him from such close range. "Ha. Looks like the boy has your trust," Slytherin said with a grin. "How can you tell the boss trusts me?" Andrews could not help asking. "Ha." With a sudden flicker, Slytherin appeared seated in the chair beside Andrews. "Under normal circumstances, he would never casually expose my existence to someone he didn't trust." He looked toward Wade and said, "Still, your judgment isn't bad. This lad named Andrews is fairly capable. Keeping him around as a subordinate isn't a bad idea. Though his health isn't great, kid, you've been drinking heavily every day, haven't you? Lately you've been feeling weak, especially." "I haven't." "Stop talking nonsense." Andrews immediately denied it. "Why have you suddenly become so talkative?" Wade frowned. "Sigh, you can't blame me, Wade. I originally thought I'd be trapped in that place forever. You can't imagine what that feels like." Slytherin sighed. It was different from sleeping. When sleeping, you knew nothing at all, and when you woke up, 1,000 years had already passed. And this time, at that moment, the carriage suddenly shook violently, and the Thestrals at the front let out sharp screeches. "Someone's attacking us." Andrews jumped to his feet and ran toward the driver's seat. Boom. The carriage shook violently once again. Wade opened the window and looked outside, only to see a squad of wizards riding flying broomsticks rapidly approaching from not far away. As they flew toward them, they continuously fired spells in their direction. If Wade had not placed protective enchantments on the carriage beforehand, the entire cabin would already have been blown apart. "Damn it. Looks like bandits," Andrews shouted from the driver's seat. If they were Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, they wouldn't attack immediately. "How many are there?" Wade asked. While steering the carriage, Andrews narrowly dodged another powerful blasting curse. "Looks like 20 or 30 of them. I didn't have time to count." As he spoke, Andrews fired several large-scale explosive spells back at the pursuing formation. But the powerful spells were effortlessly deflected by the other side. "Oh, damn it, they're strong," Andrews said in shock. More and more spells slammed into the carriage, but Andrews only took the initiative to block the especially powerful ones. There was no helping it. The enemy had too many people. And the fact that they could casually block his high-powered spells proved that these wizards were all highly capable. Against opponents of this level, Andrews would not be afraid in a one-on-one fight, or even 1 against 3. But there were 20 or 30 of them on the other side. If they were truly surrounded, Andrews had absolutely no chance of winning. Even relying on the Watch's defenses, even if he managed to take down 4 or 5 of them, he still would not stand a chance. The Watch's defenses could not withstand many powerful spells. Although his boss was powerful, Two Fists still could not fight 4 hands. Wade walked to the driver's seat and casually blocked several incoming spells before looking at the wizards relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Slytherin also floated out, vigilantly observing the surroundings. A trace of excitement faintly appeared in his aged eyes. There are too many enemies. I suggest we retreat first and avoid their momentum. We absolutely can't let ourselves get surrounded. Andrew spoke while firing another spell, forcing back a wizard who was trying to flank them from the side. With just this many people, you expect me to avoid their momentum? Bring me my wand. Slytherin declared domineeringly. Wade silently handed over a wand. A hint of madness flashed through Slytherin's eyes as he instantly flew up and charged toward the enemies behind them. Andrews was completely dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't he a ghost? You keep moving forward. Wade calmly patted Andrews on the shoulder, then pulled out the Elder Wand. White mist rose around his figure as he flew toward the rear as well. Andrews quickly stood up and looked behind him. The old ghost and the young wizard were already fighting the enemies charging toward them on broomsticks. All kinds of spells tore across the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Andrews gritted his teeth, patted the thestrals, then grabbed a broomstick from the side and mounted it before flying back toward the battle as well. From afar, Andrews could see the old ghost letting out eerie laughter while rampaging through the enemy formation again and again. Meanwhile, Wade darted and maneuvered through the air, metal plates circling around him at high speed, attempting to block every spell aimed at him. But those spells could not even reach Wade before he intercepted them in advance. All right, Andrews was convinced once again. In his own hands, the watch was merely a life-saving tool, but in Wade's hands, it was just a final layer of insurance. If he rushed up there now, would he actually be helping instead of getting in the way? By the time Andrews finally steeled himself and charged forward, there were already no enemy wizards left in the sky. Andrews could only control his broomstick and land on the ground. At this moment, Wade and Slytherin were using levitation charms to pile all those people together. Only then did Andrews realize that none of them were dead. Too weak, that wasn't satisfying at all. Slytherin sighed. Why do you sound even more battle-hungry than a Gryffindor now? Wade asked. If you were trapped in that place for several months, you'd want to vent a little too. Slytherin put away the wand Wade had given him. His original wand had been lost inside the ancient tomb. Fair point. Wade nodded, then pulled out a large pile of red collars from his pocket. Ha, I knew you wouldn't leave them alive for no reason. Slytherin looked at Wade with admiration. To use Grindelwald's words, every wizard is precious beyond measure, and these people are all fairly capable, so bringing them under our control is the best option. As Wade spoke, he cheerfully fitted the collars onto them one by one. Andrew stared at them in shock, as though he were looking at Jesus himself. To defeat so many people while also ensuring none of them died, just how terrifying was that level of strength? And that ghost could actually use magic. Andrews felt as though his entire understanding of the world had been overturned. Andrews, you're late. Wade smiled. Still, I'm glad you came back to fight alongside us. Seems like you didn't need me. Andrews said awkwardly. But before coming back, you didn't know we could defeat them. So I'm still happy with your choice, Andrews. All right, take a look and see if you recognize any of these people, Wade said. They were not far from the town anymore, so if bandits appeared around here, there was a good chance Andrews might actually know them. Andrews nodded and pulled back one person's hood, then froze on the spot. Andrews, what's wrong? Damn it, we've caused huge trouble. They're not bandits, they're Aurors. Andrews said in a trembling voice. Aurors? How is that trouble? Even if the Minister for Magic himself came, I'd still beat him up. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, Wade, I really am kind-hearted and generous. But you're absolutely sure these are Aurors, right? Wade asked again. Although Wade was not afraid of offending Aurors, he still needed to confirm things first. Absolutely certain. I even recognize some familiar faces here. As Andrew spoke, he crouched down and pulled a red identification booklet from one of the unconscious wizards. Look, a Soviet Ministry of Magic Auror. Not a big problem. Wade casually woke one of the Aurors. The man was already wearing a collar, though it had now hidden itself around his neck and was no longer visible. The moment the Auror woke up, he immediately began shouting curses loudly in Russian. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. It was as though he had seen the most horrifying thing imaginable. Fear gradually filled his eyes. 5 seconds later, he collapsed onto the ground again, panting heavily as though he had just run 50 kilometers carrying a heavy load. That fast. I remember it used to take at least several minutes, Slytherin said in surprise. Goblin Collar version 2.0. It only takes 5 seconds to teach him what true agony feels like. Our time is valuable too. Wade smiled. Besides, making it last several minutes would be far too cruel. I'm not some kind of devil. 5 seconds is enough. Slytherin did not believe a single word of the second half of Wade's sentence. What did he mean by too cruel? He simply wanted to save time. God knew just how horrifying the mental torment would be when the entire taming process was compressed into 5 seconds. Still, who told these people to provoke this little devil? And besides, as Aurors, they had launched an attack without any attempt at negotiation whatsoever. Clearly, these people were no saints either. Would you like to try again? Wade asked. The Auror crawled over with tears and snot streaming down his face, trying to hug Wade's leg while rapidly saying something in Russian. But after seeing Wade's expression, the Auror suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately shut his mouth, then obediently lay flat on the ground without daring to move again. What did he say? Wade asked Andrews beside him. Andrews was still staring blankly at the Auror's sudden change in attitude. Only after hearing Wade speak did he swallow hard and answer. He said, "Please don't torture him anymore. He'll do whatever you say." Good. Then keep translating for me, Wade said. Andrews wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeatedly nodded. Wade looked at the Auror again and said softly, "I ask, you answer. I trust you won't dare lie or hide anything from me, right?" After Andrews translated as usual, the Auror frantically nodded. "I assume attacking us wasn't your main mission, otherwise there would have been no need to mobilize so many people. So tell me, what's going on?" Wade asked. After hearing the translation, the Auror explained the situation in a trembling voice. The matter itself was not complicated. A pureblood family had lost a child, and the Aurors had all been mobilized to help search for the missing child. Then, while investigating outsiders in the area, they just happened to hear about Wade hiring Andrews as a guide. After all, Wade had deliberately spread that information himself. After hearing about Andrews, head Auror Yuriev casually instructed his subordinates that if they happened to encounter him on the road, they should kill him while they were at it, as casually as swatting an annoying insect. To be honest, if one really examined it carefully, although Yuriev's order did carry the feeling of settling a personal grudge, it was technically quite legal and reasonable. After all, Andrews had never exactly behaved himself after coming out here. His illegal poaching and smuggling activities were not nearly as secretive as he imagined. The Aurors simply had not bothered investigating before. But once they actually started looking into it, there was no way to hide it. Andrews immediately became a wanted criminal. Under those circumstances, surrounding and attacking Andrews as a wanted fugitive was entirely legal and justified. Which family lost their child? Wade asked. The fact that the Auror office had mobilized all of its Aurors proved that the family who lost the child was definitely no ordinary family. After hearing the Aurors explanation, Andrews's expression became extremely complicated. He looked toward Wade and said, it's Yuriev's child, and also her child." Wade nodded. So it was the head Auror's child that had gone missing. No wonder. Wait a second. Looking at Andrews's bitter and complicated expression, Wade suddenly felt he resembled a certain old acquaintance. Her? Ah, understood. That child was both the child of his enemy and the child of the woman he once loved. Professor Snape, did you get reincarnated too? Understood. Wade had already grasped the truth of the matter. Andrews, tell him that only absolute loyalty toward me will prevent the collar from punishing him. Remember, even the slightest rebellious thought in his mind will result in severe punishment. Not just him, everyone here has been fitted with a collar. After they wake up, he'll be responsible for informing them. Finally, tell them to continue working peacefully in the Ministry of Magic. When I have orders, the collars will relay them. Only after Andrews finished translating did Wade continue, we should leave now as well. After all, they've mobilized so many Aurors. This entire incident had really been a disaster out of nowhere. Yuriev losing his child had disrupted Wade's original plans. Now they could only leave the Soviet Union. However, thanks to this unexpected twist of fate, he had also managed to plant his own people inside the Soviet Ministry of Magic ahead of schedule. 5 minutes later, Wade and the others boarded the Thestral carriage once more. Only this time, Wade and Slytherin placed even more concealment magic on the carriage to ensure the Aurors would not easily discover it. The main issue is that I didn't exactly enter the Soviet Union through legal channels this time. Otherwise, there'd be no need to run in such a hurry, Wade said. Slytherin glanced sideways at him. You beat that big fool into submission and even promised to help him get revenge. Surely that wasn't because you're generous and kind-hearted, right? No, I really am kind-hearted and generous. I don't hold grudges over him insulting me. Wade smiled. That big fool is driving the carriage, and I've placed a soundproofing charm on the cabin, so there's no need to worry about him overhearing the next conversation, Slytherin said. Wade sighed. And what have you figured out this time, old man? Hey, after meeting that big fool and realizing he had some talent, you immediately started thinking about helping him get revenge while also pushing him into a higher position, right? By then, that big fool would naturally be deeply grateful to you, and then you could slowly use him to control this country's Ministry of Magic, correct? Slytherin said with a smile. You really are getting sharper with age. Wade did not deny it. It's just a pity that Yuriev's family lost their child and disrupted my plans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to use the goblin collars. Honestly, those Aurors hadn't committed any unforgivable crime. Things didn't originally need to go this far. Oh, ***, support and read 12 chapters ahead of WN at